Cool until I get a girl up here, huh? I think we should decide Mani, a girl? Mani and Sami? Is that a girl or a guy? Guy. Guy, don't. And Mani? Oh yeah, everybody. Okay, you. My gender identity is Michael Jackson. My pronouns are. Force is fart on my tape. I'm bisexual. I used to think both things. I think Bigfoot was sexy. I was so much that I thought that a big, hairy, strong, natural man charisma energy. And it's not that you're okay. More, you know, I was just gonna say that it's not crazy to believe in Bigfoot because he's scary and and just like women, um, but yeah, um, Bonnie and Sami, even that's the road. So just is a nice watching. What? Really great friends. So I was like, oh no, I can't. You're my boyfriend today. We have to be and I love it. My first time ever doing it. How long have you wanted to do it? 2 years. 2 years. Musician. I'm writing my album right now. What kind of do? I make pop, jazz, I rap. Okay, if they gave you something, would you do something for us? I got. You want to sing or rap it or? It's like chords, minor, and oh. Verified. The band Sundays and Mass with Blacker when she said that. Around, but coming around, hey, when I'm around, but coming around, and if I'm being a boy, when hey, I would know you when you won't wanna go on every night, having by yourself, but like, you put up your eyes and world, just I said, and I know that that's a lie, that's my hard side of the left, come around, and I think he is on TikTok and followers, but what if there's even like where can you find that at? But Maya, Tommy, everywhere. Spell that out. Okay, INIXNICA. Says that you're and then you name your business. Rhymes. Nickel rhymes for the end of girlfriend asked you, and it's like when I came, exactly. Or now that hey, very excited point guard. Oh boy. Charismatic. Hey, look at uh, it's somewhere there's a couple deserts the only thing in New Mexico. I promise you. Uh, 3 months ago, yes. I worked there for 4 years. Yeah, we got hit parking lot. Wait, what happened? We got hit by a car, and we got like good amount of money from the settlement. Oh yeah, yeah. Did Chick person that hit you or Chick-fil-A? Okay. Now, couple of streets, everybody just started play parking lot. Enough. American drive west. Incredible. You guys, horrible. I'm glad that you guys right before your birthday got this. My birthday. I know. Frozen. Let me. For first times, both of you were very fucking impressive. Glad I done. There's a couple really big jokes. I so much. I for money. Come on. Point or right. Staring at the black couple. It is clever. I love that. Fun. I guarantee you that guy's on bottom the whole time. way to end an episode like this. Long regular in the history of the show. And the strength of William. All right. Worship. Babylon. Over an effort at very hard. I guess time for everything. Yeah. Yes, and it's going prison. Set it up style of I've got to realize that for everybody's like I that's all a part of my these things out. I was playing it out for like 5 hours. Or part of my plan, so I caught on to that. Seriously, what a fucking appreciation of what I fucking do. I swear to God. I was just in fucking Miami this past weekend with Doug and Russell opening up for him. It was a great time. I'm proud to say I think wow, strangling, they go strangling, but I'm really weird. Just out of Miami, I'm a soccer field. I'll be fucking back after tired, fucking playing a bunch of soccer. It's the best fucking place to go. Yeah, just go to a fucking soccer field in Miami. Find some play. Really, very, very trying there. Not in, they are tired after playing better for like 5 hours. I was like, okay, what the heck? That, yes, call back. What fucking sound audience for me? first shot of for folks. That is any reference or the change. Why do you about my mom or Apex? Wow, Headband, the master of it. I mean, I'm kind of over it, you know. Everyone out about it. Like, wait, stop it, or I'm going to die. No, go on. Sorry, Rick. No, it's like, for one, you told me a person, and then he was very disappointed because, yeah, for one, for letting it happen, and he told me to stand up for myself, and I get into running space. He told me, oh, my goodness, are you gonna fucking do it? Oh, fucking do it. Oh, I don't know what's going on there. Oh, really, maybe. I talked too much shit about his mom. She actually is very sick, so I need to talk. Literally, I think she's like 2 weeks left, so I've decided 2 months. 2 months to live. I thought I'd talking about that old fucking lady. He has 2 months left to live. I have to stop, right, man? I genuinely apologize. For apologizing. Wow. Yo, this is not normal. I was struggling to finish my list. Wow. Actually, that's all true. What body doesn't when a code waiting in for gotta really think about it. I'm and I'm not proud of it. I swear to God, I'm gonna stop doing it. I need to stop. I can't fucking cause one of these things. People are already on my ass. I talk about it way too much on here. I think I talk shit all the time. That I'm just kidding around, but I'm not kidding around. I mean, people are proud of me. I'm gonna stop. I promise you. I'm gonna get caught. I'm gonna get fucking caught. That's fucking strangled. I get fucking caught by video place about all this. Oh, my last sponsor was that's for actually lost my sponsor. Gone. Fucking raisin bread gone. Gone. WNBA gone. MLB gone. Gone. NFL gone. NHL. I had all these fucking contracts and I fucking come up here and talk about killing. No, it's fake. I need to stop doing something of a cool shirt with ducks on it though. Getting on I searched for XL duck shirt. So I found anybody was curious. Yeah, just type in duck XL vintage shirt on eBay. A bunch of them. In case you were curious. How loud can this thing get for the great William Montgomery? I did it again. And trying to find the available RyanJacob.com. I'm sure you follow him on social media. Every guys, this is it for our guest. So Rogan, my host, comedian, so much for joining. So much pleasure. My comment, so never existed. Thank you, Billy. red roses and yellow roses, strip clubs in the world. You know, Eddie Vodka. We love them. They're the very best in the world. Also, Eddie here. What are we looking at, Joni? Do you have an analysis on with the light? Oh, we're focused here. In purgatory, everybody. This is where you go when you take too many readings. That's power. I will. Red band's over so far here. A big swing and a miss. Howard Light, buddy. Here that he's go from here. Like literally. That is, I actually, how about a hit for Chris here? Lighting. People holding lights. Feels like that. Before we start tonight's show. How could I forget again for the band, everybody? Come on. Come on. Butter, bucket, on the horns. Michael Gonzalez on the drums. On the and then had for the first time ever. Light on the fans. Love the Okay, one of the guests is Ari Shapir, everybody. Showbiz guru. Whenever he wants. Yes, everybody. I think you. Is there house lights? I mean, is anybody working on anything back there? I see the lighting guy lit up. The only people lit up. Sound like Christy's gone. There goes. Congratulations. Just listen to the podcast. Don't watch on YouTube. You are in heaven. What is so instead of phase. Anyway, for tonight's episode 4, amazing episode for you here right now. You might not know this. What I've been doing for the last 6 years, and I'm excited on for 21st National Tennis, for 11th and 12th Stadium. I am in Boston, Massachusetts, November 4th and 5th. In New York, December 9th and 10th, we'll be performing in Arlington. January 15th and 14th, 2023 at Dallas. And February 9th and 10th, 2023, I'm in Houston. Tickets available at TonyCliff.com. All these shows sell out, so don't be a doofus. Go to the website now, get tickets while you still can. No, we do everything on our phones nowadays. Some of you watch Kill Tony. Some of you listen to Kill Tony. Some of you buy groceries now. You can order a car. You send pics to friends. The scary part is that your phone carrier collects data on whatever it is you're doing. Verizon has even admitted to it. They say it's so that they can better understand your interests. But really, all they want is to sell your activity to advertisers. Like the site up online. The more they can get on you, the larger their paycheck becomes. Which is why we use ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN lets you turn around and set up a party. All it takes is one tap of a button, and all of your network data is encrypted and rerouted to servers for ultimate privacy. Not only does it shield your web browsing, all your network data, you can stay private even when you're using your favorite app. iPhone, Android, or even tablet, ExpressVPN works on all your devices. The best part is one subscription comes to up to 5 devices at the same time. Me and my girlfriend have ExpressVPN. My mom does. I know. So we're so hey, careful carrier cracks you. That's a gross invasion of privacy. Either keep letting them cash in on you, or visit expressvpns.com/Hilton. Same VPN that needs to take back your privacy online today. Use our links to get 3 extra months for free. That's expressvpn.com/AILLCONY. Do it now. Go to expressvpn.com/Hilton. Hey y'all, we have a very special for airline tickets. Now, we are warning you ahead of time, they'll sell out. Tony 10-year anniversary is amongst us, and it is happening at a state-of-the-art theater in Austin, Texas. ACL Live, the theater, and we want to give you, our diehard fans, a chance to get tickets first. So, we are here right now, letting you, people that actually listen to the ads, true diehards, tickets will go on sale September 14th at 10 a.m. Below this video, there is a ticket link that you should click on and then use the promo code KILLTONY starting Wednesday, September 14th at 10 a.m. On Friday, September 16th at 10 a.m., tickets go on sale to the general public. Get your tickets now! You guys ready to start the next episode or what? Every single week, we have some of the richest people in the world. So this week is no different. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your guests. Ari Shafir, Mark Norman, and Shane Gillis. They're smart. From the oh, the fucking. How about a hand for Ari and Mark, everybody? We're gonna find some of the best comedians on planet Earth. And Shane Gillis, everybody. Look at us. Right here. Everybody. Welcome, gentlemen. Long day that you finished 6.5 hours of the Protecting Our Parks podcast. I don't want to get anything away. This will come out for Joe Rogan vomited today on the show. So this goes over to the motherfucking body. Why did he do all the steroids? And 3 of my favorite fucking New Yorkers. A bunch of people signed up for the chance to perform 60 seconds of uninterrupted stand-up comedy on the stage. But the time is up and you have a stand-up. That means they have to wrap it up. Ladies and gentlemen, your first uninterrupted 60 seconds around the show started and around the country, opening up in arenas for the now deceased Joe Rogan. Ladies and gentlemen, this is him. to be here with the penis genital champions and women. Biden recently forgave $10,000 loans, $20,000 if you have a Pell Grant, $30,000 if you let him sniff your hair. I think it's weird how in yoga studios they make you bring your own yoga mat. Why don't you make your floor a yoga mat? Bringing the floor to. Thank you very much. Very good. 53 seconds. Great. All right. Give it on YouTube. I love it. I did it today. You did what? Yoga or the gym? Okay. But, okay. You did yoga. You learned. I learned that women are strong in different ways. Naturally, genetic. You do also learn for like you can do that. Sorry. What else happened? What else? I've been hanging out with two beautiful ladies. Jenna and her mother. They're beautiful ladies from Rhode Island. Uh, they have kids. Uh, Out of Kill Tony. So we've been doing a lot of platonic fun. I think here. Yeah. Oh, hey. Enjoy yourself, whores. You get them in the show for free? Did. You did? Alright, I gotta see her. Bring them up here. Name on. Bring them to the stage right now. Jenna and her mother. Oh, and there's a lot more excited on the stage. Let's see what's happening here. Alright. Nice. Song was longer. Aw. I win in the order. You guys are smart. You guys don't have to hide. I'm a small status. Like, oh, yeah, there. Incredible. What's the mom? What's it? Seem like a singing or something? You little. I like the first half. Jim. Jim. Really? Why not? Why are you visiting from Rhode Island? And yes. What do you normally do for a living in Rhode Island? Oh, okay. I'm about to get you fired. Great. Any more, you know? State of Rhode Island. Like, Rhode Island. Remind me, what is the population of Rhode Island? I'm pretty sure 14 group, right? Very not a like. Okay. Have you found anything wrong? Of it. What Like, I'm you know, like that one. Have any anything? Like, are you doing a chicken butt? How do you want to see her chicken butt right now? I don't know what this means exactly. Oh shit. Oh. are good spirits. Hand the microphone back down. And give me imagine like keepers and then hanging out on. This is all like you think you're gonna end up picking up? Very nice. Oh yeah. 50-50. Right down. One. Whoa. 0%. The show's great. That's not. You're gonna find out how that's crazy. We don't know. Together after on interrupted comedy. Ready for much first and out of the tonight. Alex Allman. Hell. Hey. First time the show. Had to drive through the southeast weird state's office. Now what are you gonna read? The last leg. Weird. All my friends went down. I got a dog. Nice. Yeah. They always tell me I don't love my dog. But they always say love it. First, that kid dies. That's the first time. I bet a lot of people go get. Guys, postpartum. Did any one of us for Noah? I know. Hated the end. Sounded like it deserved the last. Alex, how long have you been doing? 3 years. 3 years. Ballsy. 34. Yeah, it's your fault actually. You told me to do it for the first time. Oh wow, Ari. Yeah. Oh my God. Ari. I wasn't bringing it up. I apologize. I wrong. Going up. See. I don't know right now. Incredible. Started along with. Are not. Where are you doing? Where have you been? I was in Charleston, Carolina. I had like one mic a week. Right. Yeah, it's terrible. Wrestle battle. You know the maker. I love it. You're not. Most people fucking. I don't know about you guys, but when I look at Alex, I think about him like on a Netflix special. Like, dude, I can't wait to watch 1 hour of about it. Yeah. I'm just fucking around. Yeah, nobody loves it. All time. It's gonna be a quiet ride back to South Carolina. Oh no, I moved out here. Moved here? Yeah, fucking mistakes. Oh my God. And people pay. Yeah, you're fucking right. I'm from South Carolina. You come to a show and you think it's funny when you make fun of me about my dream. Hey, motherfucker. Yeah. Yeah. Baldwin. Okay. Why you're such a good... Oh, I live in the dream, man. I got T-boned by a cop in Charleston. Whoa! What? Got T-boned by a cop. You got a settlement? Yeah. It was sick. Wow! I'm done with the on the... Do it! There's 3 years right there. Once a week for 3 years. I know a mom in Rhode Island, though. Fuck it. So, you got cheated by a cop. What? How does lights and sirens cut on as he hit me? Really? Yeah, he was blowing through a red doing 55 down King Street, that's like at 25. They have it on video. They have it on video. Oh, yeah. Well, do you have a dash? Yeah. Oh, God. They use their dash. Well, yeah. It wasn't. Yeah, well, on like 30 for the lights, sirens. Right, yeah. That's normally when you're driving around. I don't want that out on. Yeah, they the video. It goes starts with a hard R and ends with a hard R. Hey, watch out! Alex, talk about it. What? Like you pick the maximum time. Better. I actually broke up with my girlfriend when I moved out. Yeah, no, it was. I bet. I got the fuck out of play. Right. How long were you with her? About a year and a half. Man, yeah, well, we had with money. Amicable. Yeah, right before I left. Sorry. No, we knew, like, I was planning to move out here about a year. We yeah. I got my super bad. I don't think we're friends at right. After we move out here. No. He takes a copy. I made like third of far. You're definitely a hot girlfriend that left you right. Yeah, she 100% was. Yeah. Hey Shane, who is that girlfriend right? Yeah. I voted her. Congratulations on getting out of the bucket and making your here's a little joke of it was Alex Baldoff, everybody, making his Still Tony debut. Hey, Tony, I want to pick one out. All right, pick it out. One out? The whole bucket. Give me that pass when you're done with it. Say it. Ladies and gentlemen, stage, John Horner! John Horner! All right, here he comes, everybody. Oh, wow, look at this. He's seen this guy before. He's back. It's going to be John Horner. Oh, God. All right, guys. You guys like country music? You guys like good old-fashioned country music? Everybody clap your hands. Come on. Look like all right, clap your hands, guys. Hilarious.
You know what I was expecting? That was a minute minus the time it took you to get up on stage.
No, we start the clock once you get up here. For those of you that are just listening to the podcast, John has a condition. Remind us what your thing is again.
Energy, what? I know, cerebral palsy.
Oh, cerebral palsy. Very good.
Palsy?
That's cerebral palsy?
Yeah.
You're the lightest kid I've ever seen.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, it
Thank
is.
you, yeah.
He's almost human.
I'm like a cerebral palsy people, you know what I'm saying?
Unlike you, your jokes have legs.
Hey!
True. Fully operational.
Greg, Greg,
Bro,
okay, I look like a traveler.
Oh, wow. Can't even imagine how much more.
Oh!
I mean, you're funny, man. You're funny. You're special needs. But this is really good stuff.
Yeah. I'm special.
Oh! On the corner.
I know. Right, myself very much.
I get it.
Well, so, like the first time it was at a hotel room. Hotel 6 is where you're from?
Oh, yeah.
Hotel 6. Yeah.
Shit.
I mean, I don't know what it wasn't so much the name as it was the price, you know?
And then you got cerebral palsy from that lady?
Yeah, it was a face fitting thing.
You get it.
Not funny.
Yeah, so his mom wasn't there. Hey! His mom joked with it.
Oh, man, my joke was pretty funny, man.
Yeah, it was.
Don't ruin it.
John Horner, remind us of what we know about you and what we don't know. How do you make a living?
I work at a phone store. Yeah.
At a what?
Store, cell phone. For mobile.
Right, their stock just went down.
Not even mobile.
Yeah. Oh! Our darn it.
That was the code. No, I said immobile. Like, I'm not.
All right.
Okay.
John, what did we not find out about you the last time you were on the show? Interesting about you, like John.
I've been skydiving.
Get the fuck out of
Yeah.
here.
Skydiving. It was like,
Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's pretty cool. I'm an American hero. Special forces for Kandahar. No, I went skydiving. I went skydiving. I lived in a foreign country for about 4 or 5 years when I was a kid.
Which one?
Hungary. Yeah. Hungarian?
No, I noticed you have an abnormal amount of sweat. My question is, have you ever thought of
Not until this very moment.
Jeez, sorry.
Let's live stream that motherfucker.
I disagree with these two. I don't know why they're out here fucking. I think you feel pretty good about yourself is good. Like, there you go.
Thank you.
You have a parent. Die right now. Go. Don't.
See, that hasn't happened.
Yeah.
Don't kill yourself.
For love. You get like hookers.
No, not. I said that last time, and I forgot about it. It's not really true, but I have at certain, not like a long time, like not since
Yes, answer into a big fat yes. Jesus Christ. No. Oh my God.
looking.
Hey, this is what I have to do. I have to wait for you.
Yeah.
How? Hey.
That sucks.
That likes my ass.
John, over here, John. Don't get distracted. Never had love on the
Right.
No, I'm too afraid to watch that show because I'm gonna get home. Now, that typical. That's another one I can't watch.
Why?
It's like the guy. It's like an awkward, like spectrum guy trying to get. Why do I want to see that? You know?
You don't like things that remind you.
Yeah, no, not at all.
Yeah.
I don't like disabled comedians very much. And I am one, you know?
And
Are you fine? What the fuck happened?
I know it's testosterone. It's power pose. Power pose.
I can't see you. Wait. Yo, for something? That was the problem is? Legs are fucked up.
show Shane your hand.
I don't know what to tell you. You got a little hit. He's like halfway through the Thriller video.
Talking about.
Good. There you go. Man, you got really doing the stanky leg. You're doing the stanky leg. Got it? Got it? You're doing great. I didn't know you were doing the stanky leg.
I didn't know you guys were like physical therapists.
Captain America mission.
I'm a Western Pokemon.
Love it. John Horner, you did it again. You know what? I was looking to have you on the Secret Show Thursday. Wow, you just got booked on the show. John, did you hear that? You already have one of these? You're booked on Thursday. Secret Show. Alright.
Somebody help the man. What the hell?
Alright.
There we go. He's making it.
Here, Or you just a basic bitch.
Right here. This is so smart. This is so funny. You used to call me on my cell phone. Late night when you need my love. Call me on my cell phone. Late night when you need my love. I can only mean one thing. I'm so extra. Am I extra? Or are you just basic? This is so funny. I do my hair right, check my nails. Baby, how you feeling? Feeling good? Ooh, child, tired of the bullshit. Am I extra? Or are you just some basic bitch? No, it's am I extra? Or are you basic? I do my hair, gosh, check my nail. Oh, there we go. Baby, how you feeling? Feeling good? No, no. You used to call me on my cell phone. Late night when you need my love. Call me on my cell phone. Late night when you need my love. I can only be one thing. Oh fuck. I can only be one thing. From I take my hand of the door, gone back and forth. Down my hand, just my name. Baby, how you feel? How you feeling? Had asked the rabbi to explain why Hamas, huh? Ah, this is hilarious. Come on, you little bitch. Why's your hand, rabbi? Why's your hand flaky? Oh no. I do my hand. Baby, I do my hand. Hey, how you feeling? Child. Tired of the bullshit. Go and brush your shoulder. This thing is my windows down. Depreciate. That's so fucking funny. Right. Used to call me on my. You used to. Yeah. Used to call me on my cell phone. Late night when you need my love. Call me on my cell phone. Late night when you need my love. I know when the hell I'm bling. That can only be one thing. Not when the hell I'm bling. That can only mean one thing. Ever since I left the city, you started going looking at yourself more. Everything left out. Everything you see out. Ever since I left the city, you still going out more. Everything for. Seen before. They call me on the cell phone. They never need my love. Call me on my cell phone. They never need my love. I know when I'm bling. I can only mean one thing. I know when I'm bling. I can only mean one thing. What the city you. Call me on my cell phone. Call me on your dream. I can dream. I know when the hell I dream. Now you know you dream. Then God someone else. Let's go with someone else. Someone else. Someone else. Pick up my cell phone. Late night when you need my love. Call me on my cell phone. Late night when I love. When the holiday bling. That can only mean one thing.
Things like us have can have like unfederate words, right? Definitely words no shock. You're just that's comparable to like word better, right? Alright. Just want to make sure we're all on the same page. When it comes to you, we're just throwing that around. Yeah, certainly. Webcam girls are on the same page as guys who survive the movie. Yes.
Have you shot any porn since the last time you were on the show? Yeah, I was playing like probably like ago. Okay. Of, oh, yeah. On this Korean porn. It was fun. I was
Call
like
me on
white porn, but it
you used to.
I don't know.
You used to call me on my cell phone. Late night when you need my love. Call me on my cell phone. Late night when you need my love. I know when the hell I'm bling. That can only mean one thing. I know in that Highland bling. That can only mean one thing. Ever since I left the city, you got a reputation for yourself now. Everything down. Cast down. Ever since I left the city, you got a reputation for yourself. Ever since I've been paying on the dance floor. Everything I've seen before. Call me myself. Call me myself. I'm done. Back in my left the city, you got to call me myself. Call me myself. I'm done. I can only mean one thing. I know how I'm doing. I can only mean one thing. These days, all I do is try to get back up the back. This is all I do is back. You don't need nobody. I know when the hell I'm doing. I can only mean one thing. Oh, fuck. I know when the hell I'm doing. I can only mean something at the city. You. Oh man, that was gonna be cool. Try it one more time. Call me on my. Call me myself. When you leave my. Trying to win my cell phone. I know when the hell I'm doing. That can only mean one thing. In the phone, call me on my cell phone. Right now when you need my love. Call me on my cell phone. I know. I know when the hell I'm doing. I know when you be one thing. I know when the hell I'm doing. They for the city. Thing. And someone when you need my love. Call me on my cell phone. I know you need my love. I know when the hell I'm doing. I can only mean one thing. I know when the hell I'm doing. I can only mean one thing. About the city, you
That is true. I did see Ari Bauer in the game. Are you gonna make the answer? Get rid
That does.
David, you're an murder. What else was going on?
Man, bro, got some. I'm so. I did. Are you in the fucking guy? You're gonna want to go Tony, man. You're gonna want to suck a guy. Oh yeah, get excited.
What do you love about this place?
Shut the fuck up with that bus.
I did. People get on the boat with they look and you don't this. Yeah. Um, that's come in whole fucking there. It's damn on pork. And the fights for back, everybody. BAK. Back. BAK. Seems like he's in Thailand. It's in Thailand. I still Thailand. Here he comes, everybody. It's time for basketball.
Bonsoir, conneries. Ça glace, bien? Français? Ok, bonsoir, charcuterie, fromage. Oh, niggas. Now you would. Oh yeah, I'm black. No, I'm not black. No, I'm black, black. Black, black. The click is silent. Yeah, I'm just playing to get here. Human being. I'm hanging out this double thing. But you know what it is? Black people. Especially with the base, man. I didn't have to work. You know? love it. Thank you.
All right.
Wait.
Saying that right?
Back.
Very good. You are the exact black that blacker than you go out.
Oh,
Yes.
back. Back. Yes. Do you have a meeting up here, but where they told you to go back? Go back. Oh, go back. Go back. Have the heart to tell us. Yeah. You guys, fuck you guys. You know what? I'm smart. It was what I do.
Sam, how long you been doing stand-up comedy?
About 20 years.
3 something.
I'm out here.
Great. Yep.
Over. I'm back. I know. I didn't hear the back though. Alright, here we go. Go back to Fred. Well, I haven't heard yet.
Honey.
Work for a software company.
Software company. Are you having an allergic reaction right now?
You know what? Oh, go out and sorry. Play video game. Watch cartoons.
You dance? What kind of
dancing?
dancing?
Hip hop. I used to do hip hop.
Hip-hop dancing?
I just.
Get this guy
Oh,
a hip-hop
really?
beat. I mean, my goodness. I have to see what's going on. Hey, here comes the hip-hop beat from the band. Here we go. Oh, shit. Oh,
This is how non-racist Boston is. We're fried. Okay. Welcome.
absolutely incredible. That is. Love it. Back, what else about you? What else are like?
There's fucking hero.
But a box that you brought with you and you started spinning them around. Back, very welcome to the nation. Got the videos and it's nice to meet you. One more person.
feel it.
You can feel it?
So we're all saying people are
I'm still somebody talk about aliens. What does that mean?
also, I get like, we got a bunch? Never mind.
You know, with a little bit of miscommunication from the absolute mentally ill staff that I work with. I mean, it's literally incredible.
Yeah, I mean, Tucker's dead. He was gone. No way he's
No way. It was Carlos the whole time. There you go. Nice man. All right. Name out of the book makes Miss Ronald Williams, everybody. Bill.
There's some bitch right now. Nobody's ever seen this.
Made a baby together. Terrible. Bill, how long have you been doing stand up? Years right now. How long have you been doing this? Reality? Like a fun thing or what? Oh.
He's a model of a building. Alright. Big tower.
across the floor playing the thing. I just put it up. I just, I remember that I made. The cornrows thing about Marshall. Congratulations. Small joke for you. We're going to get another. Holy shit. The first ever four-person panel in the history of Austin Hill Tony. You guys have made it. We're going to call it. Ready to watch the stand-up? Next meeting by 6 seconds uninterrupted by Winston Shaw. Here we go. Yes. More time for Winston, everybody. What's up? And I like rappers. They talk about themselves like they're Jesus. You know, I just kind of like watch that mindset. I was watching it rapper the other day. I can't remember what the question asked was. If you were asked for a question, rapper for 10 times, I swear to God, his answer is bless you. Right? What I was there for. And I even like the mindset. How don't bless. You know what I'm saying? That's a whole thing. I thought about it. I wish I spoken like a rapper in the Bible. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that would have been way fucking cooler. Like, it's like Jesus. Ladies, they don't. How don't bless. A little watery. Oh, dude, it's this went better than me. But I just fucking for a lot. Oh my. And we're back, baby! Let's fucking go! You be dead, dude. But amazing how that works. Amazing how that works. I'm 100% sorry. Goddamn right. Play pool. Play pool by myself in my studio. What did you shoot? No, I did. You did drugs. No, I am drugs. Yeah. I didn't do a fucking thing. Alright, let's go back to your bullshit. What happened to your finger, bro? Back to the you tried to finger Hans Kim, that's what I remember. Winston, how long you been doing stand-up? 2.5 years. What do you do for work? You do Uber. Alright. What kind of car do you have? Volkswagen. Ooh. Wow, that's a comfortable Uber car. You get picked up by a Passat, you're like, alright, yeah. Who's very well? Yeah. Joke you did with what if Jesus was a rapper? Yeah. That's a fun way to be like, what if Jesus was back and he could be racist? Rappers. So you did? Yeah. Alright, cool. Very good. Winston, what do you do for fun? It's like you have a wide array of hobbies. Basketball. That was my attraction for a while. I did basketball, stopped drinking, and my all the basketball
finding out right now. Extremely small.
Have you ever gone jogging and heard it a whistle?
Having no lips on.
Yeah. What else? You have nipples so small like a six. There you go. Absolutely.
If you did something, it would look like a glory hole.
Damn.
Do it.
There it is.
So, don't let them ever do that.
Love it. What's your love life like? I'm getting real virgin energy. Those broken fingers. Oh, right. More than usual, yeah. Well, what does that mean? Where do you normally find girls or boys, whatever you're into? What are you into? Bars, typically. Bars.
What did you say?
Bars. Yeah, bars.
Oh, I thought you said the forest. I was like, yeah.
Your lips are fine on game. College.
For real, no brain.
Wait, what? The fuck was that?
No, instead of Kurt Cobain, he said Kurt Cobain.
Oh, wow.
That was really because Tony said it. Yeah, if a gay guy said it, guys, jacking off. So I think Cobain ended up being Kurt Cobain.
True.
So
He was great. Let's talk about a Winston. I'm interested in your love life for some reason. When the last hookup you had, like, was it a one night stand? Was it, okay, so where'd you meet? Okay, so what happened? You go up to her and you're like, hey, what's up? I don't have any. And then what? Start a conversation.
he's like, I'm calling you back to your car.
I want to really ask. Yeah. How do you open up? What's up? Oh, wow.
That's what he says. You go up to girls and go, what's up? Out opening moves.
Yeah, with that finger, you can do damage. Like basketball player. So you say what's up, and then what happens? Give us a little progression throughout your fucking race car bed, and then what happens? She asked Molly, and I was parts of it, and then we took it, and then apparently it makes you. Wow. All right. It does.
Not most. Makes you on your finger.
Well, I I didn't do the cat. I just didn't do the cat. I like swim and shit, so I was like, I don't need.
Alright.
Stop taking.
Hardcore, bro.
My good. So that night you. My good. So that night you did Molly. You ended up having sexual intercourse with her. You went all the way. No. How does it end? Like cigarette. Smoke a weed. Kind of like. I like it. I was like.
Doesn't.
So when I said let's talk about the last time you were with the girl, you thought I meant the night that ends in talking.
No. Normal.
Not only did he start with what's up, he also ended with what's up. It's incredible.
No ejaculation. A lot of crying.
Alright. In the show before, did you end up with a little book or a big book? You got a big flat size?
Hey, I would love to have you on the secret show Thursday.
There you go, he just booked on a real show. There he goes.
Alright. Good kid.
Usual. Sounds terrible. No, just. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your next comedian. Mike Stagg, everybody. Stagg opportunity in front of Shane Gillis, Ari Shafir, Mark Norman, and Joe Rogan. Here he is. Making his debut. Mike Stagg.
How's it going on? Hustling and grinding. Doing the thing every day. Yeah. And
and you kind of feel the weight of the world. I kind of just, think about inspirational quotes from the founding fathers. I think it's crazy how we, like, idealize them. But, early to bed, early to rise, makes you healthy, wealthy lives. And then what, you get to slave? Not bad. What we all like, take to heart. Thomas Jefferson, whatever you do, act like the whole world's watching you fuck the slaves. Okay. And George Washington, I see where you're going with this, bro. But you might want to run by wise people publicly. It's not bad. It's just flawed. Your execution is cumbersome. There's a lot going on there. Tell me, Joe, if you want to tell me what you fuck up. I wouldn't, but I'm rich. I'd let it go. I would go. I'd be like, if you want to work, let's work out a deal. You do like find your person. Nick for us. One of the perks that slaves, I assume. Yeah, but you don't want those perks, bro. Alright. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. If I found a flaw in that cargo ship, that was something that I personally, I saw you walk on stage wearing those, and I was like, no way this is funny. That's not true. I wear cargo shorts. Fuck you, shit. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, bro. Welcome to the show, Mike Stag. This is correct. How long have you been doing stand-up? Not very long. My first time doing it. Wow. Wait. Last two. Very, very. On to something. Yeah, I love it. It takes balls to get up here, and especially like the Jason. It looks like from Moana. There's some aqua man found unidentified on the beach. Bad. No. You're not looking dumb. Oh, well, thank you. No, I got to there. What? I'm actually just like German, Irish. Doesn't really look like that. No. You think he is something like that? I'm just Irish. Sometimes I grab my hair and then. Right. Okay, what do you do for work? I work for a tech company. And Neil curious. He never talks. Andy, you're holding the mic. Sorry, man. Put it lower. There you go. Sorry, man. And Neil. Very aggressive. Very aggressive. Only whenever he's that's what he knows to let him come back. Enough is enough. And yeah, you're really worried about losing those subs, huh? Yeah, look at that. The rope. It's gonna be all right. Activity. I ask you what you do for work. Yeah, I work for a tech company. Oh, what do you do for a tech company? What do you do for fun? Do you have any special skills besides trailing off? Normally I would ask Matt if he plays guitar, but he's a good guy. But Mike, all right. It's nice to meet you. I'm gonna squeeze someone else up here real quick. There's your next tag, everybody. name. What do you name it? I think this will be good.
Spell that.
I have a good feeling about Jeff Roa.
All right, Jeff.
Jeff Roa.
All right, I just want to make something clear real quick. So, his name is Chief, spelled Jeff. So, when I was born, my doctor asked my parents, "Yo, would you want to buy a vowel?" I was like, "No, it's good. They can figure it out. Trust me, one figured it out." Um, so I normally don't like to hang out with teachers or be around them. I'm kind of obligated to be with her and around her because it's my 8-year-old daughter. I have no idea. Anytime I try to, or if anything goes well, like, "Hey, Dad, what's up, Callie? Dad, is that your other girlfriend?" "Oh, fuck. I don't even have one yet." So, anyways, thank you.
There you go. Chief. Oh, am I saying that right? Your name is. All right, very good. That's funny. That's Ari's middle name.
Is it right in here? Shit. What do you think, Joe?
No making fun of the other people for being drunk. Grab a rumor on this or on your bed at the moment.
Put Joe in his casket. Put Joe in his casket. I'm back there. Joe is for real in the casket. It's on, man.
You look like Mr. Miyagi's bodyguard.
Yeah, you practice. You look like if a person was San Diego.
That is
I have a pretty good thought since I've been here 8 months. Everyone was freezing. Steve Aoki? Oh, yeah.
no joke.
No.
Steve, how long
What do you mean for some reason? Are you sure it's not because you look exactly like fucking Steve Aoki? Or like Steve Aoki? That would have been better if you had that one. Right? That one.
All right, Steve, let's talk about it. How long was your stand-up comedy?
This is my second time.
Second time ever. Wow. How old are you?
39.
39. And this is something you've always wanted to do?
I always wanted to do it, but I never had the opportunity to move. That's cool. California, Northern California, Bay Area, wine country. There wasn't a lot of comedy.
There was. You're wrong.
Most of the world. Literally the most of the world. Most of the world, right? James, the most of the world? No. Thank you, James. Actually, what's number one? That's number two. Yeah. Hey, go. Keep going.
Steve, what do you do for work?
Actually, I work for your favorite store. That's not real.
You work for my favorite store? Are you talking to me?
Sarcastic. Yes,
okay, very good. My second favorite store.
I do have a. How long have you been suffering sucker tag? What's your favorite store? Trader Joe's.
What?
Trader Joe's. Trader Joe's.
Okay. Second favorite store. Why would that be my second?
Because you always talk about.
Oh,
You always make
right.
Trader Joe's.
That's true. I fun but I mean, I see why you would have so much pride. Do you wear like the wacky Hawaiian shirt and everything like that?
Yeah.
That's true. What do you do there? Everything, right?
Yeah.
Order from around.
In the probiotics. Pushing out the nostrils. You're here. Who's watching your longboard?
Longboard.
Yeah.
Now, what do you do? Your hobby?
Waxing on, waxing off.
What?
Take my dog out.
Take your dog.
Good as it gets. All right.
How long?
Get that dog.
After a while, the goatee. Do?
I grew it out after a divorce.
Oh.
I shit. But so do we. It's okay. Okay.
Your ex-wife and you hate your ex-wife.
Yeah.
Love her.
Get along great. We come around.
Okay. Very good.
He was doing this whole rigmarole divorce. No, it was kind of me. Kind of fucking us, right? You and me, I like you. Me, guys that like to love, you're in love. I'm a lover myself. I love her. No, you and me are taking guys. I'm sorry that you like abandoned. I would also, I think you and me contact her. Red man, wait. All track. He's walking away. You and I need to get a hold of your fucking bitch ex-wife. Oh, man. Easy there.
Ninja star. All right. Over here. Up here.
Yes. Hibachi grill. Yeah, I don't like that type of joke. I think that type of joke is bullshit. If I would take my car and drive it out of the and then I would kill myself. Yeah, that's what it is. I didn't notice her eyes. But, it's pretty awesome.
Pete, tell us one crazy fun fact about your life. Once maybe almost died or saved somebody's life or you have a record for something. You have something in your entire life.
I used to be a motor.
What did you have as something of your entire life? Every day and night. Never lived. Any accomplished perhaps.
Well, since I've been here for 8 months, it seems like I had women that are in there.
Okay. Okay.
Tell us more.
Yeah. Yeah, tell us more.
That's a pretty good skill. What happens to these suicidal ladies in the row?
A lot of people's thoughts.
I don't know. Ari, fuck Ari. Why are you saying me not, Ari? You're not allowed to. You get girls real wet.
Have you been with a woman? Have you been with a
Don't have to talk.
Have you been with a woman? What?
Yeah.
Oh. You have. Where did you find her at?
That one was.
Hey. Where was this at? Did you meet her?
Smell that.
All right, let's speak. What happened? All right, now I'm sorry. Hey, people are telling me no. My people are saying, oh no. Well, edit that part out. There'll be a beep telling.
What kind of Asian are you? Filipino. Wait, I think you're good at Asian. No?
No, that thing.
Filipino? Not at all? Why'd you high five me, bro?
I know the answer to
Why
this.
would you say Mark Norman?
I know the answer.
Japanese.
Half Japanese,
Hawaiian.
Really?
Yeah.
What are you? Okay, what are you?
Cambodia. Chinese. Cambodia. I got it. World Traveler Ari Shafir. New podcast. About travel. Come on.
Oh,
12% Korean. Interesting.
okay.
Real Chinese.
Chinese,
Very
yes.
excited.
100%. Ladies and gentlemen, here's a joke book, Chief. Let's see if you can catch this. Ready? There he goes. Chief Rome, everybody. It's long.
Let's check that one out. Who gets that out? Check that one. I want to never like take that one out.
Shane gets his
Read.
ridiculous white hand went into the bucket. Dropped the name. We'll never know who almost had their chance.
Sorry, guys. Ben Albert.
And Albert.
Make sure I said Ben Albert.
There he is, everybody. One more time for your final bucket full of the night. Ben Albert. Hold on. Let's restart the clock. Come on, give him a chance. They've waited years for him. He gave you a Ben Albert, everybody. 60 seconds uninterrupted for Ben. Clap your hands one more time.
Just north of here. Canada. Like in my hometown, worry about COVID problems. Others worry. Media. In a small town, kind of like the flu. Come down this year. Everybody gets. I've had so many times I know how to spell it. No, it's like, yeah, for these free. Every time that one guy that asked me if I want to fly, and I said, like, God, with that nose, there we go. I don't know where guys say.
Ben Albert. The crowd laughed at you. Thought you were God. But thought you were listening from Canada. Boy, you have already those. How long have you been? Years. Awesome. Where at?
Like 7 hours north.
7 hours north of Toronto.
That's Russia, bitch.
Yeah.
It's a fucking spy. On my watch.
North of Toronto. What the fuck are you doing?
Are you walking or are you flying? I need to know. Oh. Yeah. What the fuck does that mean? 7 hours?
Yeah.
Do you want to fucking move? How are you getting up there? You're living in Spain? 7 fucking hours? Snowmobile? What are you doing?
Freeze the warming ports.
I like that video joke. One was good and two was a lot of fun to be honest. I am looking for that forward.
How do you get chlamydia 7 hours north
Get my fucking video. How do you not get chlamydia? What are you gonna fuck? Take your fucking.
He lives in southern Australia.
Where are you at on the Joe Black? That's your guy.
Wow.
Vote for him? I don't vote.
They don't. What's
I never participate. With the free health care, they'll screw up that dick of yours. Don's a nice box.
My goodness. $6 Canadian though. Alright. Talk about what you do for work. 7 hours north of Toronto.
I was a steel worker in the real estate.
Okay. Everybody's about 7 hours north of Toronto.
This English got too fucking selling CDs.
10 hours north of Toronto. Obviously, you were born. One. How old are you?
27. How'd you get down here? How do I get down here? Yeah. I was over there. Are you staying? What's your big dream to move to? No, Toronto's a big.
Yeah, Toronto. Did you get vaccinated?
Yeah, double.
What?
Double back.
Double vax. Did you have any side effects? How did it make you feel?
No.
Really?
Going the long way around.
Get over it.
Alvarez. Big Alvarez.
How about Monica P?
Monica.
Is that Monica? Monica P, she's coming. Here she comes, everybody. Monica P. Here we go. In it. Monica P.
In Austin, there's 3 types of girls: hairy, almond, and oat. And none of them are 100%. This is the last time I've been on County. Weekends have been on 2 sections: retarded and very gay. When you're on. Someone told me how autistic the city is. That's gay. Yeah.
55 seconds. From
Yes.
Right. Now you are back.
I am. Better.
I
I'm
don't
moved
Wayne's World to be here. All right.
Of course, everybody.
Dating's fun out here.
Yeah, tell us about it.
Have you run into anybody that was autistic or gay?
Yeah.
Love life on the spectrum.
I guess I've had my was it Jenny or Boris Calthera? That was back
You
in
got
the day.
AIDS? Fucking retarded guy?
That's what happened.
Tell us you fucked Hans without telling us.
I'm more of a like the short things.
Hey, Joe Rogan, everybody.
Oh, shit.
Better because then you don't like. I don't like bald guys.
How long you been doing stand-up?
9 months.
Got to abort it.
Work. A little rich. I'm a host now. I'm door guy. Door guy.
Where?
That's of course.
Okay. Restaurant look.
Not totally on the spectrum.
Right.
One particular sources.
I did that last.
Okay.
I moved away all the way down here.
All right. Very good. How long have you been in Austin again?
Weeks.
What did you like about Austin? Weeks. What have you liked?
Well, I tried a lot of these open mics and I ended up in a driveway.
What does that mean?
Like a man's driveway.
You tried a lot of these things. You ended up in a drive.
Yes, that's where they are.
At that point, is it your fault or is it his fault? I mean, look, hold on, all jokes aside. As a society, we're going to sit around and be like, this freak, boring, dumb girl in the driveway. And you would think, yeah, that's fucked up. But then you meet the dumb girls that are lowered in the driveway. And then all of a sudden you're like, man, this guy was, dynamite.
Which doesn't. Well, I have to pay my phone bill in like past 3 months, so I don't have data. So I'm kind of like where I go, like where the Wi-Fi takes me is where I go. But that is
Data is an issue. Very hard to have pull it off.
Yeah.
What do you do for fun?
and I kind of gave up on karaoke.
The most boring people tonight, by the way. It is incredible.
I don't know, it worked.
But you gave up on karaoke?
You were here last time.
You know what? Taylor Swift. You look like Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
You look like Taylor Flo.
What do you want to sing?
Let's do.
Stop pretending like you don't know.
No, I don't know. Who was? Is anyone gonna join me?
No.
Joe
What the
Rogan.
fuck are you talking about?
Joe Rogan will sing. No. No. He's got a short king. My heart king.
What do I really do?
Yeah,
Being crazy. That's the part.
Wow. Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, this
what song?
is
They can do
Monica.
it. It's a song. They can do it.
Crazy. You need the words?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Actually, so I have to wait till.
Here we go. Monica didn't work once, and we're trying it again.
Crazy. Crazy. For me, so lonely.
Alright, that's enough. Sorry.
Good fucking job.
You made us all give up on karaoke.
Jesus fucking Christ!
Ah! There she goes, Monica. Everybody, there she goes. Monica, take one of these. Since you used your husband. Bad at everything, folks. Monica. Ladies and gentlemen, I was lying the whole time. Of course, there's an idiot. Here is a brand new man, longest standing regular in the history of this. A guy that's going to show you how it's done with energy and written material. Big Red Machine, William Montgomery. I'm about to be an uncle for the first time, and I'm pretty excited because my brother says I can be in the delivery room when he bangs his wife in front of the nurses. Literally about to be an uncle now. Fucking man just tested positive for monkeypox, COVID, and HIV all at the same time, and I thought it was rough. This new program for listeners around the country to express their feelings, what these homes look like. Give me your money and give it to me now. If you don't shut the fuck up, my gun's gonna go now. Open up the trunk and get your fat ass inside. I'm gonna be driving off a bridge. Hang on for the ride. Not too big into urban lore, but rumor has it Red Band once fell out of a treehouse and didn't get hurt. Hey, Red Band, is that because you have a fucking devil? So you worship Satan. Why are you doing that right now? It's so predictable. That's yeah. I guess that's the end of it. Yeah, that's it. There you go. Very good. William Montgomery with a minute. Really close out, so you never know exactly when it's done.
Everybody, make sure to go watch 4th of July streaming on LouisCK.com right now.
Yeah, it was a big opportunity for me. I took full advantage of it. Go watch my show. On William Montgomery here. It's been a long night, William. Yes, everybody loves you. How's life been? Good. I'm proud timeshare owner at Grand Casino Tunica in Mississippi. Signed the paper yesterday. I'm the proud new owner of a timeshare Grand Casino Tunica. You're wearing the shirt that says Grand Casino Mississippi. How much did you pay for that? That was well, I think I spent 30,000. Red Band's mom paid like 170,000.
Herpes, dude.
No, I was working. Oh, your mom paid 170,000.
Yeah.
Everything. Your inheritance.
Yeah, no. It's not the inheritance.
I know all about it. Yeah, we're gonna be living.
Yeah, I heard all about it.
Heard all together. We love each other, Red Band. You know that part?
Yeah,
I know all about it, man.
hey, dude, William, I went to Red Man's house in Columbus. I went to the bathroom, jumped pregnant.
Herpes. Oh well, I already know that one. I've had herpes for 2 years now.
Yeah.
Thanks to my mom. Red Band. Why would you bring that up?
Because he makes a good point.
You have herpes. Yeah, I didn't want to bring it up on the show. Yeah, I've had herpes for years. I'm actually a really bad scare up. I don't know how many. What it makes a noise if you have herpes. Guys, came on this side. So
Yeah.
pox. I don't know if y'all ever had chicken pox. Wow. Yeah, I wish I wasn't brought up. It's super embarrassing. I've literally had herpes for 2 years now. I was never wanting that to get out. But does having a herpes outbreak ever stop you and Red Band's mother from making the one flare? No, we actually like it. When she has a flare up and I have a flare up, there is nothing. Literally, the fucking fireworks on the line. It feels like it's on fire. It literally does. It's the hottest thing I've ever fucking done. Having sex with your mom when she has a flare up, I have a flare up. It's the fucking hottest shit I've ever done. Fireball. Talk about you sometimes. Oh shit. About right now, what do you say? Like it's spring or immediately afterwards. Spring. But like, what is this fucking red thing that fucking daddy grew up in? Anyone else hard? I ripped that mom. Oh, there you go. Red Band sneaking one more in there, everybody. We know that you regularly upset Red Band's mom. We also found out recently that you've been murdered. Can you tell us more about that? Yeah, I actually got 3 people down in San Antonio this past weekend, this past Saturday. How did you kill the innocent 3 people in San Antonio? Next 3 motherfuckers in San Antonio. I had this belt that I have on right now. I just wrap it around their necks, put a fucking plastic. Wow. Bag over their head. Yeah, oh my god. Dude. Yes. You really feel literally, yeah. When I started way when ago, and it was like right. Oh. Yeah. Why do you look like you have a homemade? It's actually $500. No, it wasn't. True. William does seem like you look like 7 hours north of Toronto. The very Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Looks like a camp counselor that was let go. You gotta stop! Please! It's not a joke! It's not a fucking joke! I watched second Herbie's Love Bug movie, I think on Thursday. When Herbie starts fucking skating with the fucking headlights, the windshield wipers. That's the thing, it's a fucking car. That car loves that woman. It's a swear to God. It's a fucking car. It loves the woman. Nothing's getting in the way. Nothing's gonna stop that car from loving that woman. Yeah, seriously, the car loves the woman. Herbie's a love bug too. Herbie, he called Red Band's mom Herbie love bug. Hey! William, anything else we should know about you before we let you go? I'm literally, I think, gonna be an uncle tonight. Brother Vance and his wife Kristen are having a child. Go see how they go. Alright. So William Montgomery, everybody. There he goes. Did you guys have fun tonight? How about a hand for my guest? Ari Shafir of Skeptic Tank. Travel. Shane Gillis, Man the Same Secret podcast. Mark Norman of Tuesdays Stories. And our friend Joe Rogan, the Joe Rogan Experience. So one more time for the band, everybody. Michael Gonzalez, John Dees, Paul Niemer, E. Madness, Matt Neoling. Official after party starts right now. You're already sitting in. Drawing Ryan J. email in and features all of the guests. And let's look at the local art from Chris Rogers, everybody. While you were sitting there doing nothing, he came out with a drawing of William Montgomery that's now for sale. It is at a live auction right now that you're at. You can make an offer for that painting and perhaps walk out here with William Montgomery portrait. We love you guys so much. Thank you. Good night, everybody. Love you guys. Good night. night, everyone. The official Kill Tony Afterparty starts now. Netherhour will be on stage in just a minute. Good night. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hey. So Tony, red rose to the yellow rose, and it fucking deep Eddie vodka. That is also an amazing sponsor of the show. How you guys doing today? Feeling okay? Here with Kill Tony, Steamer on the was on the drums, John Keys, and on the bass guitar, and Neil are had the fun fact that I heard before the show here last for here. They got it. Yeah, we were talking. We why? A lot of people right over. Sure. We're happy to have you guys here. We're gonna have a lot of fun. Before we start tonight's episode, a little bit more amazing. It's available for you. Hey, y'all. You might not know this, but when I'm not being the host of the #1 live podcast in the world, I've been doing for the last 16 years being a professional comedian. Back out on tour again. September 29th through October 1st, Nashville, Tennessee. October 11th and 12th, Philadelphia. October 14th and 15th, I am in Boston, Massachusetts. November 4th and 5th, New York, New York. December 9th and 10th, performing in Arlington, Texas. January 13th and 14th, 2023, I'm in Dallas, Texas. February 9th and 10th of 2023, I'm in Houston, Texas. Tickets available at TonyHinchcliffe.com. Are you guys ready to start tonight's show or what? Huh? You guys ready for tonight, man? You know, sometimes we have this pain, fucking unbelievable. Sometimes, you know, we have the most talented. I mean, truth. If it first go way back and look at smoking, Shane Gillis, Dylan, Monster, all of these. Those people who was putting them out there first. that we best finding monsters right before everybody else knows about them. So this is one of the guys, two of the funniest human beings on planet Earth that I think the whole fucking globe is going to know about. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Brian Long. What are you going to say? Here, that's Brian. Welcome, guys. That intro makes it. Brian, you've been on the show multiple times. Don't absolutely genius. Boy, yeah, the newest president of Austin, Texas. Yeah. His house also. I had a moment. Here to offset him, Brian Long.
Welcome, Pimp.
The very course.
I'd also like to announce I will be moving to Austin as well.
Wow, look at that, another one.
I'm not.
Right.
That felt pretty good, huh? Pause like that, yeah. Newest member to Austin.
Well, believe it or not, we have another guest a little bit. Let's just start tonight's show. What do you guys think? Should we do that? You guys know how it works. Inside opportunity to get 6 seconds on this stage. You of a fucking freak from the future who you're gonna know forever. You know, we broke into finding them out of the bucket. And sometimes it's mentally challenging. He was signing up a lot. Anything can happen. 60 seconds to stand up and then I interview them afterwards and we'll find out more about them. Time is up. Uninterrupted 60 seconds. You hear the sound of a kitten. You 9.5 years around the world. That means that you have to wrap it up when you hear that kitten, or else you're gonna bring it. There you go. While making fun of you for on your cue that you fucked up. You guys ready to start this motherfucker or what? But we have to do a little bit better than that. I know it's Monday. Are you guys ready to start the greatest live podcast on planet Earth? We're moving a new minute right now. One of our regulars literally met this guy months ago. He was living in his van. He had been open micing for 7 years at a time. Now Rick has his own house. Is on jets regularly. We just found out he's going to be London Open Arena with Joe Rogan in a month. Ladies and gentlemen, this one's him.
With Squad from Wakatanga first and Davidson. Amazon's nomination, and I'll be the team of the night. I love the ladies. You know, a lot of ladies are worried about having a thigh gap, but if you're with me, you don't have to worry about that shit. I got at least 3 hands. But thank you for coming, you fucking idiots. I love ladies. You know, I'm looking for a woman who doesn't believe in too many isms. You know, capitalism, or autism. It's hard to take. You know, a lot of girls never want to admit they're on a date with me when they're on a date. Like asking a guy at a basketball court, hey, you want to play basketball? And it's like, I'm just here for friends. Why is that about basketball? Alright, that's my time. Thank you.
Yeah. So another brand new minute. Let's go right.
That's amazing.
We're under your attacker. Right, looks like we're one, Brian.
Pretty sure Hans is half South Korean, half.
We only have to figure out where the Asian starts. Obviously, the shirt is autistic tonight. I mean, and there for the shoot child play or something like that. Maybe yellow cotton there. Oh, I'd speak better. It is.
If you put your mind to it, you can overcome your autism and open Joe Rogan shoulder.
There you go. By the shirt, but this is indeed really
Happy watching that with pride. Yeah, I just want you to fuck me, pervert.
Why would he fuck?
Look at the tattoos. It's a child's sense of sexuality.
Oh my goodness.
I'm not gonna fucking die. I'm not gay.
Yeah, gay with
I don't know, but I said what the hell.
Don't be wrong.
really does look like you have a propeller. Oh, there's a flyer. Welcome back to Vulcan Gas Station, where there's horse flies in the venue. Here is over time, finds a little good time to bring up the picture of the venue that swears that it's normal to have bat-sized flies in the venue. You know what, Doc? Nothing we can do about it. It's fucking what happened here. It's flies. What do you want? So annoying. If we see one, that's anyway. Fucking fan.
Like people in Austin.
Yeah, exactly. Any of them. That's one of those kids. On scam the rest of their life.
It's been amazing. I recently moved in with the lovely Brian Simpson as my roommate, actually.
Wow. Wow. Look at that. Wow. Incredible. This sounds like a homemade. There's a third room. Makes the joke.
Spent a lot of time arguing about how to fry chicken properly. Thanks to Koreans and
Yeah. Things to do it that it's higher that you're sitting at. I'm like the kind of guy that likes North Korean barbecue. Nothing at all.
But I like to think like I'm like the Asian.
What are all these David references making? Do you like pay for this or something like that? And, I don't think he likes to drop my name a few times.
no bitches.
Yeah.
I thought you were the version of the guy that stands from Tony.
Yeah. He is. But I think it's like Hans, what else? Tell us something else about your life right now.
I met a beautiful lady in San Antonio. I
no.
recently went down to visit her for the weekend and got a little trip.
Whoa! It's actually called on the field, ladies and gentlemen. There could be someone that will be wrapped in that shirt one day.
For 1 week, responsible.
That was when he didn't put a strap on. Holy shit, there's a giant bug like
Jesus Christ! Wow! Crazy!
that's probably
That. You can catch that? Oh my! What the fuck is going on here? Right.
Club. Fuck with the guy that roast man. I got no comeback.
Love it. Hans, good job on the noticing that bug. I can't believe I didn't see that. Did that fly and land on him?
yeah.
Good. Good, Vulcan Gas Company. You've now made your bugs the stars of the show. Congratulations. Wondering why I was, quote, freaking out about the bugs. This is where it comes 4 weeks later. We now found bugs. Literally bugs that are raised on fucking screwball pizza or whiskey, deep Eddie vodka for fly strength.
That was for I should wear a yellow hat. I put the bug on.
No, you didn't.
In my life, dude. And, I love you. I'd love to do a video with you.
What the fuck?
I can save my life tonight.
Alright.
Yeah.
Hans Kim, you get the show started again. Congratulations. Every minute from Hans Kim. Make some noise. That was Hans. Hey, let's bring up another guest. Ladies and gentlemen, Austin's own Ron White. Come on! Yeah. Gentlemen, Ron motherfucking White. Right. Hell. What the fuck? I love it. Welcome, Ron. We're already on the fun start. The fun's out of here. I'll fix everything. Everything's all nice. And how you doing, Ron?
I feel very cash. $7. Oh, I'm great. I rode last night and heard you had a spot that dig me in on this show, so I came to celebrate party.
One of the coolest human beings that ever existed on planet Earth. Ron White is that's the great Ryan Long and Brian next to you. Brian is quote thinking about moving here. Oh, we're gonna have fun. You guys ready to pull a name out of this bucket with me? Huh? We're gonna meet somebody. We're gonna interview them. We're gonna find out about them. Tell somebody we debut. New name. Make some noise for David Rios, everyone. Here we go. Experienced traveler, local legend. Could be the first time near vet. Well, one more time for David Rios, everybody.
Bad news. I kind of found out that I didn't get lucky. President. So I got diagnosed with. I was kind of and I was with under my life, and it makes sense. I mean, when I talk to people, they, kind of like all y'all are doing right now, pretty much. I guess mom, I guess. Yeah, I like those. But you know, one thing kind of hard to say to most people after I tell them they're going to get it, so I'm going to cheat. Don't show up for free, you know, not crazy, you know, by the wall, and something like that. But, got a whole opinion for the about my ass, but I'll say,
What's there? Are you up for big?
it's a lot of
Okay, that's a minute from David Rios, everybody. Give it up for David.
It was my first time out.
Yeah, I was there. Wait, did you? Start getting the out there right over my first time. I had a really rough childhood. Car broke down earlier. Dehydrated. No water anywhere. I love it.
Start off with this is my first time. I'm like,
Well, it's funny. This is the second time you start telling the truth about that. Like, you didn't go to a doctor today. He didn't tell you a perfect nipple syndrome. But at some point, you thought that was funny. Where were you when you wrote this? Mental clinic or something like that? Like, what? How exactly something like that? Because I had a first time.
I think you know about my nipples, and I've actually I talked about girls having kids one day. I'm always
I mean, wild. Normally, in a normal stand-up show, it would be like, well, I guess that guy talked about his nipples. Never got to. But this is Tony, no doubt about it. If you're gonna say you have perfect nipples, those are perfect. There's not a defined boundary there. They sort of like fade. Oh God! Damn! Thought you were gonna. Those are beautiful. Actually, your nipples. I'm not.
they match the hair. It's pretty great.
My goodness gracious!
How do we match the hair? Exactly. Oh, the hair.
Right.
So they have, I know it's really bad with nice people pulling this name out of the bucket, even though it's completely
Right.
Thank you for making me follow Hans Kim. So yeah,
Dude, it didn't matter who you were following. Hey, bro, do not. Oh, Hans Kim really did out there. Anybody but Hans.
It was painful to watch. It really was. It was almost like slowly breaking up of your own warm sperm. Good.
I bet if you did bring your own sperm, your nipples would.
What happened to me?
if the nipples have been fire, it would have been the minute he I didn't get to run with that first.
Bombing, ladies and gentlemen. The Bears still bombing. Nothing confident, bro, but it must be stolen hours or something like that. David, first time ever doing stand-up comedy. How old are you?
I'm 34, just moved to Austin last month.
Where'd you move from?
From Dallas, Texas.
Okay, all right. 34 years old. You think 34 years in Dallas?
No, I was 7 years in Denver, Colorado, born in Dallas.
Born in Dallas. What do you do for work?
I work for airlines.
Really? What do you do? What do you do for airlines? Oh, wow. Work at airport. All right. You're looking this video is going to be used in today's report one day.
I didn't mention airport. I just airline. I just said airline.
Oh my goodness.
I'm not the other officers that come here with no job. I actually have a career.
That might be the issue. Those are nice nipples in Dallas. It's not.
Yeah, exactly.
Cowboys fans? You know, I am. That explains it. Pulled up nowhere.
Oh yeah. So let's talk about it. What made you want to do 34?
Lifelong, or not lifelong, year-long fast.
Right.
So when I just moved to Austin, which I've been, since I moved here, I've been thinking about coming here, and then literally first time out, I didn't even have a ticket. Yeah, man, I'm pretty. I mean, wrong way.
You come.
I know. I mean, I
Stop
still
pointing
get
it wrong way. Okay.
better.
All right. I get it. Tell us something interesting about your life. Skills or talents.
I played golf here a lot.
Whoa. He's on blood.
This was one always great. Maybe.
Oh shit, dude. You're on cocaine. How did you lose 120 pounds in 4 months?
I was at college at the time, and
Wait,
I
what?
just lived with him, and I just walked every day. Pretty much. But I was overweight, so 120 pounds, I was 320 pounds at the time. I couldn't lose that much.
Well, I mean, yeah, you do have to weigh that much to lose that much.
Yeah, it's easier for.
If I lost 20 pounds, I would see that high that just in the lights earlier. Negative. Wow. Incredible. What?
Yeah,
Oh my god, David.
still trying.
David, I don't know why you're trying. You're literally not funny.
And also reusing notes from Hans plant. So this feels like you didn't make a girl come and like throwing cold water on her.
Well, David, I don't know what to tell you. For some reason, you'll get a little joke, but handmade Texas book. David Rios do better. No, 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 no. Get the fuck out of here. Fucking win a handshake from Ron White. Get the fuck out of here. Someone does good enough, Ron will reach his fucking hand out there. That sounds fair? That's what you win on the handshake from Ron White. Right. I mean, I don't even know the reason. That's you get punished if your handwriting is completely illegible. It's a nice great show. Great show. You guys having fun out there? You get the show yet? What happens here? Southern Union. Perhaps we'll be lucky enough to be there. Over and all right, you know this young man makes the most of a straight pack, everybody. He works here, you know him, you love him. Four. Part of the weight loss challenge.
Here's everybody. Hell yeah. Guys, there's too many old people in Austin. Alright? I'll say it, dude. I'm not starting to everyone can calm down. It's fine. There aren't too many of them, though, right? I just moved here from Tennessee, and in the town I moved from, there are no people in my entire home country, right? To Austin, I've had to learn the right familiar. Oh no, that's better. That's better. Still, one of the great guys right here. Hey, really, you know what I'm saying? I think the world can say, I say, you know, now it's the liver proper for abortion. Abortion, that's with abortions, there is no. I work here. Like what I've said about you before, came up with solid jokes, long set up to a punchline or graduate. That's great. True. That's a good analogy. That was great. This job, but if you do, solid something. I promise my nipples are better than that. I mean, are you really? Oh. Oh. Uh, so that's not wrong with you. Really? During the weight loss challenge, you gained weight. Man, or a big little boy. Loved it earlier. Hey, where's it? He just ate all the flies. Hey, those were beautiful names. Tell us more about your life. What else? I drugs, girls. Wow. God, are you? All I've ever seen in my life. Dude, now I'm a girlfriend. What? Yeah. Cocaine. I do so much. Are you getting cocaine? Go hydrate? What the fuck is going on right now? Coca-Cola. Oh, God. Too much. A lot of. But I can't afford it. Can you imagine if he stopped cocaine, how fat he would be? Cocaine and time? I'll be never. It's not like that's it. Brian Simpson. Gravy. Weirdest thing you've done cocaine? I had some fall on my head, and I tried to think this kid get there and I'm off my own too. Wow. Well, that's fine. You look like enough. You get people in the corner and tell them that you're new pie tasting business. Dude, I get it's the like my goal every day is drugs and girls, but I'm so trying terrified of women. It's the craziest thing. Talk about it when you're not terrified of him. Put a wild animal. I'm much more afraid of they are big promise. Tell us honestly, I never went in the world that out in corrupted. I did. she's like, my mom's kind of like popsicles, you know what I mean? Sticks and they're big at the top. Like,
He's got skinny legs and it's big as oh my god.
I always get together, but they're like right, and they're okay with the rest of the
That'd be a game of big on your team. That could back on the secret. There you go. And you already have one. That was great. Are you guys singing us? These work here. They sacrifice a lot. They see a lot. They learn a lot. A lot goes on. All right. Cool.
I got
Yeah, he's fun. You have a good choice for your next comedian. It's Bo Scott, everyone. Bo Scott. Live on Oh Tony. On stage.
I got a redneck grandma. Got the other day, Mandy, our neighbor, prize winning lop-eared rabbit, Anthony Hopkins, dead in his grandma, freaking out, washed it, fried him, put it in cake. Like, fucking grandma, Anthony looks like a fucking Brazilian blowout. We're gonna know with you. Sure enough, they came for the next day, like,
Holy shit. I'm gonna bring the microphone back in like he's million. That is what I believe is to kill Tony right? First show?
I did, one of the first shows.
Really? How long ago was that?
First started.
2013? Holy shit. Yeah, have you done anything? Really? Second time I've done comedy.
For like 4 years.
I fucking bet you did. I bet you did.
That was just right? But it was poorly told. I can't remember the fucking joke. It was very, very. That's not how I had. But yes, like if I can deliver that better, I think. I started with 12 years.
What do you mean? He started 12 years ago?
12 years ago.
What the fuck?
And I myself from.
Oh my.
Yeah, I just ended up from San Diego.
Oh, coming out. So,
Not really expecting to get up there.
okie dokie. Perfect. So, tell us about your life. Is there anything interesting about you at all whatsoever?
Yes. I think it's not that.
Yeah. Yeah. I have.
my wife actually.
Wow.
I don't know. I'm curious. No hat.
I don't know. Let's see. Take out the hat. Oh, wow. Nah, it's still a douchebag, folks. Still a douchebag. Both ways.
Okay, now remove the comedy.
See what that looks like. I think it's fun.
Did you see significant improvement over the last 4 years? About the same.
Like really, he was not, but my comic muscle filled out.
Was there ever a muscle there?
I was alright for a little bit. I thought Brian was pretty good.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah.
No, motherfucker. You looked at the $20 that you never gave me. That's not the same thing. Free.
Oh.
Same way I can buy that.
Oh my God. Bo, what do you do for a living?
Funny.
Funny, you should ask. Noni? Well, let's see how fucking funny it really is. What's the answer to the question? Let's see how fucking hilarious. I imagine it's going to be our circle. You must have loved how quiet it was. That's incredible. I think sound guys like talent to start with. What kind of sound are you making? What are they?
I just
How do you feel right now? Do you feel comfortable in
I
that?
feel like I'm in over there with no water for like an hour.
Literally, I think it's just being dehydrated, not having enough water. This came up and literally did that. You're like, if this happened, oh, a graphic screen rips him hilarious. But, like now it's all right. But take it away. Hair Tom and Bo Scott. Give us an update. It's been I think 9 years. 15 years. All that we have there to have any longer. He's back, everybody. You guys find the Bo. Get the fuck off the stage right now. Wow. For all that, he's banned for life. Isn't that amazing? Something special right now. All right. In order to sort of give us a fresh reset here, I'm going to bring another one of the students of Austin, Texas. A guy that's been a regular on this show for years. One of the most prolific roasters and writers in the show's history. It's for David Lucas, everybody.
I got stupid shit for my Google search. Does crack really help you lose weight? I want a white. I want a white retarded. I adopt a white retarded baby so I can teach them how people in the word. But they can be like, oh my god! I'm like, hey, bitch, the helmet on. Fuck you doing? Fooling them out. We don't know what the fuck you doing. We never hurt nobody. Like, yeah, be able to adopt a white. White people adopt black babies all the time. White people carrying around black babies like designer handbags. Like, 2018 fall.
comedy, writing and every single week. Out and tell anything can happen in front of a live audience, in front of your peers. Somehow you come through every goddamn time.
I thought the hardest thing to do was to pretend.
Okay, David. Oh my God. Give him a compliment. Right, I mean, it is hard. It is hard. Dealing with a lot of monkeypox side effects right now.
Yeah, that Engels.
Oh my God. I swear to God. But here,
Matter of fact, spread your finger around.
oh, David. No, I love it. You're fantastic. That was that your comedy. I love you. You're in White House. Speaker of the House and that's okay. I might end up your diabetic foot one day without you even noticing. It's not the 91 sugar. Very cool.
I think I place
Makes no sense. That is diabetic.
Julio.
Oh, come on.
Had a lot from across.
The last time I get you a birthday cake, I love it. Double fours. You guys seen David before? You guys know David, right?
Yeah, they were all me and his friends. Long, right?
Ryan Long. Wow, just a
John Long.
Ryan.
Ryan.
Wow, it's one of the weirdest insults that you do. And it's
Right. Cool though. Cool as fuck. Living in New York. From Canada.
I did tell him my name's John, by the way. So.
yeah.
Yeah, I thought so. Didn't you? Man, you fucking Tony Hawk reject.
Is it interesting that you two? Like, Ryan Long meets David Wide.
That motherfucker jack off the two-face fiasco. I've seen time out of basketball they probably to the rest. Ain't triple, uncoordinated. You gotta know it's right. What the fuck? No.
I am Canadian, yes, that is correct.
That's why maple syrup is.
Would know. What are you doing for fun in Austin, Texas? You're a full-time resident now. We've been going out walking together.
Legit, bro, I've been on everybody's podcast. I've been like twice, once, and I'm fucking on the road with you and other comedians. I don't know.
Right.
I don't really have a lot of free time.
Busy.
I love it. I was scared moving Austin, I'm not gonna lie, because I moved when I was 19, bro.
Yeah.
Austin is skyrocketing to the top of my favorite cities.
Yeah. Absolutely. No doubt about it. What is his favorite city before this? Candyland, everybody.
Tony, for boys, nigga, get so high. How to fucking sit down and be mandatory.
right. Well, we're gonna see you next week. The week after that.
Yeah.
I love it.
I might miss one or Sunday.
Okay. You can't get the kids out here.
My baby mama say, "What's Texas?" Like, don't they be killing black folks in Texas? Like, no, it was 100 years ago.
Guys, I never raised kids in California than white babies up here.
Texas since Cowboys made the playoff.
Oh shit!
How did he murder Alabama? Any of y'all booing? Put your money. Put your money. Steven, I got $1,000 on Denver right now. But see me in the corner if you're wearing all them bets. You would that's ass head coach.
Now, David.
Oh, you? No way.
Hey, all right, relax. What is this, ESPN? What the fuck's going on right now?
Hey, man, you know, like, I'm from the South, right? You know, big religion, family.
Like watching things on widescreen TV. Look, UC's gonna be good with solid freshman right now.
The only thing half pats after the game.
Oh, come on. How dare you?
Football first
Oh shit. I didn't see anything with Dave. Probably gonna. Clearly can't read that. I highly recommend printing slowly while signing for the show. This one is perfect handwriting. Charlie Gray. Oh yeah. How about him? Unbelievable. Very good, everyone. Low case. This is Charlie Chase, everybody.
I have a question for everybody here. Matter of fact, has anybody here family had their mother walk in while they were practicing oral Anybody here ever went to run across the street but got distracted by an ambulance? Running into the bus? Um, anybody here ever searched plan and found them? Google has. Thank you.
Yet somehow, the third best of the night. Incredible. Make it whatsoever. That would be like, oh my god. Thank you for taking a break from hosting ridiculousness to be here today. I feel like kind of the energy we got for
those lightning kids and then energetically participate in the church party.
Yeah. Has anybody seen my wife and kids? Hell yeah. Let's talk about it. You have a 5, and you both like to skateboard and go to prison. So let's talk about it. Of course, like correct here, Charlie. What's going on with your life? What have you been doing this whole time? Have you been to jail?
Um,
Yeah. Okay. What have you been arrested for?
you didn't know it was a school.
Yeah.
Participating. There was a
Okay. You took part in the burglary?
yeah, there's
Wow. Burglary? Were you looting something perhaps?
it was a house of mine. We thought we were
Okay. All right. Very good. So, all right. What do you do for work? What AutoZone?
right now, nobody's paying me to do anything.
Okay. All right. We're gonna keep that going tonight. I got a question for you. This is out of curiosity for me. You were gonna do this. How you gonna do it? Did you write it out on a piece of paper and look at it, and then look into your closet and decide what you were gonna wear? Was it all part of a plan? What we're seeing right now?
Mine is the writing it on the paper is part of the
Who autographed the
artist.
and that is in the Anvil Neidhart art very interesting. Actually request that?
I ordered it perfectly, and I met the guy.
Right.
It makes as much sense as it is.
Right. So how do you normally make money? You're out there buying custom art. What's going on? An inheritance?
No,
A lot of these dum dums got money when grandma died from COVID. You know what I'm saying? They're like out.
that would have been nice. That would have been nice.
Right, but that didn't happen. How do you survive? How do you have money?
So, I've been working in construction since 2007.
Okay.
Doing that and driving tractor trailers for the last year.
All right. What are you in Austin for? Okay, what made you pick Austin?
The weather, the comedy. I love comedy. I've never done comedy before.
Okay. All right.
Let's just call it spade a spade. His face old.
It's true. That's exactly what's going on.
He looks like a undercover cop, doesn't he?
No doubt.
I've heard both of those several times.
I want to let the record say this is the perfect good way for throwing down any trash.
You look great, dude. He's just like a creative character in Tony Hawk video.
Yeah.
We look great.
Love it. So, Charlie, let's talk about your life. Other than working in construction, what do you do for fun? What's a guy like Charlie that dresses like that do at time?
Always try to come out to comedy shows at night, but in the daytime,
Yeah. Go ahead.
everything outdoors, hiking, fishing.
Get the fuck out of here. Nobody believes you. That's crazy. Fishing wearing a pink fucking hoodie? What the hell are you talking about? Oh, all right. The way you said something at the end of that made it extra creepy. Like it. Okay. So, have you ever done stand-up comedy before?
Never.
This is your first time ever trying. Wow. Okay, that's cool. You think this is something you're gonna do more often?
Well, there's a lot of people that clap.
Well,
That is the wrong takeaway. Well, people were clapping because you stopped, not because I let them stop and
you are a New York construction worker, aren't you? I'm starting to see it now.
love my job. Love it.
Yeah.
Every time he bombs, he's gonna add one the outfit. And
Charlie, how long do you think you have until you run out of money? You're unemployed. You moved from New York to Austin. How much do you save?
more money, pretty. Yeah. He's gonna rob somebody in a company.
Thank you for the question for a guest. Charlie now. Genuinely, you seem sort of dumbfounded by this question. How much money do you save? How much? You kind of your bank statement here.
Well, it's a bank because
see, this is why I asked. You seem like a very cash type of guy. Very cash, right? Okay. So like, you have a lot of cash.
not on me.
Right.
Tony, I think you just back to New York.
No, I'm trying to change the subject. So, let's talk about this cash. What are we talking about? You got $1,000 in your closet right now in the kind of right.
You're under. How about unit of catalytic converter?
There you go. There you go.
College are expensive too.
Aren't they? You did say ambulance at one point there. Or now maybe. Really? You thought before on a flashlight, or you're just right? Have you ever owned a flashlight? Flashlight?
I have.
You have. You've had sex with a flashlight.
I have.
Right. You do it multiple times?
I mean, well, only.
People get nervous. They tend to run into Paul Deaver. He draws them in like a slow magnet. Love it. Okay, Charlie. Any other talents you have? You ever do anything else like music, or like do you have like any?
No trick. I'm not a.
Blow yourself apart. Normally people are like, well, tell me I'm a professional rapper.
No, I don't find a clip of me rap.
Well, can we make one right? You want to rhyme a little bit for us?
Yeah. Try. You ready? A lot of velocity.
What to do? Fucking California. Right, here is his grinding debut on early. One of the greatest rappers in the world, Danny Brown, everybody. Yeah. Longer rapper. Like a dream. Danny Brown. Austin. How about for hand for the great Danny Brown, everybody? And of course, Danny Brown on the Your Mom's House report. That out. Um, Charlie, it was the first time. It wasn't really that great. I love her energy for some reason, so I'm thinking you one of these big Tony joke books. Writing with a little bit of everybody. There you go. Next to your next Riley O'Lon. Riley O'Lon. Right. How many of you guys like when comedians? You guys like when comedians had a out? Plus, people dropping people great. Hey, noise Rebecca. Here, I love you. Hey, but how much home? First person traffic. Second. When I got home, I put make it up with daughter. Hey, we're 15 lives down you. Mom, Marcia, what's going on? Mom, Dad, are going to die. Still, hear my mom scream in my hey. I sang that right. I love my mom too, buddy. Fucking first ever happened. Yeah, not about it. Robert Mickey totally gave you. I would remember if I've ever seen anything like this before. Somehow you look like both and Chong at the same time. For a couple weeks, he looks like Chong's Christ. Dad. Very, very fun, Robert. You look like the kind of guy that we talk about. Where were you? Our guy. Where are you from? I'm from Canada originally. Oh wow. Okay. Has anyone ever told you that before? I've been hi, back, asshole. Financial officer. Yes. Love it. So let's talk about Canada. Very far north. Right? No, even in America?
Besides spirit, I had no concept of time.
Okay. Very good. No time, Robert. And so what happened? You came over. What do you do for work, Robert?
I'm a world man and
Really? A world champion handy. You really want a competition?
I'm self-declared.
Okay. All right. Great.
There were in top man. But thanks to loud roots. Where were you going with hello?
You guys about to put a fucking towel on me, Brian. So the way he's looking. Oh, yes. Hell yeah. Robert, let's what do you do for fun?
I figure out my head
What?
freedom
Okay.
I put on my head.
Hey, we're gonna have a security guy come up and check you. Kind of the
I bet you follow a lot more people.
where were you when Jerry died? Red band, everybody. Red band. For those of you wondering, wow, who was that? Red band, everybody. Oh my goodness. Okay, so let's talk about it more. Robert, what's your love life like? You have any kids out there?
I'm improving, but yeah, I do have guys.
Okay. And
Yeah.
you communicate with them sometimes? You communicate here too?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, very cool. What does he do? Oh, great. That's good. What do you...
The only 100 episodes.
That's fine.
Like Joe, but I
You could what?
like
Exactly. Where's your team located?
I'm located in live in a place about the last quarters. I never felt that ever.
What does that mean exactly? Expand on that a little bit.
That means I used to travel around in a motorhome, a 1971 motorhome.
Yeah.
Sometimes, you know, backpacking.
You're very, am I right? You smoke a lot of marijuana?
No, but I like to.
Oh my goodness. Look at you do. How I feel about cocaine? Oh my god, Rick. Do jokes like that. Stop. I have overcompensated by doing the oldest book. Scary. Christ. Alright. Robert. What else? I feel like there's something else, right? Hobbies or something
Oh,
like
there's
that?
another thing.
Yeah.
Feature on American.
What did you do there? A compliment man. What did you do?
I did compliment.
Right? Like people that come there?
Basically, I was busted on the streets. So,
Right.
hey, do you want to be?
How did they contact?
Smoke signal.
just saying that you gave compliments. What exactly?
I basically
Actually, holy shit, this is you right here. Oh my god, it's like a totally different guy.
that was my first beard.
Yeah.
Like the worst. The worst.
Oh my god, he's about to call you word right now.
Soul.
What the fuck are you talking?
I'm not trying to make it work, buddy.
Whoa. He really is. He really is about to call you N-word. We are moments away.
I wanted to.
Robert, don't do it. Don't do it, Robert. I find you to be such an interesting man. How long have you been doing stand-up?
I started to deal with I would create characters.
How you know you deal with a crazy motherfucker? When you ask a motherfucker with an answer to the numbers and when they tell you
I have no time.
how long have you been doing stand up? Well, back when I was a night in the royal family.
I would guess.
20 years. Performed in different places.
Actually, my first couple of years.
Okay. All right.
Paid for a commercial.
Paid to leave.
Oh, wow. I don't think I've ever seen a worse nemesis. A fucking
Actually, like,
called you die.
sorry.
Right.
This is weird. I feel like I said my white girl father.
Well, thanks again. I'm back. I want to know more about it. Here goes Robert. Yeah. Robert has slid to the third best comedian of the night. We haven't had a female up tonight. To get a girl up here, huh? Sorry to John. Sorry to Jared. Sorry to Fletcher. Sorry to Matt. Matt. Okay, here's one. Make some noise for Chris Nova, everybody. Chris Nova.
My love life non-existent. I'm so desperate. Even my girl is running around calling me cat. Even she knows that I'm kind of easy to hail, but easy to get to fly. I want to go around and start giving women massages so my new skin can, and put really pretty holes. Just have to be wet from time to time so it can dry out. This side I'm a girl with purple hair, this side I'm a girl with purple hair. Straightforward, like I'm having a threesome. Especially if I haven't taken my medication. I sit with this hair. People just consider me two L's, girl or lesbian. I still tell them that I like a cop and a cop.
Wow, Chris Nova. Chris,
I've been on a couple of times.
right. Welcome back. Chris is a camera operator on the show, right? What would we call? I guess that's right. long have you been Canada?
For about 3 years on and off.
Okay. Enough.
Right now I just production work and working 3 years.
I love girls have.
I off 3 years ago. I loved it. It's completely south.
What's
I
a lot of guys that are interested in fucking Arya Stark down. Oh, shut up! First, I guess okay, too.
yeah, no, I play a lot of jobs and good for them.
A lot of unemployed.
For something.
Right, right. So you aren't any unemployed guys. Anybody that got pulled out of fucking one that had $20,000 cash somewhere, they not worth the hire a world champion find it and but the other last course good just Christy Nelson life.
Well, let's see. I tried to get a motorcycle license and it was 2 hours class.
Wow.
And I almost got into a license.
Okay. Wow.
Motorcycle was really hard to steer, and I just the arm.
Didn't realize they had that habit, but they had you're on. Come on, ladies. Jokes here. No, one Mr. Kiko, everybody. Wow, look at that. There. Hey, horse, even more big horse Kiko.
Thank you for having me. I signed a release on this thing. Time it's only ever got to consent for anything. Thank you for coming tonight. This country is a bad Scooby-Doo episode. Everybody's riding their green scooters over everybody's ancestors, not giving a fuck. I went to do that shit. I went to go get a green scooter. Yeah, I was standing. I fucking got my wallet to pay. But then I looked on my license and I couldn't do it because it turns out my license and I'm a grown fucking man and I shouldn't scoot around the city like a fucking asshole. Because I have a car. Like it, dude, we're crazy. Humans all suck. Some of us are still Christians. What the fuck are we doing out here in life? If you still believe in Jesus, now fine. But I think that's like following George Carlin on TikTok. Like neither of them want to. Thank you very much. Good night, everybody.
Okay, Chico. Local legend, Chico. Not me. I know you went up twice in a row. You about the purple blue. Yeah. Is it moving straight now, Christy? Get it. Welcome back to the show. Kiko is a local legend here around Austin Comedy. You have multiple of your own shows and things like that. You're also one of the only comedians that stays 9 months pregnant at all.
My third time.
The service I've ever seen. That thing absolutely incredible.
Look at that stool.
Yeah. You have a
Because I have a vagina in my abdomen.
Is that true?
Yeah. I've shown it to the audience before. It's disgusting.
Yeah, we do want to.
Y'all want to see my pussy?
Oh,
Shit. It's an apparition of the Virgin Mary.
Oh my God.
It's got a clitoris, but Red Band can't ever find it. What the fuck happened, dude? Hey, look, everybody, I'm Colombian. Don't ask no more fucking questions about this stuff.
Heroin or something.
Yeah. They put it in like through the front. That's crazy.
Wow. What's the actual answer? What did you have to do?
I had a botched fucking gallbladder removal.
Oh man.
Yeah.
You got that operation in your mother country?
No, over here the practice fucking they don't give a fuck.
Oh. He has been doing assignments because the mother was not strong. Wow. It is incredible. That is. I think you should. Let's talk about it. How long have you been doing comedy?
My first week I did show was a year and a half ago.
Wow, I didn't realize you started.
Yeah.
You do
And Ron White was the guest with Russell Peters.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Very good. Started a year and a half ago.
Yes.
How do you make money?
I'm for a living. And that's how I make my money.
Really? Can you give us an example of like what type of music?
I do anything, man. I don't have to play guitar, man. Usually standing guitar or just hang on the side of Home Depot and wait for a band to come out and join it. And it needs to be good for you. I want guitar.
It's gonna be weird when the hand comes out of his stomach that starts playing it. Stuff is sweet. I love it. Music comes straight from his belly, so incredible. Smash mouth and smash stomach. Hey, what are you yelling at?
And I can't get you, I'm gonna lose my life on trying. And I can't get you, I will lose my life on when I'm in love with you, all over your breast.
All of the stand comedy. They're like, well, I like rock and roll. I really want to be completely uncomfortable, but no instrumental. Kiko, that was fucking awesome. Again for Kiko,
Why, thank you.
wow. Stop you, and then you started singing, and you got the fucking voice of an angel and the face of a devil.
Yeah. Last time you said I look like a Ellen Prime. It's true. A Bell or Prime?
Oh,
Yeah.
I was.
Yeah, yeah.
Trying not to cry so.
It's hilarious. Oh, shit. Did I just mom?
It qualifies as an insult. Very, very fun performance. It's so fun to squeeze one. Thank you, Kiko. Another
Thank you.
follow my Kiko comedy. K-I-K-O. He's sitting right there. Easy walk. There. Good. Ladies and gentlemen, your final comedian tonight is the longest standing regular in the history of the show. Written and performed more new minutes than anybody ever. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Big Red Memphis Strangler, William Montgomery. Here he is. The real of the night, William. Russian judge this women's basketball player, Brittany Griner, to 9 years all the way to Russia from the main. Giving everybody student loans. I would rob Kmart my help do medical school. The other internet second. Or non-junk past week and had an alleged beautiful. We all know it's and that's 2014. Thanks for my dad. My dad's here tonight. What the fuck? That's my time. Thank you. William Montgomery here with a brand new everything going. Your parents were all that. Everything insanity. Starting to grow finally. I actually have an Etsy shop, everybody. I'm selling merch. Shop. This is pretty much what all the shirts look like I'm wearing right now. It doesn't have my name on it at all. It's text and stuff. So if y'all could please visit my Etsy shop. I have thousands of these shirts. Starting to think it's lucky mistake that I have my name on it or anything at all. It's literally all 2,000. I'll just go to my shop. I really appreciate $10,000 on 2008 X1 shirt. Starting to think it was a horrible idea. I have my name on it anywhere. Okie dokie. Fuck. William, bring yourself to medical school. I did. Yeah, what you say? 12 years. Studied fingers, toes. Okay. Sounds about right. Head and shoulders. Oh. My toes. Head and shoulders. Toes. Yes, 12 years. What took so long? What do you do with that education? I got it too. It's so weird. I started working for L'Oreal. Okay. Right. Forms of also alive. Not drunk. Fuck do you mean by that? I thought we had a good interaction up in the green room. Do that. I'm saying though you're not drunk. Man, I've been missing the fucking cocaine recently. Anybody on it tonight? Okay, can you meet me in the bathroom after? I really need to do some tonight. Really been having urges to do cocaine when sets it off. Well, every single time I'm in 7-Eleven and I look at the Bud Ice, and I'm just like, oh my god, I miss drinking 15 of these fucking things, right. Doing a fucking brand. Yeah, I miss it. So, what do you do? Have the Play-Doh? Yeah. Doing a bunch of Play-Doh stuff recently. I'm thinking maybe they could be a new sponsor. I don't know. If you play my cards right, I've lost all my sponsors. I think that the properties. Now, yeah. No Socrates it's like at all. Fucking drums, man. That was so loud next to my fucking ear. I'm not kidding. That was so impressive. Stop fucking doing it. Seriously, stop doing it. Thank you. Fucking microphone smell like shit tonight. I swear to God, it was the first fucking thing I noticed when I put this fucking thing out. This smell literally. There's a lot of people that went up before you that could, I mean, it could literally be any. Very, very fun. William, what else? I'm telling you, William, you very easily distracted. Perhaps, yeah, I mean, who the fuck is acting like a hero? Who the fuck? I'm just excited for West Palm Beach to do this weekend, Tony. I am wondering if you take me to the ocean. Come to Miami, you take me to the ocean. Yeah. All right. You take me? What am I gonna do? Am I gonna rub this sunscreen on you? Would you? My back really can't go to the ocean. I don't go to the ocean. Pictures are black people. That's my deal. Neither do I. Oh, shit. I don't know. I'm kidding, Brian. Brian, do you go to you a fan of the ocean? You a fan of the water? I don't know places like it. Right? I'm not a fan. Dangerous. Oh, oh, my bad. Do you? I mean, like that. I don't know my bad. I don't believe you swim in your bathtub. You really swim. I mean, I go underwater. Yeah, me too. That's swimming. Okay. Yeah. Okay. How far underwater do you guys go? Way? You like curl up your legs a little bit? And, like, you have to like knees. You have to like really your legs out of the water. I go down. I have one of those things. I got one free and those things that old people have. The kind with the door. My bathtub has a door. I get like 2 feet down under there. It's not even a thing that exists. It exists. got that. Precious bit of girls play. Really? Alright. Oh yeah. Remember the death? Oh man. Yeah. What exactly was the joke again? Uh, that the reason Jones wasn't financial fraud is because next when so let's cover this one more time. Can you bring up all the time? Yeah, your anniversary quickly approach and 2020 date that it set out. Does Apex Twins still play? Yeah, he does. We're actually making occasion. Like your anniversary show. Yeah, did it with here. That's his actual name. But yeah, I think coming to the 2-year anniversary. So it's really no. I'll be very honest with you. I don't know who the fuck Apex Twin is. It's just the thing that I started doing and way to get laughed. I don't fucking know who the guy is. Whoa. Wow. Serious. You know, very interesting. Is anything happening in your personal life before we go? Yeah, I haven't fucking peed in 3 days. How would you feel? Oh my god. When I'm drinking tons of soda water, I literally haven't fucking peed. It hasn't come out of my penis for 3 fucking days. The hospital, my nigga, on the spot. Say that a little slower. The hospital is probably about go. You have to go without this. I don't know. I was online 5 days. 5 days. When it takes me after that? Oh, no. Get a ride. Literally, please.
Good morning, Mr. Aquarius. How are you? I'm lovely, thank you. You ready to take on the day? Go get him, girl. I'll be here for you tonight. You take care. Have a wonderful day. Thank you. Bye-bye. Shout out to Mr. Aquarius for the sweetheart.
Everybody, there goes William Montgomery. For the green and white. Come on. If you have Ryan Long, and great Ryan Simpson, everyone. The drawing spelled is Ryan spelled so. Very, very fun. How about a hand for the band, everybody? That's the Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey Hill Tony Band. Congratulations, Vodka, the Red Rose, Gonzalez on the drums, the keys, Dave Fair on the bass, and Matt Ewing on the guitar. The great Paul Deemer was on the horns earlier. Love you guys. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much. Good night, everyone. They're long. Rose and the yellow rose on the zone. Next, and are we of the world? Madness here on bass guitar, feeling on the horns, drum. We're gonna have a lot of fun tonight. Whatever enjoy with or with. Did you like it? Or do I got that dance? I love it. Okay, let's just some guys there. Buddy. Before show, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsor. Available for you here. Now, y'all, you might not know this, but when I'm not being the host of the number one live podcast in the world, what I've been doing for the last 16 years is a comedian. I'm excited to get back out on tour again. September 29th through October 1st in Brazil. October 11th in Philadelphia. October 14th and 15th I in Massachusetts. December 4th and 5th New York, New York. December 9th and 10th performing in Arlington. February 14th and 23 in Dallas. And February 9th and 10th, 2023 I'm in tickets available at flip.com. All these shows sell out, so don't be a dupe. Go to the website now, get tickets while you still can. Hey, you hear that noise? You know what it means. Here for fall is folks. Season lineup of those partners with multiple emerging brands to bring most goods every month. We've got awesome stuff. Literally my favorite travel bag from Box of Awesome. You never know, but no matter what you have going on, this Box of Awesome is covered. Gear essentials, travel must-haves, and autumn cocktail kits. Box of Awesome, everything for fall. Literally my favorite bag, my favorite knife at my house. Red Band, you got some cool stuff, right? Amazing. All the way. Make your food taste better. It's 30 Box of Awesome cover. You're in every across a ton of boxes. I use around $60 fraction. Plus, all this 90% of everything comes in a Box of Awesome from a small up. Free to sign up. I love it, and you first box. Not that. Enter the code Tony at checkout. That's boxofawesome.com. Code Tony for 20% off your first box. Boxofawesome.com. Code Tony. Ready to start tonight's episode or what? A little bit. Ready to start. This summer is different, and it's too awesome. You guys have done this show before.
or I'm really excited to. I'm glad you guys will see when the.
Here, I'm not often or at auditions, ventriloquist and show business together.
Yeah.
Here we are
We
now.
sit on a good laugh.
That's right. Doing the stuff.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the show. You guys know how it works. Of course, have your own very popular podcast scenario. My team with
Brennan Cyclo, Mike Brennan.
right and Josh Wolf. Amazing show. Hey Man with Son. Cool. That's right. That's right. And you guys have been guests on this show before. Some of the audience on this show, up and they uninterrupted sound of a kitten. That means we wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry bear. Really loud sound.
Oh, God. Right away.
Growl. Bear now. And I signed up for the opportunity to find out more. Stand. Pretty regular. Right, a brand new minute every single week. Not an easy job at all. We go from Canadian a year ago. Now he opens up in the round of arena. Broken with the London O Arena. 20 a year ago. First on camp.
On shows where people then have the chance to start voting into a stick, I highly recommend it. Is that all? It's so crazy the amount of racist I am that I do the opposite of thinking all black people look the same. One black person for multiple black people. The crime problem with the African that is such a market.
On him. Making it look easy. Coming in, getting us started week after week. One of the hardest brand new. How come I don't remember this thing that I
High on have your snowshoes on? Balenciaga. It's you're such a grown dick if those are the Balenciagas. That is the Balenciaga. The famous Danny Brown.
Whoa! It's up his dick. What happened with Danny Brown? How much those are worth?
$1,200.
$1,200. That's $600 per shoe. About $580 per pair.
That is a Walmart with Balenciaga. Homeless a year ago energy right there. Can I ask you a question? Did you have those my parents gifted it to me in the 2006 World Cups.
Ah, back when you got the respect of your parents. You stay in touch with them?
Not really.
Welcome,
What's their
Zoot.
story? They're not.
How you living, pimp?
I guess they're just
That's what that's like. Communicate. When's the last time you talked to mom and dad?
probably like a month ago.
What's it like? When I what? When did you speak? Remember that time that you were in AFC and you didn't even know what an AFC was? Okay, you're still in AFC. Baby, I did like 8 hours promoting myself. 16 hours promoting myself. That's more accomplished than that. But good job being at the gym. Bad job being in AFC. When are you going to stop being in AFC? That's good, but you're not working on your mind. You don't know what an AFC is. Dude, do you know what an AFC is? No, but you are one. Frankly, you could run for mayor of AFCville and win by a landslide now. You think you know what you're doing, but you don't. You're like, okay, I'll go to the gym and I'll pick up all these chicks. Dude, you still don't have the mental game to pick up tens. If you want to do that, you need to read The Game by Neil Strauss. Then you'll know what an AFC is, you'll know what peacocking is, you'll know what higher status is, and then you go to the gym and you'll have a whole new idea of what you're doing because you won't just be like working on the physical body, but you'll work on your mental game as well, and you'll have an edge on people. But nevertheless, more importantly than you being an AFC or you going to the gym, are you ready to get your fucking ass kicked at mini golf? All right, well, just give me a second. I'm gonna use the restroom.
Okay.
very rude, funny. There's, um,
Right. Equation is we're not allowed to.
there, um, they're very practical. So we talk all about information exchange, not about emotional exchange.
On the show a long time. You know. Gym.
Well, I haven't talked to them in a while, but we talked to them like, I'm doing good. I'm not suffering.
Who the fuck talks to their parents like that? Things are going well. I am not suffering.
not supposed to be they're performing in the setting of the globe. Places 99.9% we're in attention. Yeah, you know, bring an end there. Figure they like some driving.
I don't want to brag.
Everyone follow.
All right. What the fuck, Zoot?
The real rush hour. There's a couple of us.
And then
On Facebook. The
race well, I mean, an absolutely unbelievable minute. You did it again, another incredibly new, intriguing information about your life during the interview. You are one of the all-time greats on the show. I adore you. You killed all the weekend with me in West Palm Beach. Swear to God, it's the best fucking comedy show in the world right now. It's on standard. Thank you. Live in the goddamn dream. Some jokes, man, on his phone, and he stares at it, moving jokes around. Free. All right. Now is the part where, to remind you, this is not on. I just pulled a name out of the bucket. Could be anybody. Somebody first time. Could be a local veteran that waited forever to come to the show to try to make it and get and work out of his performance here tonight. Anything can happen right now. Your first bucket full tonight goes by the name of Sissio Kansas. Sissio Kansas. Sissio. Man. There he is. Sissio, everybody. Come on, everybody. One time for Chico. Come on.
This is Buckboy from Big Six Tattoo Artist. And he knocked up this chick, and all of a sudden, they're in love. And just to prove it, he tattooed Amore across her pregnant belly. And posted a pic on the gram. The comments are all, your eyes, fire, bro, flames, bro, keep up the great work. And then one that says, an armoire is a piece of furniture, you fucking idiot. You really armoire. This poor bitch is now a walking advertisement for IKEA. And that's what happens when you furnish inside. He designed the baby shower invitation. He wrote, "Bye bye baby, BYE. He's not sticking around."
Chico, man. Sorry. How long have you been on stand-up?
This is the first time.
I love it. Look at that. What happened? So, man, how old are you? 29. Where are you from? New York. And you came
everyone's talking about the comedy scene. I'm a comedy fan, and
How long have you been?
just Saturday.
Wow, you flew in Saturday. What did you do yesterday?
Yeah, we hung out on a lot of picnic tables and backyards.
Yeah,
Fucking
welcome to
murky
Austin.
ponds.
Yeah.
Evenings.
Yeah, that's what everybody.
That's your crown.
Music or any comedy?
Best live music bars. Fucking happy birthday, Melissa on the duck bus.
Okay. Happy birthday to Melissa on the duck bus. If you're listening, no idea. It's his first.
I thought I missed that whole show. What? Fucking
What's the story?
literally all we've been talking about. I really thought I had been gone for a while.
Oh God, amazingly hilarious. So let's talk about it. You're obviously a proud lesbian.
You drive a Subaru.
You do? What? Are those all the comments you put on pussy before you eat it? What?
That's effective birth control today.
Okay. Hey, all right. You thought it would.
Never thought it would be.
I know. What do you do for work? You're 20. You're from New York. You live in New York, both of them, right?
Yeah, right outside 20 minutes. But I'm an HR manager. That's true.
Hey, I asked one question though. How come you had to bring a notebook up? You told one story.
I've never done this. Got those meetings that I had.
It wasn't your first time. We're actually pretty hard for bringing up a notebook for a 1 minute. I mean, it's still unbelievable that you did it. And then at one point was flipping through, like, and then with the I'm sorry, favorite individual. Doctor.
It's a fake clipping. The news got something. Never seen anything like that in the history of the show.
I think for your first time that was great though, man. I think you have good instincts, much better instincts than your shirt size. Entirely. Yeah, dude, and also stage presence. For first time, dude.
Yeah.
Really good. I would say though, just move it out of the way. I almost did it for you. But you don't want to stand with that in front of you. Or keep it in the mic.
Josh thinks that
Be like Andy in front of you during your
How are you?
like after one like a tear back.
No, I know.
Really? Play drums? Whoa. It's been a while since we did this. We could have perhaps a Mexican tonight.
Yes, I can. How are you?
I don't know if you guys know how this works.
I'm well, thank you. Your sound is really low though. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm just chilling watching Kill Tony. I'm about to go to bed. It's very late here. It's like 4 in the morning. How's your day going? Oh, okay. Very cool. How's your day going? Excellent. Well, I'll tell you what. In about 8 hours, I'll be refreshed and such, and I would love to talk to you. But as of right now, I'm gonna be getting some sleep. Okay?
Hey, no problem. Now,
Sounds like a plan, man.
I
Please do. People do that. You're more than welcome to. Absolutely. I keep the stream on and I keep the podcast going, so there's always something going. Excellent. Well, I will see you in 8 hours or so, my friend. You take care. Night, buddy. Take care. I will do my best. Thank you.
It's an opportunity for doing full-time comedy show with what you guys might not know is that, believe it or not, President drummer all time completely currently at like 8-0, something like that. So you have your work cut out for you. He's already given some excuses. Maybe you heard the classics. I don't think art would be a competition. My church tonight play drums. Ladies, doing a drum solo, going first tonight. This is Mexican drum opera. Dicho Mantis. Now, and dude, what's crazy about that? Absolutely unbelievable. I do believe we watched throughout that drum solo. Wow, man! He lost the drumsticks like right out of the caught it and knocked over the snare 6 times. Still never broke the note. He literally just from not knowing how to drum. Yeah. Right now, he's completely in the hands of wood. By the way, did everybody else see how good his tape looked? I take back what I said about this show. They are fully supported. I love the way his sounds. Gonzalez's cock here. Ladies and gentlemen, the reigning, defending Kill Tony drummer, all-time undefeated in Mexican drum offs, doing a solo for you now. Is Michael Gonzalez. Why? Fucking I can't believe it. Michael gets. Here's the crazy part. You ready for this?
Yeah.
The audience decides.
Well, can I just say,
Yeah.
they were both great drummers, but your face.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're gonna win on just the expression alone.
I agree. I'm a little bit drummer face.
Or his face is completely normal. It'll just melt it.
Yeah. He's like, his face, the way he turned into a Mario brother there was crazy.
Dude, when he became my dad and started telling me all the things he hated about me, I was like, wow, this is crazy.
Ladies and gentlemen, how many of you have our new friend from New York, Chicho Mantis, winning that? Pretty good. That's pretty good. That's pretty fucking good. How many of you have Michael McClellan? Stand up. But we didn't want that up the audience. Goddamn right it does. You had fun up here tonight, huh? You got to drum, you got to do the first, and it went really fucking well, dude. And the interview out really well, too. For an HR manager, you're a pretty goddamn likable, cool guy.
I just want to say, once again, white guy loses the job to a Mexican.
Yeah. Hey. Thanks so much for time for Chico Mantis, everybody. There he goes. Well, you guys having fun yet? Huh? Right. Back to the bucket we go. Make some noise for Bijan Jalali. Jalali. Bijan Jalali. Oh, here he comes. Come on, everybody, make some noise for Bijan Jalali.
Everyone here knows what Dynasty is, right? Yeah, it's like a pretty popular conservative podcast. I didn't really make beer. Bought these in like Magdalene, Wisconsin, and at the time I didn't realize I was talking about like a guy who takes dick but also loves waterfowl. So you can taste the taxidermy to take your punishment. I came here to find 20s owner, but I don't think he did that.
Am I saying that right, Bijan? All right, welcome to the show. How about a hand for Bijan, everybody? Yeah. The courage. This is what you look like since CDS on Saturday night. Rated, but it's okay. He thought the gay thing about you. Is that what he was talking about? Yeah, he thinks the shoes, the thing about him, make it look like he sucks dick. Not the fact that he looks like the guy that holds his dog in a purse or anything like that. It's pretty incredible. Come on, how long have you been doing the comedy?
August 4th. I remember days, but
holy shit. So last month.
Yeah.
Okay, that would have been a good answer.
Sorry.
Well, no, that's nice. Eat the memo.
Well, I just got here and today, so let's just say I'm getting a job around here.
What?
I don't say anything weird. It's for schools. So yeah, maybe for
500 away from living. Fingerprints.
Fingerprints. What the?
Jesus Christ.
they tightened up the radius about 250.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, no. I'm gonna be
Okay.
yeah, I'm gonna work for.
Where'd you come from?
Wisconsin.
And you just
Yeah, Beaver Dam broke down.
out of Wisconsin. What made you want to do that?
I just watched it on YouTube. And I was like,
Made you us?
yeah,
Fucking amazing.
Incredible.
That's amazing. Pretty awesome.
Work for school system. You're not stuck.
or just yeah, like
I love it. Okay. That could be.
Something, if something goes down, don't talk about it. Hey, that's
No,
involved.
blame it on your up a fucking or anything like that, right? Yep. I got you.
Yo, Tony, and Steven, and Joseph, and Brendan.
John. John Jalali, and you look like that. I'm interested to know.
yeah, it's a Persian, very Persian name, and I'm Korean, adopted Korean mom.
Korean, Persian. Wow, very interesting. Right? Very rare. Mom, is he Korean? Dad the Persian?
Yeah, dad's family's all Persian, local, but when you have a fantasy team and you haven't drafted all your players, that's like my mom's side of the family tree. I just don't know who they are.
That's not how fantasy works at all. Yeah. I think, you know everything. Actually, you actually take all the players. Yeah.
Their dad.
Mom, special. Yeah. But on. Okay. They know the
Yeah.
in Wisconsin. Okay. All right, Gary. What do you prefer? I'm trying to figure out more about it.
Yeah. I got into open mics through
Non-comedy. For fun than comedy. Off. Okay. All right. You like to wear jerseys?
sounded like he Korean 06.
True.
What was the guys putting the sunglasses as you got on stage? You didn't have to walk up. You was like like your daddy moment where you were like, face or what?
Trying to get a for like gender reveal.
Oh, that's it. You didn't know. You couldn't build yeah. Not like there in every joke around that. And you even I was thinking, oh man, and then get those things. take on
Well, this time an amazing, incredible. I'm finding out more and more about the people of the and so there's guys fly around. Congrats. We'll see you again.
I am. I'm just working on some before I go to bed.
funded by the LGBT. The only people that get to be a purple hair manager is the only forget doing one of the black organizations. Somebody had a you know what a rib. I mean, told me to meet at the parking range, right? So I'm like, fuck me.
Nice one on the blue back. Dropping a sledgehammer on the something real ass topical and fucking Trudy punchline. Absolutely incredible. And I think you might be a little bit more today, by the way.
Hey, you can wear all the black you want to, still know you gay as fuck.
Wait, what does wearing black have to do with being?
Hey, man, you can that extra black.
Oh, that's not. Wearing black. Wait,
Tony, your titties look like the girl titties from the R. Kelly show. Them motherfuckers look like mini ice cream cones, nigga. Tony got pyramid. You know the titties back in middle school.
how dare you? How dare the person with the biggest titties on the show like making fun of me for having a.
You ain't got a fat ass, but you got a fat asshole.
I would be willing to. Not only do you have a bigger asshole than me, you also, from all the coming out of it, have a loser. Boy, you can question it a lot more than you do.
But go to the range, everybody just say, hey,
I get hit. Oh my god.
like, Tony, you seem like Tom Hanks when he got shot in Forrest Gump. He got his ass in.
Sleep like the fucking Prius.
Tony, after you fuck, you know, Peter was sober. I took 3 shots before I came down here. Red man was on his right wrist.
Alright. Hey, those are my colors. Bang, 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 bang.
I feel bad whoever put his legs in the house. That wolf booty hole back there, boy. That was... You gotta get through the enchanted forest when you get that booty.
Every time I wipe, it looks like one of those cats off your back. Oh.
But Chewbacca booty.
I love it. It's been absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah, man.
If you guys ever seen like Lucas before?
It's great. Sorry, it's a comedy store.
No, Mike Payne. Josh Wolf don't remember me.
I remember you. Yeah, absolutely. I've been looking for.
Tony told me not to roast his guests because y'all don't be able to come over.
Well, you switched on my hair into. Sometimes people really can't. Sometimes he gets on a run, he just does 6 in a row, and the guest is like, Tony, what the fuck did you type in? And then they just stop talking. Going on. They don't say it, but it's fucking how worse.
I'm my river mouth. Mouth.
God, you are hilarious.
Yeah, thank you, man.
So funny. You remind me of Matt Holmes.
Oh my god.
You thought it was over? Thought it was over. It was fucking love. He's got the skin balances on, but when they're immediately old balance. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh, you go to the chiropractor. They go to the chiropractor to get their ass cheeked right. Lower back, the lower ass. Hey, Josh Wolf looked like Tom Hyman. Yo, that he really looked like a fucking wolf. Crazy.
I'm surprised you ever woke up early enough to fucking Dom Imus. Radio.
Saw them fat girls nappy headed hoes. I thought it was funny as fuck.
Austin now, every single week you come on here, you're correct. I mean, absolutely incredible. Set the bar for exactly what it means, what it means to be regular on this show. I mean, you are unfucking believable every week, and in every single one of these roasted. No, we are, without a doubt, with all the ego aside, there's no question. David and I have made fun of each other publicly more than any other
in the history of every.
Absolutely. We gotta have 200 hours, I would say.
There's a record. We added on how old not repeating the same thing, even though they're obviously both I'm black and morbid obese. How he's tremendously
Blaming homosexual, are you? You are out of those. Get the fuck up out of here, boy.
If I was,
Probably call your ass.
it's ridiculous. No. Night, people. Come on, everybody. One more time for David. Make some noise for your next comedian, Eric Mandarin Fry. Eric Mandarin and Fry. Nine people over at Escobar, the Pascal Cartel. Here's Eric Mandarin Fry. One time for
I'll just love about BLM. Kidding. I love speaking, but I also love Buddy Guy. Just because I can mean, they don't see color. I say I do. What about this word? What is it? Birds come up with words now? Joke is, I was talking to him and I asked him what he thought of that song. He said, Dave's a really great to me. It's like God's document. I love Dave so much. I'm ready to start calling him. I'm a comedian. I'm more like a one guy. Find all the coaches. Thanks, rest of the time.
Okie dokie, Eric Mandarin and Fry. You tell me you're here because of the show. I'm gonna kill myself.
Well, I'm here on the show.
Right.
In Austin? No.
Right, okay. You live here in Austin?
Yes, sir.
Okay, for how long?
About a year.
About a year. Where were you at before that?
Dallas. I don't know if you guys on that.
Absolutely. Have a wife?
Nope. No, what are you into? Into real estate investing, working a whole lot. Yeah. Into optimizing energy.
Okay. Tell me more of how that works out for you. How do you maximize energy? A lot of bracelets.
Yeah, well, so many bracelets. I travel a lot. I love travel. Earlier, they're hard to get off. I know about the hungry 8-year-old Peruvian.
Okay, Eric, your minute is over.
Oh,
anything you say,
I didn't even say something about I know that. Where? I knew you were saying something, so I had one ready.
Okay, very good.
On you.
Yeah. You might want to let that one take a little bit longer, Eric. I don't think it's quite right.
Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah. How long have you been doing stand-up, Eric?
Ooh, in my head, like 10 years.
On stage?
About 4 months.
4 months.
Yeah.
All of it here in Austin.
I did a course in Dallas when I was living in Dallas.
Oh, no.
Yeah, no.
Makes sense. No. Course? That never works. Except for David Lucas. Courses. Every meal. Let's talk about the kind of guy that found this. What is it? Like Burning Man or something?
I think so this time.
I listen.
Yeah, make money.
Other than make money, unless you money,
not a good part in an interview.
Yeah. I know.
Like the Syrian's father.
I do money, and then when I'm done, $4 million. Right?
Very driver. So
I was leaving kids for his word off. You know what I mean? Like, good. Energy's not right.
it really does look like that. So, Eric, tell us more.
Yeah, so I have 12 Airbnb hostels.
Okay.
Hospitals? Hospitals.
It's like, who's staying at the Airbnb hospital? That's real weird.
All my hostels over there.
No. It was pushed in a minute that, you know what I mean? Now, of your minute, that the stuff in that. You got a little bit bad there.
Yeah. I was like, I should have put the hostel stuff in.
In hospital.
Only that's for Andy.
By the way, that's not when you like crazy cut guy, TV king for like the 7 people who are into booze. My dad would have fucking loved that. You did that, and then they got nothing. So the word is impeccable. Crazy, right? Like, yeah, but then he was from finish with impeccable, and he said, "How about shake? What the fuck is going on?" I kind of almost enjoyed how there was no segue whatsoever.
Doesn't fit or something.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I have the best thing I had before. Debacle. Yeah.
What?
No one's on the heck guy. Yeah. I have 4 less than I had. I'll say that. No one ever goes.
Yeah, what the fuck are we? Talking about.
On Peru.
Yeah, my species.
That is on Peru.
Woman didn't alcohol in her life.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I worked. I worked for a company, time. So when you said that about the taking the break from the, I lived in Guatemala for a long time, years. County. Careful out
You
there.
kind of defined it. Talked about how you were.
Yeah.
And it's but a little bit. No. Eric Mander, before I let you go, tell us the most interesting thing about your life, or something that you think stands out different than everybody else.
Sure, I had a death experience.
Yeah, what was the near-death experience? On stage for your second.
It was a full death experience.
We're trying to bring you. All right, what was the near-death experience?
Oh, Oxycontin turns out.
Yeah.
And settled out.
Where'd you do that at?
Guatemala. Turns out they'll anything over the counter, especially if you're.
Have you snorted Oxycontin before?
Oh yeah, every Friday night. Yeah.
Do it anymore?
Oh God no. God no.
Okay. All right. Saved you.
God.
Hey, that's it. Wrong answer, bro. Oh my God. Guatemalan. You're getting Guatemalan wrong. God.
Okay. No. Don't. Oh God. All right.
You know. Why is it so hot? Hot ass.
The first man
So I have a lot of respect.
Hey, Lily did not carry your herpes.
It wasn't from my time in Guatemala.
Wait, no, they didn't carry your herpes.
Yes, they did.
Uh-huh.
You want to see?
No. Carry. Fuck out of here. Mandarin, come on. Sony, fanatic, and
Writer for like a sitcom.
area.
3 seasons.
You know, I like that Eric Mandarin man's ride. We got fun out there still? The name of Jack Stolten. More time for Jack, everybody.
Just out of my first long distance relationship.
First and last.
But going into it, everyone was like, long distance is so easy nowadays with FaceTime. No, it's not true. FaceTime fucking sucks. How about this? FaceTime me when they invent pussy times. No, let's sit on my FaceTime. Little show me, little I know about how the economy works. Pay for gas money. Now like $2. I can swallow 2 pounds of cum just to fill my. Joe Biden put him up in the station. I put him up with the glory holes. I saw an interesting factoid the other day that said if we had a minute of silence for each victim of the Holocaust, we'd be quiet for 11 years. I had to think it. Only the Jews tried that in the 1930s. That last year, this motherfucker.
Oh, yeah. I can't quite my like very interesting. Look, what was the vibe here in like the witness protection program? Left New York. Like, all right, I'll play hard. I'll do whatever I have to do.
It is a fake beard, good eye.
Is it?
No.
Oh,
Can I say something?
Yeah.
It's totally straight, dude. But you look like your asshole. Like you have like the zero.
I
turn around and
turn
show
around
everybody
a
your
little
ass. It looks like his ass.
Whoa! Wait.
It's like his ass anus.
Do one more.
What? Holy
shit! You have an inverted ass.
It's like he shits out the front.
This man is reverse native. Incredible. You literally, what do you do for a living?
I bark.
You literally worked your ass off. Okay. How long you been bartending for? Why do you look like a guy that only serves?
About 4 years now.
Okay. All right. And how old are you? years old. And how long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
8 months.
8? So what made you want to start doing the right thing?
I would like to do it for a living. I would like to make money from this.
Incredible. Yeah. Very, very. Thank you. Really, really. Somebody who's been doing it for 8 months.
Yeah. And the confidence with which you delivered those difficult jokes. It's ballsy, dude, for a
and I sometimes get confidence because once he got a laugh, people over there started clapping, and he just fucking casually put his hands in his pocket, like fucking Carson, like, well, you know what they say.
He put his hand in his front pocket with his ass.
you're wearing a shirt that literally
Foundation is your partner for more efficient real estate operations. We combine our deep industry experience and frameworks to expert. If you're tired of paying high prices for your wireless plan, it's time to make the switch to InfyMobile. 5 gigabytes a month for $75 a year. Get 10 gigabytes for $99. For unlimited data, pay just $200 a year. That's 50 to 70% cheaper than the big guys. And the same trusted networks you already rely on. We make switching simple. Plus, every week, one lucky new customer wins a free iPhone. Visit www.infymobile.com today. That's www.infymobile.com. Hey, hardworking folks, listen up. If you're tired of paying through the nose for your wireless plan, it's time to switch to InfyMobile and keep more of your hard-earned money. Here's the deal. 5 gigabytes a month for $75 a year. Need more data? 10 gigabytes for $99 or 15 gigabytes for $150 a year. And for unlimited data users, our 20 gigabyte unlimited plan is just $200 a year. That's 50 to 70% cheaper than the big guys, and the same trusted networks you already rely on. And we make switching simple. Bring your unlocked phone, no need to buy a new one. Port your number so you don't miss a single call or text. And get this, every week, one lucky new customer wins a free iPhone. Terms apply, but you could be the next. Visit www.infymobile.com today. That's www.infymobile.com. Stop paying more than you should. InfyMobile, wireless that works for you. Switch today at www.infymobile.com and start saving. Your job at a healthcare facility includes disinfecting against viruses. You know prevention is the best medicine, and maintaining healthy spaces starts with a healthy cleaning routine. Granger's world-class supply chain helps ensure you have the quality products you need when you need them. From disinfectants and cleaning supplies to personal protective equipment, so you can help deliver a clean bill of health. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the one.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Mystery. I'll take you on a wild ride into the unknown. Like you, I am question, and I want answers. Thank you for joining me here today on Twitch and on Facebook because YouTube has down the account at least for the time being, but I'm told that will be picked up pretty soon. And if not, well, I'm just gonna yell out this message and go on with my mission on every platform that I possibly can, that I'm able to. So I don't want to waste my time on them, so we're just gonna get right into today's topic. So today's episode of Mysteries with a History is all about human brain experimentation, disinformation agents, insanity, and alleged documents of the levels that happen. But before we really dive into the topic, let me bring in my special co-host, Mr. Jimmy Church from Tampa. Jimmy, how you doing today?
You may not want to talk about it anymore, but I'm mad as hell. I can't take this anymore. It's unbelievable, Christina. Listen, I'm just going to tell the audience, and got some comments starting to flow in. It's a different day today for you. But I'm going to let everybody know that
got a call from Christina first thing this morning, and have you seen Twitter? I said, what's going on? They took my YouTube down. They what? And now I'm going to say this, and then we'll move on, because the Dulce Bay is one of the most exciting subjects that we could ever do, and it's a great choice on your part. I'm very excited about that. So we'll jump into it in just a minute. Look, everybody's flooding in. They found you, Christina. They found you. You're loved out there. But let me say this. I've had my ups and downs with YouTube over the years. I've had to fight the good fight. I've been demonetized a couple of times, and really had to go toe to toe with them. That being said, what they chose to do to me, without explanation, by the way, I had to fight that. I got it back, and it took about 2 weeks. But I also took a year off of YouTube after that. I was like, I'm done. And I just let the channel sit there. I wasn't going to let them make money off of me. I just wasn't going to do it. So I took a year off. But your case is different. You've got no community strikes, no violations, a clean channel, and everything positive. And your content isn't violating any standards. So, but this is what happened to me, and I'm sure it's the same thing with you. It's an automation system. So they have got millions of videos that are being uploaded every hour from around the world. And they have software that looks at all of that content, all of the existing content, looking for stuff, automated. And when that automation system gets triggered, they could have found something in your content that had nothing to do with the content. It was a false trigger. Okay, and you have to get a human being involved to go and look at your channel to make sure, and that, but that's the problem. That automation system is messing with people's lives, their content, in some cases income, and without any consideration of anything, and the software pulls the trigger, and there isn't anybody there to double check before the channel gets pulled down. And that's a problem. That's a problem with censorship and everything else, where you're guilty first, and then you've got to prove you're innocent. And that's not what this country is based on. But I am sure that is the case with your YouTube channel. You've got to get a human being involved, and once you do, you'll run clean. Your decisions for the future are your own. Want to continue with YouTube, or not, and find another way to go. Unfortunately, YouTube is one of the biggest platforms in the history of mankind, and it's tough. It's really tough.
I'm getting a lot of help from it. Hopefully get it back to normal. But let's dive into baseball. There's a lot of things we gotta talk about. Hopefully we can do it right
You're
here,
such
right
a bright ray of sunshine. Get off the subject. I'm done.
now. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go.
So I'll go ahead and read the black and white description of the story. Today's is a little bit longer than usual, but I think these are all pretty important notes, and then we'll hear your more colorful side of the story.
Sure.
So, residents of the small New Mexican town claim they're seeing and even photographing flying saucers and other unidentified flying objects over the community of about 2,600 people, many of whom also share a series of low-flying military helicopters and fast-moving lights darting back and forth in the sky. Tuesday is home to the headquarters of the Apache Reservation in northern New Mexico and is largely inhabited by indigenous people. Despite its small population, it draws heavy tourism by ufologists who host an annual Dulce-based UFO conference. And Dulce is located about 200 miles from Albuquerque. is important to note that the existence of the New Mexico alien base itself remains entirely unproven. Even as the legends surrounding it are well documented, we still simply don't know if this is all true or not. Stories arose in the late 1980s, with New Mexico State Trooper Gabriel Valdez reporting a series of disturbing cattle mutilations, and this is according to the Michael Perkins and conspiracy. Okay, and then it also states that prior surrounding the cattle mutilation suggested to Valdez that the government was involved and that the cattle were not ravaged by wild animals. One resident even claimed to have tracked Bigfoot in the area as well. So there's a lot of weird things happening around the Dulce base. And then, of course, the story brings in the infamous Paul Benowitz, claiming he had infiltrated electronic communications with aliens in 1979, along with taking pictures and videos of craft near the Kirkland Air Force Base. So we have a lot to dive into today and a lot of people to talk about what happens with the Dulce Base.
And now, and that's a great overview. There's a couple of things. Now let's back up. Let's go before the modern stuff. The tribes, indigenous cultures around there. That's a very sacred area, and they have been talking about for hundreds of years, sightings, light, and things that happen in and around this area. And I have talked to numerous tribe members. If you're thinking about going to nursing school but aren't sure how to get started, join us at Galen College of Nursing's upcoming open house. Here, you'll meet with friendly and helpful faculty, current students, and academic advisors who can help you get comfortable with admissions and enrollment. Plus, you'll tour our campus and learn all about Galen's personalized student support. RSVP now for our open house on Tuesday, April 29th from 4 to 6 p.m. by visiting galencollege.edu/Miami. That literally sit outside of the Best Western Hotel and cross at the mountain, and they see stuff just right there, and just gather and watch the action in the hills. So that's been going on for a very, very long time. Then researcher and author Leonard Stringfield started to make a couple of comments about this area and doing some research. Some of it was taken out of context, and I think that Leonard Stringfield had to step in and say, look, there's strange things going on, but I didn't say, and things were taken out of context, at least in his point of view. And he's a great researcher and was a great researcher, and we have to take him at face value. But even he was intrigued with this area. The cattle mutilation, Valdez wrote an excellent book, by the way, on what was going on up there. Many ranchers in the area reported black helicopters and coming in, and sightings of the cattle being not only taken but replaced in the area too as well. And I think that some of the questions started to come up. This was aside from the UFO issue, but were the cattle being tested with chemicals, radiation, and there was some testing of that in the area. And were they taking the cattle to see the effects of the radiation on them, then replacing them back, maybe removing body parts to look at the effect? All of that is sinister in of itself. And if you're not reporting it and letting the local ranchers and the community know what is going on, then that leads to some pretty shitty stuff. So we have that going on at the same time. Enter Paul Benowitz. So Paul Benowitz starts to hear rumors. Now, Paul, as we know, with Richard Doty and William Moore, and very, very infamous. I mean, it's not famous, it's an infamous bad case. But Paul had a lot of resources available to him company that had Air Force contracts right there at Kirkland Air Force Base. And, but he had the ability to get into private aircraft and fly up in and around that area looking for this alien base that was reported to be there. Now, from Paul himself and his reports back to others, he found a craft, he found something that was interesting in that area that looked like a crashed flying saucer of some kind, and he knew he was on the case. Well, those reports, combined with the lights in the area and what the Indians were seeing in the area, and going back to Leonard Stringfield, and now these reports coming out from Paul Benowitz, things seem to be in action there at the Dulce base. Now, before we circle back and discuss all of this, was there an alien base, tunnels, and things? There were a lot of underground Air Force installations there. There were. And missile silos, the tunnels for that. You have the structures on the surface for the Air Force buildings and things and fences that needed to have that infrastructure. Stuff was going on underground for sure, and there was tunnels going on underground for sure. The urban legend part of it is that all of this was done because he arrived here a long time ago and found that area to be special and established an underground base, and that's where they resided, and that was that. And that the Air Force knew about this, and there were agreements and things working together with ET and our government for a very long time. Now that's part of the urban legend, and if you look at some of the maps that have been generated over the years of tunneling efforts across the United States, maglev trains and things right through Dulce. There were other reports of Sandia Labs and things that were happening in Albuquerque and Kirkland, that there were tunneling systems between there and Dulce, and those existed. Now, has it been proven? No. I have talked to Noria Hayakawa a couple of times. I guess on the show very early on with Coach Black. His investigation going into Dulce, and I asked him directly, have you found an entrance anywhere? No, have not. And that search continues. Now, is there an entrance that has been found? There's been rumors about that. There is a lot of stuff with the Air Force and their existing facilities that are there. That could be entrances. But it's behind fences, and you really can't get to it as a researcher. Photograph it, or ask any questions. But this story is going to get any stranger, any crazier. It's Phil Schneider. And when
Gosh, Jimmy, you're racking them all out real quick. I mean,
Phil Schneider. And now I think that Phil Schneider, his name, his face, and his story has become so respected in ufology, and some of the things that he had seen at conferences around the country about some pretty amazing things. Now, the facts behind Phil Snyder are the stuff that is there. Geologist, and he was hired by the United States government to help engineer underground tunnels and tunneling systems, deep underground military bases. And that was later. Before that, he was an investigator into 9/11 for the government to figure out how those buildings came down, the World Trade Centers 1 and 2, how they came down. And he had pretty healthy CV. And so you can go and look at his work history and his education and see how legitimate he was. Now, but he chose to go out and speak about the New World Order, the elite, and governments around the world, and how they were working together for control of humanity. And he gave his reasons why. And some of his claims were outlandish at the time. But now that we can go back after 25 years after his death and go back and look at it, and he was very prophetic. And there were things that he said that came to pass. I'm not going to get into specifics with that, but he was taken out. And he was taken out as he was talking about Dulcie and what happened there. So he gives this account. And again, I'm not reading. I've researched this case enough that I can actually speak about it and be pretty close. And if I have any of the facts wrong, excuse me and things. But this is pretty close. His account that he went out and spoke about, and you can check out the videos for Phil Schneider online. That he was in a tunneling effort, digging down at Dulcie, and got to a certain level. They're blasting through the rock, and they're digging, and they're boring, and he's going down, and he's got his tool belt, and I'll come back to that in a second. But anyway, so they reach a certain level, and they break through the rock, and this stench comes through. And it was unbelievable. And they continued to bore through, and they opened this up, and they broke into the alien base. And they are he's looking straight at an alien being standing there in front of him, and he freaks out. And one thing leads to another, but there's a gunfight, there's a shootout, and an explosion, and he gets blasted in his chest. And this is I mean, it's sad, but this is part of the facts of the case. He gets blasted in his chest, and by some alien technology, gun, ray gun, photon weapon, whatever you want to call it, basically. He gets blasted in the chest. He loses some fingers. He gets burned. He gets this gnarly injury to his chest and the scars and everything. That and it was debilitating to the point where when he was murdered, I'm going to come back to the gunfight, but when he was murdered in Oregon, where he was speaking at a conference, he's in a wheelchair. He didn't have any fingers. Well, he had a couple of fingers on each end, but he was very sick. He couldn't walk. He was in a very bad situation, and he's in a motel room in Phoenix where his body is found with surgical tubing wrapped around his neck and tied, and they said that he committed suicide. Now, first off, he had no fingers, right? And he had no way of tying or wrapping and killing himself with surgical tubing, like was stated in the police report. And when you read the police report, you realize that somebody killed him, right? Okay. So, but he was out there speaking about the New World Order, governments, 9/11, dark parts of different world governments, including the United States, and maglev trains and tunneling and what was going on across the country, and the alien bases, Dulcie, the shootout, and his injuries. And he was out there very publicly speaking about this stuff, and then he dies with surgical tubing being around his throat in a hotel in Oregon. And so when you look at Dulcie in total, is there something to this area? You have Paul Benowitz, dead. Bill Schneider, dead. Cattle mutilation and reports, all factual. Black helicopters, and a culture that has been there for hundreds of years. And
then
talking
Thomas
about
Costello also goes missing as well.
yes, and it's a very, very interesting case, Christina. And when I look at Phil Schneider, and I go back and I watch those videos and his presentation over the years, and those that knew him, I had a lot of people on the show, and some that were with him in Portland when he died, and I don't want to get into that, but one of his roommates on that last speaking tour was on the show and spoke very candidly about those last days and what was going on and how happy he was in life to start getting his health together, his relationship with his family, and he had goals and things were great. He wasn't suicidal, and the way that he spoke in public, he was a true whistleblower, and it just adds to the mystery at Dulce.
So in everything that you said, there were a lot of things that you kind of touched on, and I want to go a little bit more in depth. The first person that you mentioned was Gabe Valdez, or Gabriel Valdez. And just to go into a little bit more in depth about him, for those that might not know the story or know who he is, he was a police officer and a researcher. And this man, when he was looking at these cattle mutilations, because he's a police officer, he has to get called in to see these things. He also found gas masks nearby, glow sticks, and human equipment. He also found, which is incredibly bizarre, is that he found a monkey, frog, fetus in a cow's uterus that was dead. Now that sounds terrifying, and he took pictures of it. You can find that online. But with this man in particular, Gabe Valdez, there were some moments where he believed that his cattle mutilations were kind of more human and scientific than maybe towards the more alien side to it, just because he found evidence to back up his opinions onto why these cattle mutilations were found human equipment. He did an interview for the California National Magazine Volume 4, number 2 paper in 1989, and stated that he believed that 80% of what Paul Benowitz was saying was accurate due to aspects of the military activity around the mesa. And it's interesting because he saw 3 military helicopters flying around the mesa at that time as well. And he knows that there's a lot of military activity happening, but he just doesn't know if it's really related to the UFO phenomena. Then he says that was about 40% of what Benowitz is saying, and it's kind of more theorized. It doesn't really have any factual evidence, and it's not necessarily accurate. And these are his words in an interview. But Gabe does say that other people also came out talking to him that had very similar stories as Benowitz's stories. Now, he wasn't sure, Valdez wasn't sure if these people were just attempting to fabricate false stories or if they were genuine. So I feel like a man doing civil service, right, being a policeman and also a researcher, it's very hard to know who to believe, who not to believe, and where to get your information, just like how it is for us today as well.
Yeah, and there's another part to this because Valdez, and in his book, we're talking about a law enforcement person who is going on the record, but he was in that area. Law enforcement is not like Los Angeles or New York or Chicago, Miami. It's different. And New Mexico, and I've been there, is a very sparsely populated remote area. And there are reasons why we did our atomic testing there, and we have missile ranges, because there's nothing there. Things are spread out. And the Dulce base and that mesa is very remote, very difficult to get to. Ben was had to fly to it. And it's not like you can go on the Indian reservation part and go up to the edges of it, but what goes on beyond the fences and beyond the mountain, that is hundreds of square miles of remote nothing. And so one law enforcement officer trying to chase these details down, or the sightings of craft, or the things that happen that you're not around, or the decision to build a deep underground military base that Phil Schneider was referring to, that Paul Benowitz was doing. That's a location where you're going to do that. And the other part is, I mean, nobody's going to know what you're doing. But the other part is, it's a pretty cool place for ET to make camp and to go unnoticed for until you get down. And that's exactly what we're talking about here. I when you speak to researchers and those that have investigated the tunneling system, I've got maps and things that have been sent to me. But when you look at that, it is absolutely remote. And so for a researcher to choose to go and investigate and go up there, it's nearly impossible to do. It'd be easier to get onto Area 51. You know where it is. Here in New Mexico, it is wide open. There's the flat desert area, and then there's the mountain region, and it is very, very rough terrain. So for me to go to somebody like Norio Hayakawa, dude, man, where's the entrance? Well, I don't know, but you go and check it out. It's impossible to do. There's no road. You can't walk. It's not about that. You can fly over it if you can afford a helicopter and go and start poking around. But what is it that you're going to see? What is it that you're going to find? It's yeah, yeah, yeah. Dulce is a fascinating place. Absolutely fascinating.
About what came before, there is some that there is kind of a circular section of trees that grow. It's as if it's kind of like singer. And there's this where you find some people that it was a UFO doing an emergency landing crash fire and it caught fire among the trees. Like another theory that it was not actually a UFO but a plane that crashed and then burned all the trees as well. But the weird thing about this crash in particular is what we know about nature when something burns within time it grows back. But in this case, this little particular one is having and so I guess if you're looking
for red, baby. Hey. Okay, cool. So brought to you by the Red Rose and I'll end with the band, or what? For example, from on the pulling on the pod, our the hotel band camera. I use for business. That's a cost. So we more is cost. Excited for what well, man. Hey, here's a more available now. Number one live podcast in the world. Playing for the last 6 days again. October 11th, I'll be 14th. I in November 4th in York, York for 9 and 14th, 2023. Available at all these shows sell out. So don't be go to the website now. Yeah, a lot of people have asked about the big I have with it. I'm thrilled about it. Of course, California here, there, all the way side of the country, traveling the only Texas summers are how I also maybe for hydration, water, I'm out all sports multiple times. After these airports traveling, there's so many credit water out of my life. I use but I sometimes on top of the red band of the medical. Tell us how you stay hydrated. I use study all the time and I love the flavor so much. Great. I have one in the morning, one at the water bottles. I can throw in your bag or your one packet of ounces of water or water alone. Five, I said five, six, 12, and 3 times for like 4 years. But you fresh lemon lime, tropical lime, great.
Paul Benowitz, when he did his flyover, that he found a plane crash that happened up there, and Benowitz was pretty specific, and I would think, and he lives outside of Kirtland Air Force Base. You have Albuquerque commercial airport there as well, and he's in the business. He works with the Air Force. He knows what an airplane is, and you're going to know an airplane crash when you're flying over it. I'm not so sure that I buy into that narrative. I think Paul saw what he saw, and he was convinced that it was a crashed alien craft. I don't think, and especially at that point, I think his mind was still there. So I'm not so sure that it. Maybe there was a civilian plane crash up there, but that's not what Paul saw.
let's dive in a little bit more about Paul because there's a lot to his story in particular. So we briefly talked about him, but we're just gonna dive in a little bit deeper. So he made his claim to fame in 1979 when he saw several UFOs taking off and landing in the vicinity of the Manzana weapon system next to his home. And he stated that he caught it on video and even took pictures of these craft. With the pictures and the video of this craft, he alerted officials at the Kirtland Air Force Base who interviewed him at his home and also on the base. Later on, he had electronic equipment pointed towards the base and attempted to record high-frequency electrical beam pulses, believing that it was alien craft communication. And I'm not really sure how he was able to decipher that and believing that what he was catching was alien communication. But later on, he says that from the more research that he did and the more that he saw, he believed that aliens, that at least here on the Earth, were hostile and a threat to humanity. And he also had this obsession into proving that the government was dealing with aliens instead of having the government brush it off. He really wanted to prove it, which led on later to Richard Doty and Bill Moore to come in as a part of the story as well.
Well, we have to. Obviously, there's a lot going on in this area. Without even bringing up Roswell, right, or Aztec, or Corona, Trinity, without bringing up any of that, there's a lot going on in this area, and there is probably, even to this day, with Sandia National Labs there, probably some of the smartest people in the world live and work there, number one. Number two, it is the most advanced technology and concepts anywhere in the world being developed right there. This is not Area 51. This is the most advanced research. With all of this, we have the UFO and ET connection. Is that something that is being developed there? Well, let's talk about Paul Benowitz for a second. Paul focuses his camera, and he's got stuff on the roof of his house. He's shooting from inside of the house, but he's shooting at this very specific spot where he said UFOs were landing and taking off. And he had very specific images that he talked about of landed craft and activity going on around that craft that he photographed and videotaped at length. I asked Richard Doty if he had seen those images. Rick Doty, a little evasive on those answers, and Rick may be listening right now. He knows what I'm talking about. A little evasive on those answers. And the reason for that is, where did the images go? Now, there were, and I've heard from a few different people, that Paul and video these cameras. Where those images don't know. The computers with the data on it, where's that? Hard drive. And that is one of the most intriguing parts about all of this. Now, I understand that Kirkland was developing technology to block Soviet satellites and imaging, and doing that with a lot of different things. They also had to block what was going on at Kirkland. They were developing drones, and especially back then, drones were a very, very big deal and very secret process. Okay. Paul Benowitz would have known the difference, and his planes and what he saw landing and taking off from this section of the base raised his eyebrows, and he had the evidence of this. The other part was, you just mentioned it, he was recording radio transmission, and he was convinced it was ET, either talking to Kirkland or talking amongst themselves, but he was getting that, and he would sit and listen to and try to translate, try to figure out what these transmissions were. Rick Doty says, "Oh, that was secret Air Force radio communication. We didn't need that knowledge to get out." Not really buying that so much. I keep going back to Paul Benowitz, was a very smart guy, owned a very cool company that built instruments, and he had government contracts with the Air Force, like Eric Kirkland, and he wasn't a dummy. He was seeing what he was seeing, and he was hearing what he was hearing. Meanwhile, we've got cattle mutilations. We've got the sightings in and around Dulce, and of course, we have Bill Schneider and his account of what happened, and the Delta Force being brought in, and gunfight, that broke out between ET and Delta Force in deep underground military base.
Something we need to talk about when it comes to Mr. Benowitz is in the book called UFO, The Dulce Story, an incredible deception written by Thomas Castello and Weldon Stevens. They state that Benowitz was arrested, and this was referring to psychiatric treatment. And he went and he was institutionalized 3 times. Again, this is stated in the book. Now, the first time he was arrested, it was stating that he needed to get a psychiatric treatment, but then was later released when he was completely sane. There was no reason behind him being arrested for that. It was kind of more to intimidate him. Again, this is from the book. Later, he was arrested yet again for the treatment to be psychiatric treatment. And this second time, he was given electric shock treatment to derange his memory so that he could no longer recall what he had been seeing or what he had filmed above Dulce. Now, I could not find evidence to back up that statement from the book, but I mean, I guess with this whole story, all the documents that we read about this, it's very difficult to corroborate, right? Where the evidence is coming from and to back it up. So I think this is important to know about Mr. Benowitz while we talk about this story. Is he was institutionalized 3 times during this? Was it because he was insane, or was it because he wasn't supposed to see something that he did, and the government needed an excuse to get rid of it? We simply don't know.
Yeah, and again, going back to Rick Doty and his accounts of all of this, I think that a certain amount of what Rick said is probably pretty valid and pretty accurate. But the disturbing part about it, if we take Doty's accounts of this as being true, I'm just going to say this directly. Rick saw the instability there. And Rick knows that leading up to this, we didn't even talk about the other, the cattle mutilation parts. Okay, hold on. Let's back up for a second. So, Paul Benowitz and a friend of his, they get introduced to a woman who had called the police and said, "Hey, I'm watching cattle getting abducted, by a couple of craft. One is big, one is small, but they're taking cattle." And the police literally tell her, "Well, give Paul Bennett a call. This is very important." So she gets a hold of Paul Bennett. Paul and his friend, who was a hypnotherapist, bring her over, and they regress her so she could remember more details about this cattle abduction thing that she saw right outside of Kirkland Air Force Base. And she described 2 large craft, one big, one really big, that were doing the abduction. So this thing, and so they did all this crazy stuff when they were regressing her. I'm talking about like literally tinfoil hat, and they would take her into Paul's like Lincoln town car that he lined the inside of this like 3 layers of tinfoil. I'm not making any of this up. I hate to say it, but it was tinfoil. And they would do these regression things, and but they were getting more and more information out of her about what was going on. This combined with what Paul was doing at his house, he's going to conferences. Um, uh, he's feeling pretty strange. This UFO thing is happening. He calls the security at the base, right? I think something is going on there. Rick Doty comes into play. Now, meanwhile, he's still doing the regression with this lady and his friend. And the details are starting to get really sensational that is coming out of her. Was it factual? Don't know. Was it made up? Don't know. Was it leading questions with the hypnotherapy? We don't have any of those answers. But it was inside of Paul's head. Now, bring in Rick Doty. Rick Doty goes, okay, yeah, these pictures are pretty interesting. Yeah, this is, and Rick is claiming that Paul Benowitz is on to secret government technology. So he's got to throw him off the case, right? He's got to throw him off the scent. So he tells Paul what? Dude, here's the secret. UFOs are real. And Paul's like, I knew it. I knew it. Well, that right there at that point, that was the mistake that Rick Doty made. Doesn't mean that UFOs are not real. What I'm saying is Rick knew that he was dealing with somebody that maybe couldn't handle this kind of information. Disinformation, real information, and that part doesn't matter. The statement pushed Paul over the edge. And meanwhile, he's got the regression going on. He's got his cameras. He's got his audio. He's flying over Dulcie. The whole community is seeing lights in the area. And Paul gets pushed over the edge. And Rick knew this. And now, Rick was like, well, they told me to do this. We were protecting government secrets. Government. You don't do that to somebody. If somebody is a little bit unstable, and I think that Rick will say that. And Rick has defended himself. I've asked him same question directly. I'm not picking on Rick, and I'm not defending anybody here. That's not where I'm going with it. But Paul Benowitz and his family is concerned now and everything else. But what did you expect? You know, you bring in Bill Moore and these documents and these things and these statements and the action that's going on outside of his home and in the skies and Dulcie and this lady that is doing this regression therapy that did see cattle being abducted, right? And this is what happened. And I don't know. I don't. The whole thing is crazy to me. And looking back at Rick and his defending his actions, I think that is age. You know that? Yes, he definitely does. He's had enough time to analyze it. But Paul Bennett was onto something, and it could have been ET related, and then he turn around and say, man, and he, he's in the Air Force, military personnel, and he's going to come at you and say, okay, and UFOs are real. Well, that ultimately, that's what happened to Paul Bennett.
And for the man that conducted the hypnosis, it was Dr. Leo Sprinkle, and he
Yep.
was a professor of psychology at the University of Wyoming. And also, when he was hypnotizing the wife and son, or the mom and son, not only did they mention about cattle mutilation, they also talked about that they were rogues as well. And again, when it comes to hypnosis, it's a very tricky job because you kind of have questions that kind of lead more your imagination than your actual memory. So asking them without biased words can be difficult, I guess, if you don't write them down. So again, yeah, we don't know if that's true or not. We don't know if that's imagination or memory, but regardless, that's a pretty wild story.
Well, and like I said, uh, regression went on for a length of time, and they they kept trying to develop. They would now okay. It's such a dark world, and I just feel so strange talking about all of it. But they were convinced that ET was onto them, and they didn't want ET listening to the regression therapy. They didn't want ET to run radio interference and beam stuff into, so they're driving around. They wouldn't do it at Paul's house. They're driving to private locations in the car that's lined with 3 layers of tinfoil and would go into the therapy. And they kept, and this is over time, the information started to so that it felt like it was the location that something that was going on. They would drive to another location, throw another layer of tinfoil onto the car, and try to get more information out of it. So you're right, and this is going back to the point that it went from cattle, the stuff outside of Kirkland, all the way to abduction and analysis and things. And we don't know. I think that there is a lot of speculation around the way that they did the therapy. It wasn't in a controlled environment. It wasn't in a medical office. It wasn't in a doctor's office. It's in the back seat of a Lincoln Town car, outside of Albuquerque in the desert with tinfoil, on the windows. It's crazy. So, how much of that was induced? How much of it was imagination? Well, we don't know. But Paul believed it. That's the whole point, and everything else was going on at the same time around Paul and his quest for UFOs, and that includes flying over Dulce, the sightings that were happening, his recordings, his audio, his images, his interaction with the Air Force directly. It's an absolutely crazy case. Dude, we're not even getting into Phil Schneider.
Not yet, not yet. But with Paul, he took that obsession and his belief to his grave, and he ended up dying in June of 2003 after he took his own life. And then that makes you question, because there are quite a few deaths in the story that are somewhat suspicious. So when it comes to Paul, it makes you question: was it really a suicide, or was it missing? And I don't think we'll ever know the answer to that in particular.
Phil Schneider?
No, I'm talking about Paul Benowitz.
Oh,
He died in 2003 and took his own life.
yes. And let's go back to Phil Schneider. Man, I always have one hair that just wants to come out and go, dude, I'm messing with you, man. I'm messing with
Feel you.
you. Okay, and back to this. Listen, I want to say this to everybody in the chat room. Thank you for sharing the petition. I know that Christina's like, she's distracted. She's got a lot on her mind. Can we talk about Dulcie in the chat? And then here it goes. There's the link. Oh, man. I'm going to sign that thing, though. I'm mad as hell. We'll get back to that, everybody. But let's talk about Dulcie. So, back to Phil Schneider. When Phil first started to give his account, and I want to say this in the most candid way that I can. His, from beginning to end, his account is so detailed down to the most minute thing. And when I listen to somebody speak about something, I want the details, right? I want to know. It's the little things that I'm picking up. And I think those are most important because, Christina, If you went to the store today, right? Okay.
Okay.
You go to the store. I know where you were this morning. I'm not going to go there. But let's take that for an example. Okay. So you go to the store, not really the store, your other location, but you go to the and you go in and then you leave the store and get back in your car. Okay. Now you have a choice of I went to the store today.
How are you? Can you hear me? I hope you're having a good day. Hello, how are you? Can you hear me? Hello, how are you? Hope you're doing well. Hello, how are you? Excellent. How'd you find out about me? You mean? How did you find out about me? Oh, you found me on YouTube. No way. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I'm currently live streaming on 16 different YouTube streams. I have more content online than any person in global history. I've been streaming more than 3.5 years since the pandemic. I've essentially created a time capsule for society. Yeah, it's a big undertaking. I talk about some things that I think are important to the world, such as ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It's a lot of words. It's worth tens of millions of dollars. And one of the things that we've done is we've built wells in developing countries such as Africa, Nigeria in Africa. I also um, am a major advocate for the LifeStraw program and desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable for the common person. I think these are important undertakings for the world, and I do my best to be an advocate for them. Does that sound like an interesting project to you? I am, but I had somebody who came in and they wanted to talk. So, Elena, are you a streamer? Oh no, you're not. Okay. Well, you should know that you're always welcome here. I'm here to be a positive person in your life and to give you an optimistic view on society and to give you hope. And if there's anything you ever need from me, I'm here to help you, okay? Excellent. Feel free to come by whenever you want, okay? Excellent.
Bobby, are you there?
You guys having fun yet, huh?
What?
Yeah, I'm here.
One more time for your next.
No, I don't want to play right now. I'm going to do my best to get some sleep.
Michael's word is pleasant. I also might be the Larry Bird. Thank you very much. Wow. Hey, man. I didn't even realize I was special retarded person only the bucket night. I'm very excited to retarded night. Very retarded white. Very
Okay.
yes, sir. What the
Or
that?
right, somebody told me that they were abducted by aliens and they got into a gunfight in a deep underground base. Right? Okay, you got in a gunfight. There are details there. So if I'm talking to you about the state, you can tell me about the ground that you just walked on. You can talk about the temperature. You can talk about who you saw coming out of the store. You remember that. You remember the children that was with the lady and she forgot to put the shopping cart back. You remember those details. You remember walking into the store. Did you grab a cart? Did you grab a basket? Did you walk to the deli counter first or did you walk straight into the vegetable aisle? Right? Or were you there for Captain Crunch? So you went over to Captain Crunch and then you saw. You have details of everything around you. And you remember those things, right? Bill Schneider had those details. He gave everything and he didn't hold back. And so you're listening to him recount the events of the day all the way through to him getting shot in the chest, having fingers blasted off his hands, which are all real, the physical disabilities that he is now living with today, and giving the account of everything leading up to that moment, everything, all the little tiny little details. That to me rings true. As crazy as it is that Delta Force go in and shoot them out with aliens at their underground base, as crazy as that sounds, that's not what he says. He gives the details of everything around that, and he stayed consistent with it. And I think that we constantly have to go back and when we talk about Dulcie, we talk about Paul Benowitz and Noria Hayakawa and the reservation that is there and what surrounds the mesa. Phil Schneider needs to be included in that conversation. He does. Oh, and there is one other part of it. I believe, I could be wrong, somebody could correct me. I think Paul Benowitz found an entrance to the Dulce base and flew over it and gave that information to Rick Doty. And Rick had to throw him off of the trail, once again, throw him off of the fence. But I think that was something else that Paul Benowitz that he found. And he went back to pinpoint that location a few times and spent a lot of money doing it.
With Paul, I don't think he found an entrance, but he found like some kind of vent. Like there was smoke coming out of the mountain, which isn't a thing. That's not necessarily natural. Against like a volcano or something. But this is not a volcano, it's a mesa. So that's what he saw. He might have given it to Jody like doesn't make sense, which it doesn't. And with Mr. Schneider, what is interesting about his story is he, there was like what practically it was a war between what he states as rays and scientists, and he says that it's about 60 beings died, including humans and other entities, and only 3 survived. Him being one of the survivors. But when he was giving these interviews and being part of these conferences, he stated that there were about 140 bases like the Doomsday base around the world, and 192 in the United States alone. That's a lot. That is a lot. And he ended up committing suicide with a catheter cord. That's what it was in the mid 90s. But I want to tell so he's stating that there's 192 Dulce-like bases in the United States. Now let's talk about the level of the Dulce base.
Mm-hmm.
Because there is a lot in that. So yeah, I'm gonna run through them and then you can enter in.
Do you have any drawings of the base?
Not on me.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, walk around, Jimmy. They're in my purse. I carry Dulcie with me everywhere.
Well,
No,
you know.
Yeah, a few things have been put out there. Okay, so continue.
So the very first level is pretty mundane. It's the garage for street maintenance. And by the way, this blueprint was leaked by Thomas Castello, who was a security guy at the base, inside of the base. And we should talk about him first, I guess, before we talk about the levels. So Thomas Castello was the guard at the base. He collected about 72 pictures, 100 pages of work, and he was the man that revealed the 7 levels under the base. But then, after coming out with this information, or sorry, sometime after coming out with this information, he ends up disappearing. And he also just like with Schneider, not only are there levels and tunnels that connect everything together, but for the Dulce base in particular, there's a whole shuttle network that kind of connects the whole United States as well. And again, these are just alleged accounts. We simply do not have evidence to back up these claims, but he does say that he did collect pictures and work, right? Like pages of work, hopefully, I guess, in his mindset to back up what he was saying. And he claims that in the Dulce base, he was dealing with reptilians on a daily basis in the Dulce base that worked with humans and rays. The dominant reptilian race was the Draco, which we have talked about before in one of our episodes called Alien Invaders. You remember that, Jimmy?
I do.
That was a
Looking
while
at
back.
blueprints. I'm looking at blueprints. Keep going.
Okay, well when you find it, share your screen. So he so that's the man who brought up these levels. Now let's talk about the levels, the 7 that are there, and there are more below it that people don't want to death. So the first one is pretty mundane, and that is just a garage for streaming. You know, just like for any normal building, right? You're gonna have a garage to park your cars. Level 2, you have a garage for the trains, the shuttles, the tunnel machines, and your okay? Level 3, you can rent it. Level 3 is taken, everyone is rated in the mood, and then given access to make a good person with every single day. If their weight changes to about 3 pounds above their physical weight, right, like compared to a few days prior, they will be required to go under physical exam and x-rays. So it seems like here, and this is merely an assumption, that the reason to why they're being weighed is to make sure that all of the equipment stays there and that nothing goes in without being authorized and nothing comes out without being authorized. Okay? Then you have level 4, which is human research in the paranormal area. This includes mental telepathy, mind control, hypnosis, remote viewing, astral travel, and so on. So things in this nature. Then for level 5, you have your alien housing.
Yep, the bunk beds.
The bunk beds. And it says here that it is that there are armed guards on patrol constantly. And there are sensitive areas in the 5th level that require a handprint and an eye print station in order to enter these sensitive facilities. Level 6 is privately known as the Nightmare Hall.
Genetic experiment.
That's exactly what it is. It is genetic labs where they experiment on fish, seals, birds, mice, and are vastly altered from their original forms. There are also multi-armed, multi-legged humans, and even humanoid bat-like creatures. But here's the thing, it gets even darker than Gets even darker than that.
What, the Navy SEAL experiment? How can it get dark? You can't get darker than baby seals.
But it does. But it does. In levels, you have humans in stages, usually drugged or dazed. And there are rows upon rows of thousands of humans and human mixtures that remain in a cold storage. Now, there are drawings of this that were collected by Mr. Thomas Castello, that maybe Jenny has found them. If not, I can look for it. But those are your 7 levels. Now below level 7, it is unknown because humans are not allowed to explore below that. But it is suspected that there is possibly a huge alien culture area that connects the tunnels around Colorado, Arizona, and New Mexico, where the Draco are located. Um, and those are your levels. And just imagine, okay, so Schneider said that there are about 192 other bases like the Dulce base around the United States, and 1,400 across the globe. I simply can't imagine humans, um, thousands of them, rows upon rows, practically in incubators. I don't know, that's very sci-fi, very like horror story. But for it to be true and in multiple locations, it's very, I guess, difficult to believe. And I think if you saw it, it might be traumatizing.
It's not. It's not. Okay. I can only base things on my own experience. Now, I just posted some pictures last month. Eric Awakening Man and I were out at Edwards Air Force Base, standing in front of, warning signs. You will be shot if you're driving the black Jeep that says Fade to Black on it. And I'm seeing the warning signs. I'm like, should we? I've got a black Fade to Black Jeep. Should we be here? Well, so we're driving. I'm not making this up. So we're driving past all of these warning signs, and they're everywhere. We thought it was funny. It literally says, "Do not take pictures." So we jump out and take pictures of the "Do not take pictures" sign, selfies, and I see off in the distance this structure. So we go out and we're coming back, and I'm like, man, I gotta find that thing out in the middle of the desert. It's on the other side of the fence. It's on Edward, and we find it, and it's a frigging building that's surrounded by a fence in the middle of the desert. Now we're on this side of the fence, in the middle of the desert, Christine, out, surrounded by this, got a little parking lot, and it's a concrete building with steps going down underground with vents. And we took pictures. I published them. I'm like, what is it in the middle of the desert? Where's that going to? Right? Okay. So there's that. But let me back up. When I was a kid, lived down in Central America, lived in Panama, and I lived on, and you can look it up, Fort Amador. Look it up. Look up Fort Amador. Fort Amador is a man-made extension of the mainland, virtually an island. As a matter of fact, there was 3 other man-made islands part of it, joined by a causeway. My house was on this. All right. One night I'm out. I might have been smoking weed. I was a kid. I'm out walking on this golf course that my house was a part of. The golf course was hiding an underground base, and I didn't know it. This is in my front frigging yard, not down the street, not a couple of miles away, my front yard. So I'm out there, and I hear something in the middle of the golf course at night. I'm like, what is that? And I come up to this air vent in the middle of the coming out of the ground. And I bend down, I'm looking, what is that going to? Huh? And I keep watching, and I find another one, and I find another one. And then next to all of this is this trench. Now it's big. So this trench is 30 yards across, and it's kind of a shape, and it's a quarter mile long. But it's paved at the bottom of it. So I walk down, and I'm walking up this trench, and I come up to this giant door with these, and there's a truck parked there. And what is that door? The vent that I'm talking about is is out there, maybe 50 yards away. My house is behind me, 50 yards, and I've got this garage door going to an underground base in my front yard. Now I keep walking, and I find another one, and in this trench, in my front yard, there are three entrances. So now I walk up the hill, it's probably 20, 30 feet. I walk up and I just stand there and I can see the three entrances, this huge trench with a road to get there. And I see the military vehicles parked outside of the thing. And I'm looking, I can see the air vents and I can see the vastness now of what is this giant underground facility in my front yard. Nobody's talking about it. Nobody's saying anything, and it's a government base. I'm not here to go and start poking around and figure things out, but that's in my front yard. It's in my front yard. Now, what is going on across the United States? Here, this is right there. I don't know what's going on. I don't know there's people in there. There's obviously air conditioning running. There's electricity. There's things going on. I ended up finding dozens of these around Panama. Some abandoned, some live. There was a place called Ancon Hill. Not making this up. Artificial, hollow, giant, and we would sneak and walk up. We'd sneak around the guard shacks and continue. Me and my friends were kids, and I could walk and I could go these tunnels that were going into Ancon Hill. Look it up, people. Look up Ancon Hill. I would look in it and I would see an MP with like a helmet on, says MP on it, at a desk. Inside the door, I could see him. It's like right out of the movie. So, what is going on in the United States? We have bases all over the place. We have Army bases, we have Marine bases, we have Air Force bases, we have naval bases. And they can do whatever they want underground. And that includes adults. And so you have to listen to what I'm saying. This is my own experience. This isn't some armchair I'm reading on the internet about deep underground military bases. I'm out there walking into these places and seeing them for myself. And I've got one a few miles from my home right now that I have seen. I told Awakening Man, and I'm crazy like that. I said to him, I hope he's listening. I go, dude, let's jump the fence. No, it's right there. Let's go see where those stairs lead. Maybe it's an elevator. No, man. No, I've gone as far as I'm gonna go. I said, fence isn't that high. We're not that old. Let's jump and run. What's that run from Area 51 with your arms up behind you?
Naruto run.
Yeah. Let's do that. It's right there, man. It's right there. Yeah. So, I don't.
I'm just imagining it right now. Jimmy with his arms like
I can do it. I'll go practice. But this stuff exists. It has to exist. I don't have a problem with this stuff existing. Our military does the thing, and we've got very bad actors out there that want to do us harm, and that's it. And it's a necessary evil. I get all of that. I just want to know what it is, and I want to know what's going on. When it gets to Dawson and other bases like this around the country, they exist. We've got the reports of this mountain in the Mojave Desert. Angeli is going to establish contact. Oh, by the way, I've got a little Angeli announcement update. Can I do that on your show?
Go for it, Jimmy.
You want me to do that here? You want me to?
Well, you only have 2 minutes. You better start it now.
Everybody says I should do the Naruto running. Yeah, I'll videotape it. Selfie.
Heck yeah.
Can selfie that. Would everybody like me to give an Anjali update?
Just tell it, Jimmy. Just tell it.
I got a text earlier, and came in at 11:37 a.m. She would like to come on Facebook. Okay, so well, we had a cancellation with her last week, and you filled in. That was Christina doing her thing, taking one for the team. So I'm not going to flash all of this up and do any of that. I'm not going to do that. But there's her name. But so she kind of went underground for a little bit. I know that people were commenting that she hasn't been tweeting and things, and of course the cancellation of the show. But she did reach out. So we'll see, and maybe next week, we'll get this week behind it, and then we'll get to next week, and I'll have Andre on the show. The reason why I bring that up is alien base in a mountain, apparently, allegedly, in the Mojave. The similarities from her description of what's going on in the Mojave is very similar to Dulce. So there you go. Now, the strange part about this is I don't hear a military connection with this base with Anjali, and the military doesn't know where it is at this point. But we're going to get an update next week, and we'll find out.
I mean, no. Who doesn't want to go to an Let's do
Would you? Well, you know what? Let's talk about that for a second. Let's talk about that. If somebody invited you to go to an alien underground base in a mountain in Dulce, New Mexico, you know, it may be a nice place like Scottsdale, Arizona, next to the Camelback Mountain Mall and the Four Seasons. Would you do it?
I'll make sure to bring some snacks in case they're hostile.
Would you do it?
Absolutely. I'm telling you, I gotta bring snacks just in case they're upset that I'm there. Everyone's happy when they receive food.
Yeah, there are rumors. I was watching some comments out there that YouTube is upset about ramen. And see, that I think that was the line that you crossed. You went shrimp. You should have never said shrimp.
I never said shrimp. I don't even like shrimp or ramen, Jenny.
Does YouTube, and that's the problem. That's the problem. You can't say shrimp ramen on a YouTube channel. That's an instant flag.
Instant flag.
Instant.
Ban.
Man, I'm gonna get me some ramen after the show. No, I'm not playing. I will post pictures. I am going to get ramen.
There you go. Well then, if you're gonna do that, I'll reciprocate that, and I will make hot chocolate coffee today for the first time from your recipe.
Yeah, always good. But I don't know. One of the things when I talk to different researchers about Dulce, that one of the disappointments for me is the dead ends that everybody had, right? At least when we're talking about Area 51 or Edwards Air Force Base or Holloman, and which is Edwards, or you start to talk about these different, you know where the locations are. You can drive to the front gate. You can even get arrested, right? With Dulce, we don't have any of that, right? We don't have the thing. We have the accounts. We have all of the things that have happened in the locations around there. And I do want to say, going back to, cattle mutilations, of course, all the sightings and things, we don't have an entrance. We don't have anything physical to point the finger at Dulcie. It's amazing. That part of the case right there is one of the most fascinating parts about it. We know where it is, the general location, but we haven't had the one thing to push it. If we had an entrance, right, a guard shack, you can't go past it. But if we had that, then it takes it to a whole nother level. We have that, at Area 51. I've been to the gates at Edwards. I've been to both of them. I know that they're there. I can see the base. We don't have that with them. It's a very fascinating part of it.
And the story went quiet, after it had came out. And I think a big reason for that is because there isn't really an engine. All we have are some somewhat witnessed accounts, and that's really it. Nothing really grab on really good evidence, and that evidence that was, such as film and video by Paul Benowitz, we don't have it. It's not open to the public.
And and the two main guys, they're both dead. They're both dead. And were they suicided? I would say yes. Yes, I definitely in the case of Phil Schneider, and in the case of Paul Benowitz, I think he was driven. His health was, but I think he was driven to the point of if he did commit suicide, well, he was given reasons to do it, and so I would say that falls into the classification of suicide. And I don't want to get into legal areas here, but and putting Paul Benowitz in his very unique, very public situation to the side, the case of Bill Snyder is one of the most interesting that we have in all of ufology. It wasn't just Dulcie. Talking about the New World Order, talking about 9/11, other instances, those weren't the only cases, and I would classify him as a true whistleblower, and he was bringing things to our attention, and for him to die that way, completely suspicious, completely. People don't in the media. They just treated him as a guy that committed suicide in a hotel room in outside of Portland, Oregon. That was it. They don't bring up the fact that he was missing digits. They don't bring up the fact that he was ill, that he had a wheelchair. They didn't bring up any of his physical things, the scarring and the tissue damage all over his body, and the fact that he was out there speaking about UFOs and government secrecy and cover up. They don't bring up that part. He's just a guy that committed suicide. And I'm telling you, the Bill Schneider case, when you look at Dulcie, the overarching sense, Christian, the overarching sense, he's a big piece for this puzzle. It's just not the Apache. It's not just the sighting. It's not just Paul Benowitz. It's not the cattle mutilation. It's the big picture. And Phil Schneider fills a huge hole there.
Right, and as you give him power, and instead of making him as statistic, right, of just suicide, but giving him power of the stories that he brings, having missing digits, things of this nature, yes, it does add a lot more weight to the stories. Now, if we take him out of the equation, right, the guy that's casually your main meat and potatoes for the story, yeah, it is definitely a little bit harder to believe just because we know, and it's public information to my understanding, that Paul Benowitz was institutionalized 3 times due to mental health issues. So with that, regardless if it's true or not, it really brings down the story of like, it's not a big deal. It's probably not even true. We'll just kind of brush it under the rug and live our lives like normal human beings.
Right. And here's the other part to that. We're in the middle of disclosure right now, and we have everything that is happening. I'm not going to go down that list once again. I'll do it tonight on the show. But with everything that is going on, now let's just say we kind of crossed the Rubicon right now. We have. But if things go one step further, it's going to be cases like Paul Benowitz and Phil Schneider that are going to come back, and we, not only the UFO community, but journalists and mass media are going to go back and go, okay, so then what about this case? What about Phil Schneider? What about Paul Benowitz? Are you saying that they weren't crazy? That Phil Schneider wasn't nuts? That Paul Benowitz was institutionalized for no reason? That their interactions were real? That there is an alien base in Dulce, New Mexico? And Phil Schneider was suicided for talking about it? And it's going to be things like that, Christina, that are going to bubble back up to the surface and are going to get reinvestigated. And I think there's going to be a certain amount of outrage where we were lied to, and I think that the government, for sure, is going to have to go back and answer so many questions. That, so many families and people and individuals that were ridiculed and not only laughed at, lost their jobs, maybe that death happened in the family, and we have to go back and take a look at all of this. And I think that is one of the biggest problems with disclosure are cases like Paul Benowitz and Dulce, New Mexico, where the hard questions are going to come back at them. And Travis Walton, right? Rendlesham, and just going back to these different Calvin Parker, and going back to these different cases, Debbie Cobble in Indianapolis, and the work of Bud Hopkins, and going back. Wait a minute here. All of these experiencers and people that have come forward, including Dulcie.
The biggest thing is being educated in these topics. Otherwise, you don't know what you're fighting for, and you don't know what questions to ask. Especially when it comes to disclosure, in this case, UFO disclosure. Knowing these historical cases, at least public military projects that have been done, if we're not educated in these things, if you and I don't talk about it, other people agree that doesn't really matter to people, and then we will never get that disclosure. The more we talk about it, the better we're pushing forward to get exactly what we want. What is that? It's the truth. That's what we're here for. That's what we're fighting for, and that's what we want. And we're going to end up getting it at some point in time, and hopefully it's very soon.
I'm here for shrimp ramen. Shrimp ramen. I mean, shrimp ramen has rights too. I mean, shrimp ramen matters. And
almost as bad as pickles.
Oh, I don't do pickles. I mean, once in a while, no, not by themselves, but once in a while on the right burger at the right time. But for the most part, no. If what's a really good burger for a buck? Go to McDonald's, the double cheeseburger, right? It's a buck. Double cheeseburger for a buck. That's a bargain, but it's got those pickles on it. So you got to pull the pickles out, man. You got to pull the McDonald's pickles out. I don't do those pickles, but yeah, I'm not a big pickle guy. I am going to do ramen today though, and I like ramen with chili. So I think that's what I'm going to do, and I will post pictures.
For it. Well, that is all the time we have for today. I think we got a lot covered. I'm honestly impressed.
Great show, and I'm glad we got you off of the crazy day. I went through the same craziness. I don't know if everybody knows, but my show last night, which has never happened before, the interview screen, that software goes blank. I had John Warner the fourth on last night, son of Senator John Warner the third. His stepmom was Catherine Mellon, so he's a Mellon, and his stepmom was Elizabeth Taylor, and his wife worked for the CIA. Right, so great show, big stuff being dropped. Boom, screen goes blank, and as I look at that, I kind of freak. I look over and I went to go type on YouTube in the chat. Oh, the man is listening. YouTube goes blank, and my YouTube feed dies. And so I had to go to a commercial break and come back and get everything reset. I did, but YouTube never came back. Never got that back live. And so I woke up today. Christina's lost her YouTube channel. And so I'm on the phone with Christina. I'm like, I need to, I need to go check my YouTube channel. I'll talk to you later, Christina. Sorry to hear about that. I don't know what happened to mine. Right? And I was like, I had to come in, refreshing the screen. Oh, man, thank you. All right.
Now, yesterday was scary for sure.
It was
For
a
your
weird.
live, so it's
It was
never
a weird.
happened.
You're going to be fine. You're going to get your channel back, but now you're going to have your channel back and you can relax. But now you're going to go and explore your other options. Vimeo is out there. There's some other YouTube alternatives, and you can do that in addition to YouTube. And Twitch is great. And are we doing Twitch today?
We are doing Twitch and Facebook today. That is where we are.
Oh, very cool. So we're into the Zoomer crowd, right? Twitch. Those gamers, right? They're doing Call of Duty and Dulce at the same time. They got the split screen. Oh, no, it's pretty cool.
It's a lot more in depth than that now. It's not just for games, it's for a lot more people. But Jimmy, who do you have on today for your guest on Facebook Live?
This is a big show tonight. I've got Roger R. Richards on, the director of his new movie, which is called The Observers.
Which you're in.
I'm in, and I got to produce the film and help everybody. So it's a team effort, and I'm one of the producers on the film. But this is Roger's baby. He's one of the most talented, gifted directors out there. There's no question about that. And a couple of big films he has released this year as well that have made people angry. And I love that about Roger. Well, anyway, so The Observer, which is launching November 18th, I've got Roger on the show tonight. Very excited. I've been working with and friends with Roger for a number of years. But this film is a work of love. It's done. It's finished. It launches November 18th. So Roger is on the show tonight to talk all about that. It's going to be great.
Weeks, I'm ready. I'll be watching it. Jimmy, thank you so much for joining me here today, as you do every Tuesday for Mysteries with the History. I will catch you later.
Ramen.
That is it for today's show. I want to say thank you for everyone in the live chat and for being able to find me here on Twitter and Facebook. I know it's not as easy as YouTube for some, but I will keep all of you posted on how it goes with YouTube if they release the ban and I'm able to go back to streaming on there. As of next Tuesday, I will be airing my very first show on BX with Mr. Ray Hobbs, Jimmy Church, Micah Hanks, Ryan Sprague, and so many others, including my favorite. So I'm really excited for that. And my guest will be Mr. One of the co-founders of the Brief. Awesome. Make sure to like this video wherever you are, to share, and subscribe to Twitch. I'm still kind of new to Twitch. I don't really know how it works. I think it's like called following. Follow me on Twitch. That is it for today, and remember, keep your eyes on the sky. Love this podcast? Support this show through the Acast supporter feature. It's up to you how much you give, and there's no regular commitment. Just click the link in the show description to support now. Hello and welcome to episode 18 of Shifting the Paradigm. I'm Christina Gomez, your hostess for this next hour of UFO shenanigans, where we look and think outside the proverbial box, jump down rabbit holes, and where the red pill is actually a red tic tac. If you haven't had your paradigm shifted, get ready. I've been looking forward to having Mr. Lou Elizondo as my guest on Shifting the Paradigm for many months now. If ever there is someone who's really shifted the paradigm for so many, it is Lou. A lot has happened since our last interview for the debrief. The DoD UAP report was released on June 25th with a tremendous amount of mainstream media attention and fanfare. And then, within a week, it was old news. Not just the report, but the entire topic. We went from daily news coverage, speculation, special reports, and features to practically zero coverage in the space of a week. And it was back to the old news headlines. Here we are, 2 months later, and it seems like kind of nothing has changed. I mean, what gives? Did a lid come down on the entire topic, preventing any more coverage? Or is it just the same old news cycle recycling itself? What's going on behind the scenes? And what are we not hearing about? These questions and more we'll be covering here today on Shifting the Paradigm with Lou Elizondo. Lou, welcome to the show and for joining us here today. So exciting.
Christina, thank you so much for having me. Thank you to your wonderful audience. It's always such a blast always talking with you. I'm wondering, I mean, can I just move into your studio? We have a chat every week, maybe every day.
Let me tell you, I live in a really, really tiny dorm room, so you might just feel like a little cramped.
Well, I'm really short.
Me
I've
too,
always
me
told
too.
people one of the advantages of leadership that in combat, usually short goes right over your head and hits the guy behind you. Now, if they're like aiming for the knee, I'm done. Right between the eyes. I'm done. But thank you so much for having me, Christina. This is great. Apologies for not making it last week. I was stuck in the Denver airport. I guess there was a storm and it backed up all the aircraft, and I'm stuck there for about 2 days straight. No, I didn't get a hotel. I just yeah, it wasn't. By the time I got home, I had shaved. I was grumpy, and all sorts of.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we get it. Life happens, and you can't always plan for it. I did want to mention that my last guest on the show was Harvard professor Avi Loeb, and he told me he appeared on over 1,100 interviews over the course of 6 months. But I've got to believe you have him beat because months running to the 180-day report, you were either on TV or in a podcast or being interviewed by someone several times a day. And then the report dropped and everything has gone quiet. But I quickly want to ask you, how many appearances do you think you've done in general?
Oh, well, Christina, it's not so much a question of how many I've done, it's how many I've really enjoyed, and I really enjoyed it. yours is one of my favorites. The rest don't really matter. I don't even count. And I certainly appreciate the compliment. Yeah, it was a lot of exposure. You know, something I've been dying to press it on.
All right.
People say, you know, cricket's out there. Yes, precisely. Done right. I'm in the middle of writing you know, and compare disclosure to submarines. I compare it to dark energy. I compare it to why is that? Because all of these things occur and exist. It's hard to detect. But just because you can't see something doesn't mean that there's not something on the earthquakes, all this energy right beneath your crust, and it's only when there's a sudden release of energy does everybody now feel the effects, right? Well, it's the same thing with disclosure. There's a lot of things happening, a lot of exciting things. Taking this conversation to the next level. Unfortunately, the general public doesn't see it because some of these things haven't yet come quite to fruition. Make no mistake, you are absolutely 110% engaged, and I think the audience is absolutely when some of this because you know what it is going to have there is 60 minutes to 70 times episode on this again, and doing that because that shows that season. But there's a reason why they think I think there's a lot happening. I think actually part of some of that message. But again, there's a lot going on. Talk about earthquakes, submarine. This is submarine is the water, the size of a skyscraper, all under the surface. You only know it's there when it breaks as it's happened. That's really I'll discuss with you if you want some of those things. And also, if I may, Copa, the last 2 months I've been a little bit action, and I will share with you. I had a significant health scare. I think I mentioned that I was told by my doctor that it was diagnosed with hernia that I have, and they found what they thought was cancer on my kidney. Trying to figure out do we remove the kidney? Do we try localized surgical debridement? Do we do chemo? And so for a month and a half or so, it was a pretty intense ride in the Amazon. And so I kept quiet about that for several reasons. A, what I don't want is a bunch of people on Twitter to feel sorry for me or start worrying about me. I can handle myself. And then two, we didn't have the full diagnosis. It turns out as of just a few days ago, I was informed that this mass they call large mass may in fact be just a large which is not super common. Basically, when they did the test, all the tests were saying but then the last test they did, they were surprised. They said, actually, you know what? This may not look like cancer. This may just be something that. Right. So I'm still undergoing tests right now. Right now, things are looking much better than they did just ago. But I want to the audience and apologize for being a little bit in action. I wasn't trying to be buckful or anybody. It just I had health issue. Sure.
Gosh, my heart's racing. Life can really suck, and that's really awful to hear, regardless if it's cancer or a cyst. And I'll be praying for you, and I'm sure everyone else will be as well, because you're a hero to us, to the UFO community.
You know what? People have gone through a hell of a lot more than that. So the good news is, please don't feel sorry for me. I'm doing great. The best news that I could have heard was given to me. So prognosis is actually quite good. Worst comes to worst.
Surgery, right?
Yeah, I mean, worst comes to worst. Got another one. At this point, they've taken so many organs out of me. What the hell? But anyways, just wanted to share that with you and say thank you.
Well, Lou, what other organs do you not have?
Oh my goodness, gallbladder. I've got my. I've had inguinal hernia, hiatal hernia. I had when I came back from, I can't remember if it was Afghanistan or Iraq. Garden spots that I went to. When I came back, I was terminal. Right? Went in and they were repairing hernia. Surgeon, she said, when I woke up, she said, "Look, I don't know what happened, but forgive me, kind of colorful." She said, "Look, a rat had chewed inside of you." And I said, "What?" She said, "Yeah, but we saw some scar tissues. We're presuming that whatever had some sort of parasitic infection that was really damage in there, but it appears that whatever it was you treated, but it's caused quite a bit of havoc inside." So I was dealing with that. I had tuberculosis, got exposed to anthrax. So I think over time that kind of takes an effect on the body.
Yeah, absolutely. That's insane.
A lot of our brave men and women, come back, and it's not just the PTSD, challenges that are uniform are coming back with. So again, I had it a lot better than most. So the love of God, please don't feel sorry for me. I'm doing great. I feel great. Nothing that a cup of Cuban coffee won't fix.
There you go. It's always the coffee. It always helps out. I quickly want to say to everyone in the chat that I have received over 200 questions via Reddit.
Answer every one of them.
In an hour. Well, less than an hour now. 45 minutes. We're going to answer all 200. No, we're not. But I got them on Reddit, Twitter, Facebook, email, Instagram in the last 2 weeks. And of course, I will not be able to ask all of them. I picked a few of the ones that I found the most intriguing and original to ask along with my own. I also want to say that I can't follow the live chat accurately while we are streaming here live. So if you have a burning hot original question to ask, then please help out this channel by doing a super chat, which will of course grab my attention, the rest of the chat, and will be asked. So believe it or not, we had a super chat question already given to us by Sovilo R at around 1 p.m. Right, so like 5 hours ago. For $20 supporting the channel. Thank you so much, Sovilo. And the question is, I'm condensing this question into one here. So it says, can we understand the psychology of those operating the UAP through observation, giving us signs that they enjoy toying with their pilots, even mischievously, therefore showing that their evolution could possibly be similar to ours? What are your thoughts on that?
Wow. First of all, I've never been asked that question before.
Good question.
The problem with this topic is we tend to assign characteristics to everything in nature. Every time I play with my dog, Rick, he's a boy, right? And I'm connecting with this being, and as such, I ascribe to human characteristics. Now, maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong, but I think we tend to do that same thing when we're talking about the UAP topic. We tend to ascribe human motivations and human psychology, sociology as well, to this thing, because what we see are observations there that defy our current understanding. And in order for us to better rationalize what we are experiencing and seeing, it's easier for us to put it in a nice little box that we understand. Christine said it outside the box, by the way. Well, that probably showed that intro. But we have to force ourselves to think outside of the box. In fact, we have to presume there's no box at all, and that's hard to do because it goes against everything we are as a human species. Whether or not there is intent to toy with the human race, it's certainly possible. But then you have to presume that whatever it is more human to us than perhaps we realize. And that in itself is kind of a scary notion. Dealing with something else that's very similar as far as thought process and motivation. I certainly hope not, because we tend to be a pretty unpredictable, violent species. I'm not sure I would want another human-like species having access to that type of technology, because they may do human-type things. They may react in ways that humans do. That's not always a thing. So I guess my question is it possible? Yeah, it's absolutely possible, and they could be toying with us. But it's also possible, and that we are looking at these observations of performance and the way they use them. We are smiling at attributes that may not necessarily be there, but it is what we have, and so therefore we ascribe these human attributes.
Ron has a question. Thank you so much. Wow. He says, Lou, will there definitely be anything definitively non-human enough to shut down all debunkers coming anytime soon to put on the front page of the New York Times? The 23-minute high-def video, anything we haven't heard about yet, we can't lose momentum.
No, I think you're right. We can't lose momentum, and I don't think I've mentioned this before. We are in a marathon sprint. Let's just reflect very quickly on the last 3 years, just the last 3 years. Okay? Let me if I may remind your audience just how much we collectively, for all of us, the audience included, have been able to accomplish in just 3 years. First of all, you have the acknowledgement that the UFO program called A2 existed and was real. You also have the acknowledgement that those 3 videos were absolutely real and they were taken from DoD weapon systems. You also have the acknowledgement that we have no idea what they are, that they were truly unidentified aerial phenomena. You have the establishment of a UAP task force, not unidentified aerial drones, but unidentified aerial phenomena. You have classified briefings being provided to Congress. Then, on top of that, you have briefings being provided to the President of the United States, and the President admitting that he was briefing on this topic. Then, on top of that, you have 180 days report, which is suspected. And what that means. And on top of that, you have a document by the Def Sector that came out and said, hey, look, saying we need to develop a strategy, a long-term strategy, not just something to answer the 100 report, but long-term going into the future. We need resources, assets, talent behind it. Then you have recently the latest legislation language saying that not only do we now want a 100-day report, but we want a report every 90 days. And oh, by the way, that includes anything that you haven't reported to us before. So get ready, because there's a lot of information coming out. And then, on top of that, you have an IG evaluation and an IG investigation and the handling of that topic within the Department of Defense and Intelligence. So that has all happened in the last 3 years. In the last 3 years, you have countries like Japan coming out and establishing a bilateral relationship with the United States government for the purpose of sharing UAP information. That ain't a bad track record, folks. And you all made that happen. So, yeah, I get it. We're itchy for that next dopamine. But let's not lose sight of how far we really have come and where we need to go. Last thing we want to do is truly do something that is not quite ready for the time. And it's a challenge to do. So the good news is that's going to happen. There's going to be a lot more. So we're firmly here right now, and we are. There's some things in the next 2 or 3 months that I'm personally involved with, and my colleagues like Chris Mellon, that I think if the public were to find out, they'd be pretty surprised and extremely excited. We're moving right along.
I really just want to tell people that are listening because we have quite an audience today. And I want to say some super chats are actually falling off my list. So if your question gets skipped, please just post it again as a reminder without the super chat and a copy in the moderator name, just because we're getting a lot of things happening right now. So Russell has a question. And before I get to Russell, Charles says, tell Lou I love him. Stay strong, stay somber.
Thank you, Charles, and also a big thank you to someone, I guess who's an artist rendition of Far Too Kind. Thank you so much. You certainly drew me better than I really look in real life. I thank you for that. I couldn't really pronounce the handle. It's had some characters that I didn't recognize. Anyways, just want to say thanks.
Oh, that's cute. You have some really big fans. You have people rooting for you. John Russell asks, also thank you so much for the 50. That's amazing. What has been your most memorable or dramatic UFO, UAP, paranormal experience? Just lay it on us, Will.
Great question.
Should I pass some drinks over to you?
I think that's a question that needs probably its own podcast, but we're going to dedicate the entire time to it. Look, I've lived an extraordinary life. I told people I'm extraordinary and extraordinary times. I've been privy to things that I don't understand. Just put it as that. This is a strange universe. It's a huge universe. Both at the grand scale of things and at the micro level. There are you say the greatest experience I've had and that's wonderful for paranormal. That's a little close. Again, it's a question that I'll probably share. It wasn't relative. Those who know who I am and my involvement with folks like Hal, who I'll particularly, those ties go way back. There's things I've been exposed to. Scientists, background, microbiology, and I'm not to really talk about it publicly because it's really easy to go down that rabbit hole. And as interesting and intriguing as it may be, it can also serve as a distraction. Because at the end of the day, they're just my observations and my own experiences, and I wouldn't want that to taint the collection of information and analysis I've done. Topic. A lot of the best reporters, you have no idea they are. They're conservatively they are because they try to remain objective, even though they do have personal beliefs. It's less relevant to the pursuit of truth. For me, ultimately, this is about truth, and there's a lot of truth out there. One just has to talk to these people here in our country. They have incredible, fascinating stories. I think there's a lot to be said, and I hope one day I can share some of my experiences in a way that people aren't going to judge me or judge anybody else I was with. The problem is we're too early in the conversation right now. It's too much of a distraction. Too many people need to come out of the shadows to continue this conversation, and by me going into my personal experiences, could hinder that process. And so, with all due respect,
Well, we will all be waiting when you tell the story. We'll all be there like biting our nails. And, oh my gosh, she's gonna tell it. So we're excited for the future when it comes to you. Oh, absolutely. My next question is obviously the mainstream media has shifted its focus since the report dropped. But to me, I've been shocked at how quiet they are on the topic of UFOs now. In your opinion, do you think this is because an official lid of silence has been dropped, or is it just a natural curve of disinterest?
No, it's turned the dial down. We had to get it up to operating temperature of 500 degrees. I don't need to continue that gas right now. 800 degrees at 500. Sometimes we have to turn back the gas to keep the oven temperature constant. Remember, this is a long game. You don't want to waste all your magic bullets, your rounds, prematurely. Everything has to be very strategic. This is a long-term campaign, and this isn't just this isn't the Super Bowl, a halftime show, pyrotechnics, and whatnot. This is real life, and what we're trying to do is keep this conversation going and letting people catch their breath. There's a lot of things happening in the world right now that demand our attention, like Afghanistan, things like COVID and Delta variant. We have to let people catch their breath, and we can't be selfish and just dominate and consume the narrative 4 hours a day because people will get fatigued, and eventually they'll get annoyed. So you know, again, this is something that I've said this before for the last 3 years. We're not into this satisfying idle curiosity. This is disclosure, and you disclosure right. You have to be very methodical about it, very strategic about it. But know that there's a lot happening right now. And some of us have deliberately made the throttle back a little bit and let everybody else, everything else catch up, and then continue to move forward. By the way, I'm going to be sending some people out there. You don't have the right to do that. Not just change positive if you want to, but it's a strategy we collectively have chosen to take because quality matters, right? The media is presenting information. What is the evidence I'm presenting? The last thing you want to do is make some proclamation and not have the evidence to back it up, because that will hurt disclosure.
Oh yeah, and all of us definitely want quality over quantity. Do you want to have a McDonald's burger, or do you want to have a really good burger?
Yeah, you want Ritz Chris, or
John has another question, and he says, your thoughts on Sam Harris saying he and his science colleagues are getting classified better videos from the CIA that show it's non-human, and he says they need his advice for how to break the truth to the public.
Who's Sam Harris?
Your
That's a serious
guess
question.
hopefully John can clarify that.
Well,
He says I also don't know.
if you're receiving briefing from the CIA, you're obviously scouting castles in the database, right? So I should be able to get a top secret where your tickets are being held and see what you're having to that you have. If you do, great. Welcome to the party. It's about time. But if you're just talking crap and just making nonsensical claims without evidence, then I won't tell you. I don't know who Mr. Harris is, but that doesn't mean necessarily that he's not telling the truth. I just personally don't know him, but I can certainly find out.
Yeah.
How they CIA. I can't imagine that they're going to be asking somebody who's not connected to the National Security Council or a think tank on how to have this conversation with the American people.
When you let us know, or when you find out, please let us know. Sen Zubi has a question, and I'm sorry we're going through these so quickly.
Let's go.
People are just like they want to ask you a lot of things. So they say, "Hi, Christina. Perhaps you could ask him if he thinks UAPs travel using some sort of warp drive, and that way probably avoid the massive G-force."
Wow. Sen Zubin, is that how you pronounce that?
I'm gonna guess so. I like the name.
I do too. Yeah, I love it. That's certainly one of the hypotheses. I'd say probably at this point more theory than even a hypothesis. of mathematical equations. In fact, give me a second. Let me show you something.
All right. Guys, I want to say thank you for everyone that is watching, that has questions, that even sent in questions through the emails, Reddit, Twitter, through everything. He's a great guy to ask questions too.
One of the books that we Frontiers of that it's you might recognize her. And when you open this book up, it's really just a huge amount of mathematical and mathematical equations and whatnot. This is important because this is exactly how we look at the potential of what advanced propulsion might look like, what those signatures might look like. And so, is it possible that we are in space time? That certainly seems, to be a good. Certainly, the mathematical scientific model suggests that.
DD has a question. Thank you so much for the 20. And they say, one, does the IAA parentheses FY 2022 require the UAPTF / NASIC to report to Congress on UAP events pre FY 22?
Yes, it does. That's the key. Every 90 days, and whatever you haven't reported in the past 1940s is supposed to be reported.
Okay. Second question they have is, did the USG discover the exotic matter pure USG custody? That's a good question.
I have to be very careful when I answer questions about exotic material or that I have said for the record. It is my belief that the U.S. government is in possession of it. I am not at liberty to elaborate any more than that, unfortunately. At least not now.
But when that does happen, I'll have to ask you again.
Absolutely.
The last thing is, what are your thoughts on the UK Conding report, plasma on radar, etc.?
Yeah, Condon report. Well, look, there's a lot of prosaic explanations for a lot of things. Today, the current report that we had to Congress, 180 report, 144 incidents, and only one of them was solved. One.
Right.
I think more importantly, 144 incidents, 142 of them in the last year and a half alone, and by the Navy only. So that's important because a year and a half, it just involving at 142 incidents. And oh, by the way, we only figured one of those out. And then furthermore, in the report, it says specifically that most of the reporting never went reported because of fear of stigma and some sort of retribution, professional retribution, which, by the way, that's how I know Israel. And so, if you look at that, just do the simple math, and let's just say 10% of the reported. That means that the U.S. Navy experienced over 1,400 incidents in the last year and a half alone, and most of them we have no idea what they are, and that's just the Navy. So what about the Air Force? What about the Army? Right? What about everybody else? And not just the last year and a half, but what about the last decade? What about the last 3 decades? What about the last 7 years? So, great question.
Chuck has a question. Thank you so much. Also, your profile pic makes me smile. He says, Christina, give me how to guess on Wednesday on Jolly. She is ex-military and recently did a press conference in D.C. announcing her intentions to revisit an alien base in the Mojave Desert. Can you ask Lou about this? Sounds amazing.
Great. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. All I gotta say is, I hope she's right. But I probably wouldn't quit my day job just right now to go run in the desert and base somewhere. I think there's a lot of people who want to be part of the narrative. I don't know Angelique, just like I don't know the other individual from Area 51. Bob Lazar. Everybody asks me what Bob Lazar. I don't. I can't. I never met the gentleman. You know, I don't have an opinion. I don't have an opinion of Angelique. You know, I think very careful when you look at someone's career. You have to look at nuances. As a government employee, you have a rank and authority. As a contractor, you provide services to the government and the customer. You know, it's important that people, if you were to see my resume, which at some point I'm sure will be, you can see precisely where I was assigned, what I did, what my roles and responsibilities were, what I had the duties I performed. You know,
Hey, Lou,
yeah,
we are going to go actually on a quick break, and then we're
sure.
going to come right back into some more questions. So
Yeah,
everyone
perfect.
hang tight,
Perfect.
and let's play the clip.
Hi, I'm Micah Hanks, and let me tell you something. I support Christina Gomez as a Patreon subscriber, and here's why you should too. She brings all of her unique insights to a whole new generation, and all while she's also going through college. Listen, support Christina, become a Patreon subscriber today. You won't regret it.
All righty.
Hey, for the record, I agree with that, Christina. I know Brett starts my kids in college. You know, and I know you do a lot of this on your own. So let me, if I can, second that motion. For those of you out of the audience, no, I don't get. But Christina has been working her ass off. By the way, fantastic job in George Floyd. You know, I think that's a pretty simple task if you have access to this type of information and this type of material. You know, it takes time and it takes their weight position, you know, the table to pay the rent for us. So I agree with that. We can help out and
And I have so much more planned for this channel. I have so many projects planned. Patreon, you'll be a partner and a partner with me, and you'll be able to have access to so many behind the scenes videos and pictures and so many extra goodies like the graphics I make for my channel. I can do that for you as well, for those that are watching. So it's going to go a long way. It's going to go an absolutely long way. Now let's jump back into the question. So let me. I'm getting lost, but DJ says, thank you so much, by the way. I'm a huge fan of Lou, and you were my introduction to UFOs, and I can't thank you enough. Thanks. Do you have any UFO facts you recommend?
yeah, that's a loaded question. Good question. You know, I hate making recommendations and take the. There was a book that was given to me by Johnson, Washington D.C. And you know, we've had the privilege of speaking many times. And he shared with me a book. And, you know, people share with me a lot of books. You got to read this. And I did. Suggested one. It's a little science fiction novella. It's about three stories in this book. It's called Chains of the Sea. Not Chains in the Sea, Chains of the Sea. And it is the second story in that book. It's a short story, 30 pages long. But it is a wonderful little story because it provides a completely different potentiality of what this means. Now, I don't necessarily subscribe to it. Let me just say that. What I'm saying is it forces you to think, talk about the box, right? This forces you to think outside of the box. A completely different paradigm of what something might be, what a phenomenon might be, what paranormal might be, what our interaction might be. And I found it really original, and it really forced me to think and reconsider and calibrate my knowing topic. So if there was a book I would recommend, that from it, probably down it. But it's certainly
NMUHA He has a question. Thank you so much for the 50. That's amazing. Says, aliens don't scare me. The Chinese and the Russians do, unfortunately. Should I be nervous that some of this may be adversaries?
Well, it's certainly potential. It appears to be exceedingly likely. We've seen this technology since the 1940s, and it's not highly documented. So we realize that, of course, everybody knows about the Tic Tac in 2004, but it might be surprising that there were other Tic Tac sites in the 50s and 60s where they were described as white flying mutagens, right? Or white flying robots. We were describing it based upon genre. But they were simply from the same way that Commander Freighter and teacher in 2000. So if there is a country that has this young next generation technology, and they've had it before you move it, so I think the likelihood of that is look at where the world was. It's just the United States, probably the most technological at the time. Where were we in the late 40s? Well, we were just unlocking the secrets of the atom. We were just entering the jet age, and we were still decades away from going into space. That's a pretty big pill to swallow. If you want to consider that some country at the time that had the technology of horse and ox buggies, it's really unlikely. The signature and the amount of resources it would take to develop that technology in secret for this long, I think it's highly improbable.
We have another question, and it says, and I don't know if I'm showing it, but I'll end up showing it. But the question is, the deforestation effects of climate change seem to be upon us as a species, and if not dealt with, may lead to mass extinction events in the near future. Has a connection between the UAP and climate change been discussed or considered at all? Great question.
Yeah, that's really interesting. No, not in an official sense. There's been banter about quietly expressed that to a reason. But there's never been a study into that. Not but it's interesting. It really is an interesting question, and maybe that's something that why not?
And that was somewhat of a popular question when I had posted it online. I did get a few questions on something in between those lines. John has another question, thank you, and says, Lou, some high-level people have said that the public should not know the truth, can't handle it, but they're already being way more than enough to admit by higher-ups to admit it's non-human. What are your thoughts?
Well, I hate going back and forth on this one. I think that people deserve a lot of the fact that there's countries that want to nuke us, there's countries out there that involve themselves in terrorism, want to end their life. We can handle a lot. We're about to handle a hurricane that's barreling down right now on New Orleans, as terrible as it is. So we can handle the truth. But then, of course, I turn to social media and I see sometimes the comments I get against me, and I scratch my head and say, well, maybe you're shooting the messenger, just trying to get what you wanted, and now I'm the bad guy again and again. I can't tell you how many times I explain the computer shut and say, you know what, screw them, they can't handle the truth, they don't deserve the truth, let them live in darkness. Maybe 100 years of it. I'm being honest with you, but then of course, I'll have a chance to kind of sit down for a second. My thoughts. Enough of the pity party. Back to so you continue to have this conversation. So I get it. I do think that we can handle the truth. I'm committed to the truth. In fact, I don't think you can have freedom without truth. Two go hand in hand. We can't come to a free society to your city. You just at that point,
UAP has a question, and it says, did Lou ever visit Skinwalker Ranch? And if he did he experience anything unusual?
You know, I'm going to let somebody else. Skinwalker Ranch is fascinating. And I will tell you, there's definitely things in my community that go back. And there's other places that I've seen. Something to Einstein. A lot of that work was all sat and the director before me. They're certainly more qualified to look at that Skinwalker Ranch. Am I aware of some things happening? Am I aware of some of the things happening? Yeah, I am.
When are you going to write a book, Lou? When are you going to write a book?
You don't want to read my book.
It would already be a New York bestseller. Preston has a question. Says, Lou, grateful for your dedication to this topic. Can you assure us this is a true unknown and not related to Nemesis / Palliadum type program?
Yeah, Palladium. So he's
Palladium,
talking about he or she is Preston is talking about electronic. The problem with electronic warfare is it works off the spectrum, and I keep stuff. But the bottom line is, you can scoop radar, but you can scoop. That's just so. Any type of electronic warfare, yes, you can scoop radar into and objects. It's not. You can't put it in so almost so so it's simply not it's not a viable option to say this is medicine related because it doesn't explain the other aspects of this phenomenon. Testimony accounts and the actual footage that we privy to.
Absolutely. Another question is, hi Lou, if you were a civilian scientist and could place a limited amount of sensor systems around the globe, where would you focus on placing them in order to capture data on UAP? Thanks.
So I will share something. But you're looking and you can surprise not even you may not even need a whole bunch of stuff. Just might know where to put it and how to corroborate that data. I'm going to do a very polite pass on that. And in not too distant future, I think that. And I use I don't very often, but I think you guys are good. It's been there all along.
It's so cute when you have a good question but you can't answer it. It'll be like this really cute little smirk, and you're like, I know, and I want to say it, but I can't.
Which is really why I wasn't a good intelligence officer, because my I get really excited because questions and I'm like, I just want to tell you. But again, we gotta make sure we do this right.
Rich says, and thank you everyone for the super chat. I know I'm not saying thank you, but thank you all so much. Rich says, has Lou ever been in the presence of some washing, sorry, I said washing, some machine / craft?
Yes, a washing machine. I try to avoid it as much as possible, but yes, I've been in front of washing machines before.
Because another question was playing in my head that someone else asked, but some machine / craft of non-human origin.
Let me go back to the question.
Anything can happen. What crazy shit? Know to do it. With an uninterrupted 60-second
to mention to everyone, we're here about 10 minutes for the show. There is going to be an extra 15 minutes for all my Patreon supporters. So this question here by Red Panda Koala is going to be our last question for the day. But I also want to mention, if you had one that you want to ask, what's the answer to that? So here we go. I don't think what I said made sense, but it'll make more sense to go on. Red Panda Koala says, Lou, do you think Havana syndrome is related to UAP? Sounds like A-tip, slide 9.
Uh, 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 first of all, a profound question. One that I'm not prepared to answer right now. I'm thinking in my mind right now, are breathing down my neck. Let's keep going with that. There's some very deep history. I am not qualified to discuss the nuances of the syndrome. I think we are still trying to figure that out. That's all.
Okay, well, here we go. We do have a few extra minutes. So we have 8 more minutes, and I'm sorry I misread the time. So we are going to go over a few more in the last one, and since it's my favorite question of all time. But here we go. Another question is, 94, there was a sighting at a school in Africa where many school children claimed to have seen beings exit a craft, and some were given a message telepathically. The message was that we are destroying our planet. What are your thoughts on that? And thank you.
Quite possible. You can't just. It's interesting anecdotal data, but at the end of the day, you can't quantify and qualify it. It is personal perception, and that's based on psychology. I'm not saying it's not relevant. The problem is that there's no way to objectively take that data and employ the scientific method to determine the veracity of that information. And so as a result of that, we didn't really do that type of efforts. Because from a DoD perspective, Department of Defense perspective, there was no way I could go to a leader in the government and say, hey, sir, hey, man, have telepathic communication. That doesn't do anything for the conversation. It doesn't help make a decision one way or another. So we kept everything, kept the conversation to that data that we measured, tabulated, if you will, compared to other data that we had and other signatures. Signature data is very important. Everything has a signature. This pen, if I throw it in the air, will have a signature. There will be small discrete changes in the air around that can measure. And when you talk about potential telepathic communication between species, there's no signature alcohol or technology. So it's interesting. It wasn't. I can't really elaborate. Is it possible? Sure. Is it true? Could be. Is it just human interpretation of something? Yeah, but that's it. Right. Best I get. Because it's a form.
Another question is, Christopher Mellon has mentioned in several past interviews that UAP activity has been increasing and getting bolder. Is this something you can corroborate? And if so, are you able to share any examples with us today?
It does appear certainly that there are that the UAP activity is less afraid, less in our face, to defy our control in the first phase. That I agree with wholeheartedly. That's a concern. But the question with metrics, you always have to be careful. Have multiple devices and that have better technology, our best friends. So you have to be careful because there's more people now looking. It's like saying in a big city, crime rates have gone up 5%. Well, what does that mean? That there's more criminals on the street, or does it mean that we have more cops on the street that are catching criminals, or does it mean that we have more aggressive people that's prosecuting criminals? So you have to be careful with that. Numbers mean a lot of people. That's why I'm always careful that that the UAP activities. What we can say is that technology is more prolific. So more people have devices are aware of the skies, and more people are looking at the skies, which, by the way, more people are going to misidentify them. So before we all rush to say, hey, this is great, there's more UFO activity. Well, yeah, but we're also going to see a lot more misses. A lot more opportunities. Started the city along with another 52 satellites in the line across the horizon. Just 5 years ago, it would have been it is just fun.
And it's, I think it's very normal that people are misidentifying these things, especially now more than ever. And I quickly want to say, Gene, thank you so much. They say no questions, just a thank you for a great show that I'll enjoy listening to a few couple more times. Sorry about that, but I agree. For people that have watched these interviews, he always drops little things here and there, and you have to listen to it a few times to really catch it. So I agree with you. My next question is, given everything you've learned, in your opinion, has the intelligence behind UAP phenomenon already been designated behind closed doors as an external threat, an existing threat?
I think there's two schools of thought. Definitely, from a national security perspective, viewed as a potential threat. But let's not confuse potential threat with hostile. So I've said this before. If I on a 737 Southwest flight to Denver, there's not much of a threat there. But if I go onto the runway, the tarmac, and get behind that airplane, put my head behind the engine while it's throttling up, well, now there's a threat. There's a threat to my hearing. There's a threat to I'm going to get burned. There's an environmental threat. Is it intentional? Not necessarily. It's just part of the technology. So I think there's two schools of thought. When I was in government, my focus had been but now that I'm outside the government, I think with every challenge comes opportunity. One of them at the Apollo mission in 1960 against the Soviet Union. Over 6,200 life-changing technologies came out as a result of that little space race. That decade of time where now we have things like LED light bulbs, things that are improving humanity's well-being on this planet, and long outlived their original intent and purpose. So, I tend to be a little bit more optimistic. I don't think everything that's necessarily a threat is an intentional threat. And I think there's always opportunity to
And right now, everyone's asking about the 23-minute video. Can you talk about that?
I can't. What I can say is that I was privy to it. Many videos. I have to definitely try to do due diligence. And let's not forget that the Pentagon claimed to erase and destroy all my emails, despite there being a court protected order that restricted them. So they've got some questions they have to answer, and I want to give the U.S. government, the Pentagon, the time necessary to figure that out. There's videos that are really compelling. I've said before that the three videos that came out are probably the least compelling. as compelling as some that are pretty extraordinary. But they haven't been released. It's not to release them. I really can't talk about it until the government decides as to first of all, provide them.
RG has a question, and they say, does DHS Red Cell ever use UAP simulation events to test U.S. military responses, which may have been confused as real events? And this is going to be the last super chat for today, guys. We are running out of time, but please answer that, Will.
You know, I got to tell you, I've never been asked that before. That's a fascinating question. I'm going to talk to about other people back in DC. That's a possibility. I personally have never considered that. That's why we love movies, because your audience, they're always thinking great questions. I can't tell you how many times that these questions will come up, and I will run right back to DC and be like, hey guys, we got to talk here. That's great. That's great. I'm not avoiding the question. I promise. Go back what I can.
And here is our last question for the show. What is one question you haven't been asked but wish you had been? What is it, and what's the answer? Because you've done thousands of interviews.
I have, and there's so many questions that one better than the other, because we're putting together a jigsaw puzzle. No one piece of that jigsaw puzzle is going to together. Aha moment. There it is. Now the whole puzzle comes together. That's not the way it works. All pieces that create all pieces. I personally don't have patience to put together a jigsaw puzzle because it drives me crazy. Every single piece is kind of categorize it according to the shape of straight edges, color, okay, this that's and whatnot. But at the end of the day, there is no piece more important. There is no question. There is no golden question out there. And if you only ask this question to me, you have all the answers. That's sadly all questions. All questions. Is there a question that people should have asked? No, I think we're on a great roll. I think the questions that are asked here tonight, I've had a long time. In fact, I'm kind of surprised because every single one of the questions from the audience. Usually, when it first came out, people were asking me some of the questions. Probably others.
So then let's give an applause to everyone that's watching and put in their questions.
Absolutely.
Thank you, everyone. You were able to answer a lot of them, and like you said, these were questions that haven't been asked. People that were writing these questions have seen your interviews, and they were getting frustrated. They're like, why aren't people asking these questions that I want to ask? So I think I was very lucky to be able to host this today and actually have people ask their questions along with the ones that were sent to me prior. And overall, it's such a blessing for you to be here with me today and to have this conversation.
I assure you, we are only, I've said it before, I'm going to say it again. I don't know if that's the only reason why I can have that conversation. At the end of the day, we're only here because of the money. It's incredible. It's not me. A lot of people kind of look up to me in a way that frankly, I really don't deserve it. It's credit goes to your audience. And I've foot stomped that 1,000 times, and people say, oh, just being gracious. But it's true. It's absolutely true. We achieved this collectively in the last 2 years because of the hard effort of everyone right now. And I can't overstate that enough. When I have conversations in DC, they're watching Twitter. They're watching your show. They're dialing in a pseudo because they don't want to expose themselves will make them think they're watching your videos. I can't remember who it was, but very recently I got an email from a very, very, very senior person, and I said it very few times. And they said, hey, I saw that interview on this podcast. And you know what? The podcast was yours. It wasn't CNN or Fox News. It was your podcast. And they said, hey man, that was great. So you guys are making a difference. This is it. This is how we have this conversation with everyone. And it's not going to be done by a politician. For sure. Disclosure is only going to happen
by the people. By the people. And I want to say again, thank you for you, Lou, for being here, for all of the super chats, for everyone participating, for all of my Patreon supporters. I do want to let you know that we are going to have an extra 15-minute segment just for the Patreon supporters that will be uploaded later today. So keep an eye out for those that are, or if you want to be one, it really supports my channel. And you get to see all the guests, or I think almost all of them, get like an exclusive 15 minutes as well. And I also want to say, don't forget to like this video, share it with people that have the same interest, because it wouldn't be possible. This conversation wouldn't be possible if we had a collective mind. And lastly, don't forget to keep your eyes on the skies. You set the gold standard for your business. Your website should do the same. Wix puts you at the helm so you can enjoy the creative freedom of designing your site just the way you want. Want someone to bounce your ideas off? Talk with AI to create a beautiful site together. Generate on-brand content, images, media, and simply change or fine-tune any of it along the way. Whatever your business, manage it from one place and tie it all together with a personalized domain name. You're up for success with a brand that says you best. You can do it yourself on Rick. Love this podcast? Support this show through the Past supporter feature. It's up to you how much you give, and there's no regular commitment. Just click the link in the show description to support now. Welcome to another episode with Mysteries with a History, where I'll take you into the wild ride, the unknown, the strange, and the mysterious. Like you, I have questions, and like you, I want answers. Today, we're going to be going into the murky and disturbing topic of alleged human abduction by entities either from another world or another dimension. It's a topic with quite a history and has been the unwelcome thread that has partnered alongside the UFO research community in general. I would like to say hi to everyone that's in the live chat today, along with my moderators such as Zenza Bill and Curious George. Natasha Keelis, hi, how's everyone doing? Today I am joined by my awesome co-host. He's no longer my guest. He is my co-host, Mr. Jimmy Church from Fade to Black. Hi, Jimmy. Are you snacking?
Oh man, caught me off guard.
You know, I almost thought about snacking for this show too, so I'll just vicariously live through you on this one. Oh, good taste. Classic.
Hey, so good. And mine, this Cam,
Yeah, you're on that one. I'm pointing it.
that the drama last night, internet went down on. Turned out not to be the internet. It was router, not the modem, and been working just anyway. They came out, stuff things out, replaced 20 antennas on the top of it, and router, and I'm here. So there you go. And I'll let everybody know we're going to jump into this discussion. But Christine, I'm just going to tell everybody what happened last night.
Please do.
And I'm going to mention the PJ. So a couple of things happened, and Ryan prayed. Okay, so internet goes out, and I everything. We're going to go back on. What I didn't know at the time was that there were still issues with the internet. I'm talking about 1 megabyte upload. I need 30. Okay, so, but I didn't know. I just got the internet back up. So everybody, I texted Christina. I said, Ryan can't do the show. You're gonna come on with me right now. She said, cool. I said, okay, whatever. 1 minute, let's go. And I'm in my PJs. Can you give me a minute? And I'm like, so that's what she texted me. And then Ryan texted me back, and so I go to text Christina back, but I don't text Christina. Oh no, that would be the correct thing. Instead, I text Ryan, and I text Ryan this, and I said, "Don't worry, nobody's uh, nobody's going to see you, just me. No biggie." That's what I texted Ryan, and it's right there for everybody. If you want to see it, there it is. That was Christina. Nobody's gonna know. Let's just get the show. Let's go now. Ryan texted me. What? I said, "Oh, hold on a minute." And I texted Ryan back. I said, "Oh, shite. I thought I was texting Christina Gomez. She told me she was in PJs. I said, nobody's going to see you. We're going live right now. This is the funniest text ever, and you must think I'm the strangest dude in the world." And so that's what. So that was last night after the show, and then we didn't get wouldn't pull
I did. I did. It was pretty awesome. And there's a whole other side to that story. But while I'm telling the story, people are saying that your mic is a little bit too quiet. Do you want to like boost that up a bit?
Oh, my mic is too quiet?
Yeah, a bit.
Man,
So when Jimmy was like, "Hey, can you come on the show?" I'm thinking, I'm in my PJs. I have to set up my studio, right? Even just to put my camera up and the mic, and I'm like rushing. And he likes to use Skype, and I don't. I don't use Skype, so I had to re-log into my account. It wasn't working. I start panicking. I'm like sweating through my sweater because I sleep in really big sweaters. And I'm like, I'm not gonna make it. And then Jimmy calls, he's like, it's fine. It's canceled. And I'm like, whew.
It
I
was
was
so
gonna make it
funny.
anyway.
It was just a funny drama filled. Hopefully, my microphone. I mean, I'm trained and in my head, so I hope that it's loud. Okay,
Well,
all right.
we're getting some good feedback. People are saying it sounds fine, sounds good to me, so I think you're good. But if anything, people in the chat can keep us updated. So today's topic is abduction. Now there are so many facets to this topic. I think for people that want to know a lot about it require years and years and years in research. We're only going to be doing it for about an hour and a bit, maybe an hour and a half. So obviously, we're not going to get into like the very, very deep nitty gritty of this topic. But I'm so happy to have Jimmy on because he's interviewed countless people that have studied the phenomenon, along with contactees as well. Am I correct?
I asked.
So I couldn't imagine having anyone else. And let's just get into it. And one person I want to ask you about specifically is John E. Mack.
Mm-hmm.
He was a Harvard psychiatrist in I think in the 90s, right? And he went ahead and he said, I do not believe in this phenomenon at all. Abductions are not a thing. But then he goes ahead and he interviews 30, 40 abductees, contactees. And his mindset definitely changes on the concept that maybe it is possible. I want to hear your thoughts on John Mack and a little bit about possibly if you know anything that he's researched.
Yeah. Okay. Let's stay with John Mack specifically for a second. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, and John, I'm not Jimmy, sorry, I'm talking about John. But it seems like your audio is coming from your camera and not from the microphone.
Impossible. But let me see. I don't
Yeah, because
have. Oh. It is. Okay, hold on a minute. Hold on.
when it comes to podcasts, it's impossible to not have technical difficulties.
Okay, now how's it sound?
Oh, beautiful.
Okay.
Like a diamond if
Now
they made noises.
now it's probably too loud. See, that's what I was saying. It's too loud. I don't know. I don't know why that reset. How much for the show tonight? Thank you. John Mack. Okay. Let me I want to go deep on this. John, professor at Harvard, tenured, very respected, and psychologist. And so when he entered into this world of ET and contact, and of course, abduction came a little bit later, but full on skeptic, wasn't part of the community, didn't understand what was going on, starts to figure out a few things. Now, everybody can go and read Ralph Rubenstall's new book called Believer, and it is a story about John Mack. But it was just released. It's the best-selling book, and it's great. I have it. But this is what ended up happening. And let me be very clear for everybody when it comes to the abduction phenomenon. John started to see, and he died, and so we never really found out, but we know that he started to see similarities in his section. and with people that he was interviewing. And a couple of those people I've had on the show. Okay, and if we have time, we'll talk about it. But as he started to see similarities, which he wasn't sharing with anybody, he only kept it inside of himself, and that something flipped with him, where he went from skeptic to believer, and he knew that the phenomenon, the abduction phenomenon, was real. Now, what part of it was real for him? Was this, this something caused with consciousness? Was it real physical interaction where people really taking on the ships and with, all of that? That's where his research started. At the same time, there were Bud Hopkins, his friend, Dr. David Jacob, Barbara Lamb. I could continue on down the list of
Carla Turner.
and she passed away early, but that's but these other therapists that were Yvonne Smith that were looking into them, they were all friends. So this thing that that John figured out is something that I also do as well. Is this: I listen to everybody, but I don't share certain aspects of my own experience. I don't do it, and I don't do it for a lot of reasons. The main reason is I don't want to put suggestions into other people's minds, right?
Right.
I don't want to do that. And I also need the proof for myself, for my own experience, when I hear somebody else say a key word. And let's just say, right, okay, I'm just going to pull something out of you. Let's say I saw E.T. wearing Birkenstocks. Now, I know. Let's just laugh about that for a second. But what if? But I don't tell anybody. And then I'm interviewing somebody and the darndest thing comes out and he talks to the little Gray's wearing Birkenstocks. Right? Now that's where I would go, oh, for their experience, right? So I don't share that. And neither did John Mack or Bud Hopkins or Yvonne Smith or Barbara Lamb, David Jacobs. You don't. You're collecting the information. And that's the part of the abduction phenomenon when it comes to therapists and regression therapy that I find, is it definitive proof? No, but I find it the most intriguing in that Yvonne Smith knows something is going on because she's done thousands of regressions and she knows these certain things that are similar to each one, but she doesn't tell anybody. But she knows. And that's the part of this phenomenon where I have to step back and say, millions of people are not crazy. They're not. They're not. They're having very similar, as John Mack had said, they are having very similar experiences. They don't communicate with each other. People that don't know each other from different parts of the world or different United States. Yes, they're same experience. Now, what it is, John never told us. Go by a drunk driver, not long ago.
2004.
Yeah, 2004 in London, 11 o'clock at night. John, they drive on the opposite sides of the street over there. So he's looking he thinks the United States is on one side of the street, so he's looking that way when actually traffic is coming from the opposite direction. This way, it's actually coming this way. There was a lot of conspiracy theories behind that, and we don't have time to get into it. But we look at research with him, and that's the unfortunate thing. So that's John Mack, Harvard, and he is one of the examples when you get into the abduction phenomenon. Go focus on his work, Cobble, and Debbie is an abductee who was featured in Bud Hopkins' book, who I just talked about, Intruders, the central figure in that book. And when you have her recount her experience, which is just, I mean, incredible. Again, it's very similar to so many other abduction cases that have been documented throughout the years. Go and listen to Debbie Cobble. She's amazing, and she's also in a film that I just completed that'll be coming out in November, and you can check Debbie out in that film. But it's not just Travis Walton, it's not just Betty and Barney Hill, it's not just Calvin Parker, all great cases, and we meet them and stuff. But there are other cases out there, and Debbie Cobble is one. She's just incredible. So that's John Mack, Bud Hopkins, David Jacobs, Yvonne Smith, Barbara Lamb, and many other great therapists out there. And I know that was long-winded, but it just needs to be said for those out there that are just getting into this abduction phenomenon and need to go and find more answers.
And it's a bit hard to do because a lot of these cases are, just alleged witness accounts. Yes, there can be some evidence that can be placed on the body, such as scars and bruising and things of that nature. But overall, at least from what I've done through my research, it's a lot of just kind of believing them. And before we go a little bit more deep into that, I would like to say thank you so much to Inquire Within. They say, oh, yes, look at this magical duo of intergalactic epicness. Keep the good times rolling. And then Disclosure Team, thank you so much. And John Russell as well. You guys are absolutely spectacular for supporting this channel. John says, and thank you, he says, would be so cool to have Dave Politis on the show. Do you guys agree his research proves not all the entities are benevolent? I obviously want to have him on the show, but I know that he doesn't really do podcasts or things like that, especially now that his son has passed away. He's been a little bit more reclusive. So I think in the maybe a little bit later on into the future, I'll ask him. But right now, for him, I don't think being on this show is very important. But I enjoy his research, Missing 411, and his YouTube channel, along with his documentaries and his books. What about you, Jimmy?
Yeah, he's great. Good dude. He's pretty intense.
You know him personally?
I do. I one year at a conference, his table was next to mine. And for 3 or 4 days, literally were shoulder to shoulder and talking. But we did a panel together, maybe one, maybe two. But he's been on the show many times. As a matter of fact, Vader night. I just didn't they just run out of hey, you're live on Fade to Black. You're up next. Who's calling? What? And it was pretty funny. He called me off guard. And instead of a 5-minute phone call, I think he found us for about 45 minutes. He's a good dude. He's tall, intimidating, big.
He is intimidating.
He is. He's got intimidating eyes. He's a big guy, right? Okay, so he looks like a Fed. Looks like a cop. If you ever have bad news knocking at your front door and you open it up, it's going to be David Politis standing there, or somebody that looks like him. That's the truth. And then you get to know him, and he is intense, but he's very compassionate. He has the ability to crack jokes. He doesn't want people to know that. And I say that sort of in jest, but he's just an intense individual. And then you get to talk to him, find out how cool he actually is. So there you go. Yeah, get him on the show. I'll give you his number.
I would love to at some point. I will definitely get him on sometime in the future. So a thing that I had mentioned was when people are doing their research, there are kind of two standpoints when it comes to alien abductions. You have half the people saying these alien abductions are great, they're trying to heal us, they're trying to warn Earth about nuclear weapons, war, pollution. They want to help us evolve. Then you have another section of the population saying these aliens are awful, they're malicious, they're very predatorial, and overall they are abducting humans for their own gain. And I was thinking, I've covered quite a few abduction stories, and I've interviewed someone such as Preston Dennett, who has done extensive research when it comes to abductions, and he said on the show that overall, abduction shouldn't be seen as a bad thing because they're trying to help us, and in many cases they heal you, this, that, and the other. And then I started kind of digging deep into Carla Turner's research, and her standpoint was completely different from what I had read previously. And she stated, like I had just mentioned a little while ago, that alien abductions are these are very malicious creatures who, in a sense, are pretending like they are siding with humans, saying that they want to help us, this, that, and the other, but they're actually lying and they're doing it for their own gain. I found that really interesting, and I 100% want to hear your thoughts on that take on it.
Yeah, the and Carla Turner was amazing, and everybody should go back and look at some of her presentations over the years. She was about this tall, and it was really great to see her at the podium.
Oh,
She was great. She was fresh. Anyway, Carla, very smart, and now um, I'm gonna put it to everybody this way: being abducted can't be fun, right? Now, I'm sure it can be, but the experience itself has just got to be terrifying. Just as terrifying as a dog catcher chasing down a dog. Dog doesn't want to have a noose put around his neck. The dog doesn't want to be taken. The dog doesn't want to be abducted, right? And that dog is panicking, and it would have to be very similar to. You don't want to be kidnapped. Who wants to be kidnapped? Who wants to be thrown in the back of a van and driven away, and you don't know what's happening? You're going to panic. They may be taking you to Magic Mountain, but you don't know that, right? you don't know. You don't know. You're going to panic. It's not a good experience. You throw in ET and Alien into this, some completely foreign and strange experience. It's got to be terrifying. Nothing may happen, you know, injuries or whatever, a dissection, autopsy, right? You don't know a live autopsy. You, okay, but the experience itself has to be terrifying. But most of the abductees, this is where I'm going to stay on the controversial side of the fence. I think most abductees, no matter how terrified they were, no matter how scary the experience was, would not want it to have happened. Right?
okay. I'm really happy you brought that up, Jimmy. I'm sorry. Keep going.
They wouldn't change the past, right? They wouldn't. Would they do it again? Probably most of them would. Absolutely. You know, and who wouldn't? Come and take me. Let's go. Let me see what this is all about. But now there are the other experiences. When you talk to Whitley Strieber, I'll be on Whitley's show this Thursday, speaking about this stuff. So, being a guest on it, is that Whitley's experience? Um, it's a terrifying movie. The book is pretty scary, and he certainly has been very forward about his experiences. But he has had continued contact and with what he calls the others, and I think he's okay with it. he's found a way to deal with it. Um, and just like anything else, Carla, Marshall Summers, or even David Jacobs, who talk about the colonization of this planet or the takeover of this planet. That's not necessarily the abduction phenomenon, right? So Marshall Summers saying, and it's a great message, something you should listen to, but Marshall, they're here to get this planet and its atmosphere acceptable for them so they can move here. Those are the changes that are going on to the planet. And that's pretty scary. That's not benevolent. That's as benevolent as it gets. And David Jacobs and his take on this, and Carla Turner's. Well, okay, that's fine, but I don't necessarily agree with that. If there was anything violent or mean or just wrong, I think we would know about it. There'd be another conversation right now. I think that the abduction phenomenon is real. Those experiences are real, but I think in a general sense, it's been a very positive. Scary, yes. Mean, right? Is it that? No, I don't think it's that. But scary, certainly. So I don't necessarily prescribe to a negative approach by ET with it.
Well, I'm really happy you brought that up because there's something that I read in a book called Dealing with UFOs, Aliens, and Higher Dimensions by Laura. And she used to be friends with Carla Turner. And she mentioned something relating to the alien abductions and clarifying it kind of as the Stockholm Syndrome. Before we get into that, I want to say thank you so much to Akashi Chris for the super sticker. And John Russell says, if they're supposedly trying to help us, they're sure going about it in a funny way. There are better ways to communicate, etc.
And John's right. John's right. John. Thank you for making that point. Now, John's right, except.
Dot.
But is this? We can't. We're an intelligent, right? We're sentient, and we also have compassion, empathy. We should have. We have a sense of morals, right? We should have. Don't always practice it, right? Okay, but that being said, we some people like to go fishing. You like to go fishing?
I actually have a huge fear of where I put the reel back and then I catch someone's eye and it goes into the ocean. I don't know why. It's like the weirdest fear. So no, I don't like fishing.
Or your own eye. So, but people fish. People fish. Having that fish out of the water, boom, grab somebody's mom, and you pull somebody's mom out of the water. Now the baby fish are down there. Where mom goes? Right here a second ago, and in a few minutes, that fish is going to be gutted, clean, and fried in a pan. Now, I don't think, as far as the fish go, that they're cool with that. Okay? All right? Now, that may be a crazy analogy, but we go all the time into the rainforest of Brazil and we're looking for new species. And we find a new species that's never been discovered. Maybe it's a cute little furry mammal rodent thing, and wow, never seen. It looks like a rat, but it's not a rat. It's kind of cute, but it looks more like a hedgehog. Wow, this is a hedgehog rat. This is a new species. Boom, grab it, throw it in the bag, put it on your backpack, and you head back out of the jungle. And you just took, mom away from her kids. And this hedgehog rodent is going back to the United States, where it's going to be thrown in the cage and dissected. Is that cool? Well, no, but we do it. Now, if there's species out there that is a million years ahead of us, how would they look at us? Right? How would they look at us? Are they looking at us as brilliant inventors of the internet, passionate, sentient, that you know that it, no, no, they wouldn't. In fact, it wouldn't really have a you know, but maybe they would want to learn, right? And they need to bag and tag. So they grab Christina Gomez, throw her on the ship, and check you out, right? That's and so and hopefully it's a catch and release, right?
Hopefully,
Yeah,
unless
hopefully.
unless they provide us noodles, then I would be somewhat okay with it.
You know what? I thought about you today about a case of ramen from Costco, and I wrote Christine on it, the black sharpie, and so, but is that wrong? Is that a dark way of looking at this? No, it's not. It simply isn't. And we have to accept if we're going to go and claim a benevolent or a malevolent rape or abductions or shouldn't be happening or this, well, we have to take a hard look at ourselves and consider how other advanced races that are out there above us, because we don't think anybody's smarter than us. We don't think anything, because we're the king of the earth, right? The kings and queens of the earth. There's no other species like us here. But there are more intelligent species out there. Now, if they wanted to come over and take over this planet and be mean and abduct everybody and take us back and make us into a slave trade in Zeta Reticuli, I think that would have already been done. It has, I don't know. But I think by and large, that most abductees are cool with it, and given the chance, they would do it again.
Yeah. Zofa says, thank you so much for the super chat. They say, I, Zofa of Earth, hereby give my consent to be taken aboard a trans-medium craft for scientific and or political purposes by non-human intelligences. I am all for it. And it sounds kind of like the Carl Higdon case, all honesty. Diego Flores, thank you. They say, that is not how things are done anymore. That is the model from the 50s. Now it is photos and videos, how they document animals in the wild. And that's an interesting point. And I feel like in some respects we're kind of outdated. And in other respects, we don't know what we're talking about. Charles then says also thank you. When Chris Bledsoe. So I actually don't know anything about Chris Bledsoe, so I haven't done my research and I might have to figure out a little bit on who he is. But I think we briefly talked about him, right, Jimmy? I think once.
Sure we have. I don't think Chris has been abducted. Maybe. I don't we've ever talked about it. But Chris Bledsoe is a pretty interesting. You know what? We'll do a whole show on Chris Bledsoe after we do our Bob Lazar special.
Okay, I need to do more research on him because there's a lot of thoughts on him. And then Akashi Chris says, if we are no different than a bug to them, why not mutilate us? Manipulate us on it. If we were nothing, why not crush us?
Okay, let's come back to that because I want to. Oh yeah, you just put it up. John Russell says he has to disagree. Seems like many more are traumatized. No, I'm going to disagree with John. But John, this is your debate and conversation. I appreciate that because although you are right in certain cases where he says their abduction experiences benefit from them and fear that they will happen again. Talking about the abductees, yes, but how many abductees have said over and over again that the message of peace, that we are ruining this planet, that we are not ready to have a seat at the table. And as soon as we grow up and learn how to love each other and accept one another, until that happens, but the way forward is peace and love, and that's what runs the universe. What about that message? Is that a message of fear? And those abductees that have And you hear it repeated over and over again that they were chosen to share this message. I'm talking about the abductees. And they were given this message of love and how to move forward, and how to take care of our planet, and how to love one another, and how to be accepting of everybody. What about that message? But and those abductees, that's not out of fear. And those abductees can't wait for the next trip. So, John, your point is well taken, and certainly there are some that are afraid, and it was a terrifying experience. No question about it. But I think if we took a poll, I would say that I would go with 95. I'm not going to say 99. I'm going to go 95%. 95% of abductees are cool with it. They may have been scared. They would do it again, and they certainly wouldn't change the past. There you go.
So then, do you think because maybe these experiences are so much pleasant, even though when they're under hypnosis, it obviously wasn't, they really were probed, bad things that end up happening to them. Do you think it's possible that they're affected?
Probed?
Probed. But then that would lead me to the question, do you think it's possible that maybe they have Stockholm syndrome, where they might believe, right, that that after they're being captured, right, these abductees can kind of learn to appreciate these beings that took them because they maybe in some respects they were kind of nice to them, here and there. We know from abduction stories that they say, okay, now look into my eyes, I'm gonna calm down, I'm going to relax, and you're gonna end up falling asleep. Or they put suggestive memories when they come back to Earth. So I found that when I was researching Carla Turner on that book, I was like, I didn't really think about that. That's a really interesting statement. Whether if it's correct or incorrect, I think it's a very nice thing to debate on and hear people's input on that.
Yeah, you're right about that. And Stockholm syndrome, which is, an example, generality of, what is Stockholm syndrome. You get kidnapped and then you end up liking your captor.
Like Beauty and the Beast.
Yeah. Falling in love. And, okay, I don't normally do this. In fact, I've never done this before. It's the first time on this show. When I was abducted, I want to see it.
Sure.
As good as it gets, Anthony Ryan right there.
That's so exciting.
You just saw the Kill Tony feud
I'm ready.
of Anthony Ryan. Man, can't wait to hear him.
Traumatizing. But here it is. You ready? Right here, it says right on the side, it says, Jimmy, our brother. Okay. And there you go. And so look at the.
That's pretty big to fit inside of you.
Well, it depends on which end. So, but here's the deal, though. Here's the deal. How many times can we go into a week of a message where it is over and over again, where the abductees come back and say, you know what, it was scary. I've woken up, something in my room, left, I'm on a ship, and I was shown things, from the past, I was shown things from the future, I saw other things on board, there were, observation tables, exam tables, and all of this, all of it. And they come back and say, you know what? I need to talk about this. because it was pretty fascinating. This is what the aliens look like. This is the message. This is what I saw, and this is and they they don't talk about becoming friends. I think that the Stockholm syndrome part of it, but they talked about the mechanical emotion, that there wasn't anything friendly. There wasn't, a bonding that took place. That everything was done as a job. That maybe one race or species was being showed a little bit of compassion, but not really, and that it was just their gig. And I have to go and accept that, and I'll tell you why. There are, we talk about this all the time. There are, billions of planets like ours, and if you're out on a mission to go and visit and research, a list of, 10,000 planets in this sector of the Milky Way, you're just here for a job. You're here, you're punching a clock, you're coming in, you're getting your stuff done, and you're splitting. You're not here to go to the Super Bowl or come over for movie night. That's not why you're here. You're here to get work done and to move on. And the human species and Earth is just one example for them, one stop for them of thousands that they've already done and thousands that they're about to do. And are we anything special? We're just as special as everybody else. But they are just talking. And that's my take. So they come by, they see that we're damaging our planet, and they, you guys are kind of screwing things up here. You might want to get that in order. And the bullets, and guns, and wars and stuff, that's not the future. You guys need to put that stuff away. And nuclear bombs are bad. All right, we got to go. And we hear this over and over again. I don't think there's anything to be afraid of. Being abducted, yeah, okay, traumatized. It is. But you'll go back and do it. And there you go. Go ahead, Christine. I know you want to say something.
Well, John says, again, thank you, says Pilatus research has proven that even some very small children have been taken and returned face down. It seems some beings don't recognize consent and don't respect our lives.
Yeah, okay, but Whitey, although some of his stuff could be ET, could be aliens, um, could be human, could be criminals, kids sometimes. But his research is so compelling, and so when you and what John is referring to there were a few cases, and they're hard to talk about when they deal with children, and it's very difficult for me to do, and anybody else. Children are off limits.
Yeah, they're the most pure beings, the most innocent, and they
Yeah,
don't deserve those kinds of things.
they are. And so when you hear about a child that is, like John says, found face down with his shoes, a half a mile away and in a weird position, and his clothes folded up next to you, and no signs of trauma, whatever it may, it's just like weird and it's strange. So, but that doesn't necessarily mean we're talking about the abduction phenomenon. All right, here, John. We could do a whole show on Pilates. No, I don't think that the majority of Pilates and his cases deal with something else. It could be Bigfoot.
Maybe. When we talk about Bigfoot, we gotta have Mike on when that time comes.
Yeah.
But one story that I found maybe one of the most interesting and possibly currently one of my favorite stories when it comes to abductions, because again, there are countless stories. There are hundreds and hundreds of stories you can find in books and online. But one that I want to talk about that I've actually mentioned before in another episode is the Carl Higbie case. And I feel like his experiences gets invited by an ET to come onto a ship and be like, hey, you want to come to our home planet and check it out? And also, here's a pill you don't have to eat for 4 days. I think it's bizarre. It's so insane.
Yeah, that whole pill thing kind of bummed me out because food is too important when you're dealing with interstellar travel. Okay, so not only you just reminded me, if we go back, and everybody should check this out, but if we go back to Pascagoula and we look at that case, which how do I say this? When you hear the conversations, and they're recorded and there's videotape of and I'm going to pull something up here for a second, and just hang on, everybody, hang on. I have the internet now, and I don't know what to do with myself. Charles Hickson. Okay, so Charles Hickson, we all know Calvin Parker, and he's been on Big Black and listen to that show. But their case, so they get abducted, the police get involved, they get taken to the police station. And this is the crazy part about that case for me, where you just step back and you go, you know what? This thing really happened. You guys are telling the truth. They're not making it up. When the police leave the interrogation room, Charles Hickson and Calvin are sitting at the table talking to each other. They think they're alone. And the conversation happened to us. You know, ET was just insane. And Calvin's like, man, I think I'm losing my mind. Right? And this is the way they're not talking about, okay, we got to keep our story straight. Right? No, these guys are in this interrogation room freaking out. And go and watch that tape. And then tell me that abduction's aren't real. Go and watch that. And what they express when they're fishing, right? That's the problem. They should have been fishing. They're fishing, and see a lightning strike comes down, boom, behind them. The craft comes down. Next thing you know, these three beams, like float out and float them back onto the ship. They inject them with some medication to calm them down because they were freaking out. They calm down, but their experience was a positive one. The robots that they described that were there were kind of freaking out, but they didn't harm them, and they were only on the ship for a short period of time, and then they were kicked off the ship. Ship flies away and leaves them right there with their fishing pole, and it's a positive experience. I don't think Calvin freaked out. I mean, they freaked out about what happened, but were they injured? Was there anything traumatizing that happened during that? Or no, no. And going back and Calvin over the years, a lot of ridicule, a lot of and a lot of criticism, a lot of skepticism out there. But his experience itself, I think, was a positive one. And would he do it again? Yeah. And Calvin is a great guy today. He's a great guy. So again, we keep going back to the same point. I don't want to spread fear about the alien abduction. I just don't want to. I don't want to be a part of that. I don't think there's enough evidence to suggest that ET is here to be a bad time, or a bad experience. I don't see it.
Well, it seems like Charles agrees with you, and he says, how do I get abducted? There's actually quite a few books, actually. There's actually quite a legitimate books on how to get abducted. And there's another book that I read, and it said how to not get abducted. I guess it just depends on your standpoint.
Right. Or Bob Side tonight and he just
And thank you, Bob, so much. Thanks for the super sticker.
go outside and hold us up to the sky, and you just say,
Take me. Well, how do we know that they can read? That's an honest question.
"What movie was that? Oh, Mars Attacks. Remember when they go on top of the skyscraper in downtown Los Angeles, and yeah, that was pretty cool. Holding up the sign. But yeah, I think all of us want to experience it. We really do. It's like the ultimate thing. So yeah.
Well, on that point, John has a question, and he says, "Does Travis Walton want to be abducted again?" Because I mean, you've spoken to him.
Yep.
Would he want to be?
I've teased him about that a lot over the years, and I can't speak for Travis. I don't want to do that, but just let me say this. Yeah, I think he would do it. I think most abductions they continue. Um, uh, look, all of the famous cases that were still with us today. Talk about it. They're out. They're writing books and they're guest on shows and speaking about it. And they've had continued contact after after their abduction experience. I think the vast majority would love to do it again, and they continue to have contact. Look at a case like Barry Littleton. Barry, again, to go and he's been on Fade to Black many times. Uh, an absolute positive experience for him that started when he was a very, very young boy and continues through today. And he's okay with it. And he's very detailed in his experiences and sharing it with everybody. Just reminded, got to get Barry back.
Well, I would love to get Travis Walton on the show, but he's still unwell. Like he's still unwell with his chest, right? I know he's having some health issues.
Really?
Travis Walton, yeah.
I didn't know he was having issues.
Yeah, when he was on Conflict Radio, just a few weeks ago, he was just like, I think like fluid was getting up in his lungs and he had to have some kind of oxygen.
Really?
Maybe I'm incorrect. Maybe I'm incorrect, but I do know that he was having some issues with his chest the last few weeks.
Hold that note. Hey man, comma, how you doing? Question mark. Got to get you back on the show ASAP. Exclamation point. Give me a call. Barry Littleton is great, and that's how you. Yeah. No, I didn't know that about Travis. I didn't know. I was one of the things that I talk about a lot, and I think that most of us lose sight of it. I certainly do. If you go back, we have to remember that we're 2021. So there was a case that you were following in 1975, and you were 15 or 20 years old, and you're following somebody that was abducted at the age of 30. They're in their 70s, right? And maybe even older. And that goes with musicians and actors and things. That we are 2021, and so that means 40 or 50 years have gone by, and mind blowing things. Travis Walton, right? And if you go back to 1975, how many years ago is that? How old was he then? How old is he today? And continue. I talked to Don Schmidt about this. We need to continue to talk, collect information from all of these people, get inside of their memories of this, and try to get all of the data that we can, because we just assume that everybody's be around forever, and that's clearly not the case. So we need to do that. Just like Roswell, very quickly, Roswell was 1947, and when everything came to light in 1980, that was 33 years later. So that means most of the people that were involved with Roswell were in the Army at the age of 30, right? And now in 2021, all of them are dead, right? There's nobody left. Did we collect everything? Well, it doesn't matter. Now we are interviewing the grandchildren of the witnesses to Roswell. So just like everything else, these abduction cases and phenomenal experiences, we need to constantly stay on it, collect the data, interview, document, and convert things over into a historical perspective so we can study it and look at it later.
Well, while we're on that note, talking the grandchildren of those from Roswell, well, it seems like there are quite a few stories when it comes to abduction that it's actually through the generations. The grandmother or the grandfather got abducted, then it was their daughter, then it was their granddaughter. There aren't a lot of stories like that, but there are a few that would definitely stand out. You have you ever interviewed someone that's had a generational abduction, or what are your what do you think about that? Do
Yeah,
you think it's possible?
me.
You.
What?
What?
What's so surprising about that?
No, nothing. Go ahead and tell the story. I want to hear
My
it.
whole family was abducted. So, my great 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 grandfather, as he was signing the Declaration of Independence, couldn't sign. He was abducted on his way to Independence Hall in Philadelphia. I'm making that up. But
Okay.
my point is, I I believe it is generation. And when you speak to somebody that has had a life of contact, you immediately find out that their mother had contact, their father had contact, and then it goes, one step further, and then and before you know it, their great grandfather and great grandmother talked about raised in 1890, right? Or wait, yeah. And so, what do we do with that? How do we unpack that? How do we frame that with today? Well, just like John Mack and Bud Hopkins and others, Yvonne Smith, that look at this, they they definitely take a look at the generational aspect of it, and it is something that they have spoken about, and we find that repeated over and over again today. My own experiences, I was saying all of that is yes. I don't know if my mom had any UFO experiences, um, but she definitely was pretty trippy as a young woman when I was very young, and she was into all of the things. She was into UFOs, Ouija boards, ghost writing, and Edgar Casey. But I never talked to her about UFOs. That doesn't mean that she never had a sighting, but I don't know if I was ever abducted. But when you talk to abductees, you quickly find out that not only did their parents and grandparents have stories to share, but their children of abductees are having experiences. Yeah, I think it's a generation, and why not?
But my question is, so if there are generational abductions, do you think there may be some some kind of tinkering going on with the genetics? Like, why do you think they're being watched one after the other?
Yeah, why not? I mean, why not? I think that's one of the best points. Oh, I just got a text back from ha ha. That's how you see. Are you learning? Are you learning, Christina? That's how you book a guest. Go on somebody else's show and just pick up your cell phone and look at Gas Live on the air. Barry Littleton is going to be on Fade to Black. Everybody needs to check out Barry. You need to get Barry on here.
Well, then pass me his number.
Right here.
I need your whole contact list. Pass them all over.
Everybody wants what's in this phone. Everybody. Now, okay, so what was the question again?
About generation when it comes to abduction.
Right.
Is it because of genetic tinkering, or why do you think that is?
Yeah. Okay. Well, yes. But I believe that genetic tinkering has been going on for a couple of 100,000. So, Homo sapiens sapiens. You're in college. Go chase down anthropologist, some crazy professor in biology, and go up to him and go, I read something last night. Kind of strange. But Homo sapiens sapiens, we've only got 40 chromosome pairs. But primates have 48. Isn't that a lot of information in those two extra chromosome pairs? How come apes? How come chimpanzees? How come little baby spider monkeys are not designing their own cell phones and building condos? Just ask it. Because it doesn't make any sense. How did this miracle of a change in our chromosome count and our DNA just happen? How did this just suddenly, Homo sapiens sapiens appears here 200,000 years ago with 46 chromosome pairs? We're supposed to be related to primates, right? What's up with Cro-Magnon and what's up with Neanderthal and their chromosome counts? It doesn't make any sense unless somebody did the snip 200,000 years ago. So back to your point. Today, come by Earth and you check out a family's DNA and you look and you did something 200,000 years ago, and now you're going around the planet checking out DNA, possibly altering DNA, maybe in a family tree, looking at it, changing things. It could have to do with diseases. It could have to do with your height. It could have to do with your hair color, whatever it may be, your intelligence, whatever it may be. And you're going and looking and modifying because we were modified 200,000 years ago. Somebody did it, and it wasn't by accident. And so the question of with the family and the abduction phenomenon and DNA and research going through the family tree, generational, is that a possibility? It's been going on for 200,000 years. So
and I think if we can do it to plants, modified plants, dog species, cats, and so forth, I don't see why other entities can't do it as well.
We're doing it ourselves today. CRISPR technology, the modification of DNA in this country, what actually goes on ethically or unethically, legally or illegally, I don't know. I don't have those answers. But I can tell you, right now in China, you want a disease-free kid, and you want to choose the height and intelligence and body type, and they're doing it over there. So yes, and if we're doing it with our primitive little brain on this planet, he has really got a hold on this. They did it 200,000 years ago, Christina.
And with that, we will be right back.
Hi, I'm Micah Hanks, and let me tell you something. I support Christina Gomez as a Patreon subscriber. Here's why you should too. She brings all of her unique insights to a whole new generation, and all while she's also going through college. Listen, support Christina. Become a Patreon subscriber today. You won't regret it.
That went so smooth.
Wow, man. And you just we'll be right back.
I'm not as good as you yet because you have to do so many of them and you got really awesome commercials. So I'm learning from the best.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I'm more than jealous.
No. You have an awesome crew to help you out. While we're still on the topic of abductions, we still got a little bit of time. Let's talk a little bit about probes and kind of the physical evidence that can be left after an abduction. There are a lot of stories by abductees who say, well, I can't really remember what happened until the hypnosis, but when I woke up, I have these weird scars, weird bruises, some parts of my body hurt, such as the genitalia, and or in some cases, my whole body feels all achy. How could that be if I was just very peacefully sleeping in bed? And then through hypnosis, or maybe through just memory, I'm able to remember sometimes of what actually happened. Now, from all the people that you've interviewed, abductees or those that have done research on it, what have you learned from them when it comes to the physical evidence?
Well, monks don't want to talk about it, the feeling of it may have been sexual, or that there was something that made them uncomfortable. They don't want to talk about it. They don't want to talk about it because what happened to Whitley. You don't want to become an episode of South Park, right? That's pretty harsh. And jokes and the ridicule. Most don't. Some do. And I've had Aaron Montgomery on the show recently. Of course, Debbie Cobble on the show recently. Geraldine Orozco, and others that talk about a subject that is very, very difficult to talk about in today's world of trolls and the way people deal with social media. You go and you talk about something like this. It's very sensitive. It's very private. You don't necessarily want your friends or your employers or your schoolmates or other people out there to know about this very private thing. So it doesn't get discussed a whole lot. All right. Now, and that is the stuff of a sexual nature. But let's flip it a little bit. The scoop march. The scoop march freaked me out, and there was a certain trend of these scoop marks. Now, what are scoop marks? Scoop marks are, and it just sounds painful. It's certainly not cool. But that after an abduction experience, some have reported scoop taken out of their skin. And you always imagine, first, number one. Number two, imagine like a little baby ice cream. You know what I mean? And then, how? Right? Okay. Now, this went on for 15 or 20 years. And people waking up with damage to the skin, and the scar stays there forever. What's going on with that? Now, that's certainly evidence. The other evidence, so there's two marks there. Everybody can go and that part. But I think there is other evidence of implants, and without talking about Dr. Roger Lear, Whitley Strieber has certainly spoken about his implants, which were behind his ear and moved around. Others have reported the same thing. Behind the ears is a very popular place for this. I'm always checking. By the way. I am.
We did it again. Love you guys.
Yeah, okay. I'm always checking. But parts of legs, arms. Yeah. Okay, can I say this? Let's get off of the UFO subject. I've been seeing small children and babies that are so much smarter and with larger eyes than their parents. Genetic manipulation is more evident lately.
bigger eyes than my parents.
Are alien, or you're full alien. Hey, you know what? Everybody should go and watch the movie Alienated. Um, and when you look at the movie poster, two people holding hands, a man and a woman. Go watch Alienated. It's a great it's an ET love story. Physicist meets alien female. They fall in love.
Yeah. Well, Jazz says this whole conversation is really uncomfortable, but clearly there are people who need to have it. And I agree with you, yes. At the very beginning of the show, I said this is a very murky topic that people definitely don't want to cover because it's painful to listen to that, or it just sounds absolutely absurd. But I think for people that are interested in the UFO topic, or for those that want to have this kind of conversation, it's so important to have diverse knowledge on all aspects of ufology, and especially UFO abductions. There are countless, hundreds of stories, and they all, in many respects, share a lot of similarities that people simply don't want to talk about. So I'm happy that we're having this conversation today.
Well, look, and Jazz, I appreciate that. Uncomfortable. There's other aspects of this that we haven't even touched tonight. Human mutilation. We talk about cattle mutilation. How about human mutilation? You know, there are zones to go into here, but if you ever wonder who is being abducted, look at your name, right? Just look at somebody that you would never. You don't have to wear a tinfoil hat, have an bumper sticker on your car to be an abductee. Not usually the case. And I have met abductees, I swear, are just um, my phone is blowing up. That's Jim Harrell, my guest for tonight. But go and look at and listen to Debbie Cobble. I brought her up earlier. If she isn't the mom next door, that person doesn't exist. That's all that's just as normal as anybody that you can put into your brain. You know, and that's what's going on here. So, is it uncomfortable? What Debbie went through. So you're sitting next to this perfectly normal person, and then she turns around and starts to tell you about her abduction experience, and you're going to get uncomfortable. It's pretty crazy, right? And that information needs to be shared. If she is willing to step out and share her story, and go public with it, it needs to be talked about. It needs to be discussed. As uncomfortable as it may be, I think many out there that are studying the ET and UFO phenomenon and watch disclosure, there is other aspects to this that you have to listen to. And the abductee phenomenon is one of the. There is something that we haven't discussed. And again, Jazz, thank you for making the point. It is one of the most uncomfortable parts of disclosure.
It is. And Jimmy, I'm sorry to cut you off, but you're doing a lot of freeze ups on your video feed again, and like a lot like how it was last night on Fade to Black. Could this be something that your camera feed to your computer, like there's not a connection there or something? Because
No.
people in the live chat are kind of mentioning it, and I'm seeing it as well throughout the show. I just want to make sure that everything's gonna go smooth for tonight, especially. So you don't see any freeze ups on your end?
Nope. Everything looks fine to me. Now, here is, but here's the point that I wanted to make. And I'm going to just run some diagnostics while we are talking. Is that the more that the Senate, UAP task force, and these reports are coming out, and the discussion that is going on out there, that is going to. Oh man, I've got literally 1.1 gigabyte download. 1.1 gigabyte. That's download, and I'll tell you what my upload is in just a second.
And I don't know what it is. That's so bizarre.
Yeah, upload is running around 49 megabytes upload, and that's insane. So I don't know what everybody's talking about. So back to the more that disclosure is being discussed, and the more that the mass media is discussing this, and the Senate Intelligence Committee, the Department of Defense, the CIA, Lou Elizondo, the New York Times, Tucker Carlson with that bow tie, the more that people talk about this, abductees are going to step forward. Their comfort zone is there, and they feel that they can finally discuss this stuff in the public without ridicule, as it should be. So the more that we move forward, are going to continue, not going to go away. We need to listen to everybody out there, and as soon as we get some official confirmation out there, from the government, we're really close to that now. Kind of feels like they already have. But if that busts out, think about all of those abductees that are finally able to say, see, what I've been on about. I told you it was real. I told you I've been talking. I told you, ET comes out, Christina says, no, I know. This might be a little bit sensitive, but yeah, we've been borrowing a few people from planet Earth and hanging out with them over the last 1,000 years, and everything that they said is probably true. I'm cool with that.
I have a question for you. We know that these stories are becoming more prevalent, but also in complete risk where people said they were abducted, but they really weren't. Someone that has heard thousands of people speak. You've interviewed thousands of guests from all aspects of life. How would you be able to decipher when someone is telling the truth about their abduction and when they might be fabricating it or when it might not be true altogether?
Well, how do you do that? I mean, lie detectors.
But I'm saying you, like if you were like you are a human lie detector, for example.
Right.
Okay, how would you decipher it?
Yeah. It's okay, Christina. Here is broadcasting 101. It's not my job to be judge or jury. It's not. It's simply not. I cannot, with all of the BS that comes out of my mouth, with my own experiences, I don't want people to judge me, and I don't want people to. I'd rather have them listen. They don't have to believe, but they should always listen without criticism. Okay, that's it. Well, that's what I would like, and I have to give the same respect to everybody else. I just have to do that, and I think with our community that we have to establish some basic rules of ethics that we all must adhere to. And part of that is listening to everybody. Now, why should we? Their memory is it may not even be accurate, but it's their truth, right? It's their truth. So we have to listen. It may not be 100% accurate. It may not. They may feel that they were taken away on a ship into outer space. What if they were just taken to another room in a ship that was stayed in the backyard? Well, okay, there's that. Maybe they were never on a ship. Maybe this was projected to them, and they thought that they were taken somewhere else. But it's their memory is that something else happened. Okay, I don't know the truth to any of it, but it's not my job to not only be judgmental, but to call somebody out or to be a skeptic. My job is to remain objective. This community has a very good way of policing itself and are able to, there's a lot of smart people in the community that will take a look at something or an individual or a case in the past and figure things out. Some of it happens very quickly, like in a matter of seconds. Some take a little bit longer. But our community in general is accepting of everybody. Why? Well, talking about UFOs here, and if you can't, the UFO community is like the barber shop, and it has to be that way. You have to come in and go, hey, last night, 3 chicks from Venus came into my room, kidnapped me, and we went around Saturn, and I did, and they brought me, and it, all right, you need to be able to say that. And now that's what the UFO community is. Whatever your experience is, come on in, share it with us because your experience, crazy as it is crazy as mine, or isn't as crazy as theirs. And that's what it is. That's the beautiful thing about the UFO community. And it should be that way all the time. It's not. It's certainly not. And these days things, have gotten a little, I think animosity is the right word. There's a lot of that goes on. But uh, uh, using discernment, using the ability to go squinty eyed, that's fine. Discernment is the other big key. You have disclosure and you have discernment. But a judge and jury with me, nah. I listen to everybody and I give them the same courtesy that I extend to them. And that's what we should always do.
And I think that makes a lot of sense. I'm the exact same. I don't judge. I don't want to judge. And I don't like to give my opinions, really. I just want to stick to the facts. And overall, respect is so important, regardless of what field you're in, regardless who you're talking to, even if you don't like them. Respect over anything, over everything, is the absolute most important.
Now, hold on. This guy Michael just says the community rarely polices itself. It's a business. Michael, you are wrong. Now, I'm going to call out Michael right here, and I'm going to give an example of this. Yeah, thank you for popping in. So I don't know Michael. I don't know who he is. This isn't anything personal. But a statement like this is completely wrong. I have got 1,000 examples of the community policing itself in rapid fire order. And let me pull up one. Okay, here we go. We've only got a few minutes, and I got to run. Or we have to run, everybody. Is this 2015, 2014, 2015, somewhere in there. These photographs surface. I mean the phone. These photographs surface showing an alien body. Okay? Don't know how big it is. It's black and white. It looks like it's on display. Medical. So Jaime goes down to Mexico. Or he's from Mexico. Mexico City sells 15,000 tickets in this arena. Invites anthropologists, scientists, experts from around Mexico. Richard Dolan flies down from New York, and I get sent these high res images. Don Schmidt is involved, and some others. And without going into the details, but these pictures are there, but they're small. I get sent the high res, and as these pictures, the high res versions go out now, they reveal it in Mexico City. By the end of the night, the community jumped all over this. Very smart people went in, deciphered the cards, deciphered the words, this, found out where the location where this was photographed, which turned out to be a roadside museum, that it was an indigenous mummy of a baby, and they deciphered the writing on the card that was in front that was always blurry in the past, nobody could read it, and in a matter of, I'm going to say, an hour. It might have been 2 hours. An hour, 2 hours. The entire case, the bunk, 15,000 people buying tickets to Mexico City, all wasted their money. I mean, gave in to them. But that's what happened in the community. And this community does it constantly. There are a bunch of very bright people that will take a photograph, that will take a story, that will take a location, that will take a video, get it broken down, look into somebody's past, look at there's a name that's involved and find out if it's whatever it is. And they will get on it and police ourselves. Nobody else is going to do it for us. And this community is used to it, and that's the way that this community runs. It polices itself beautifully. And the hucksters, the hoaxers, the shysters, all of that stuff are going to get found out, and usually in pretty short order.
Well, we've come to the end of our show. Jimmy, tell us again who is your guest tonight for the show.
Jim Harold. Jim Harold, who for 16, 17 years has had the #1 show in all of paranormal, the Paranormal Podcast. He also has his Campfire Story series, the #1 downloaded podcast. All of that, he is truly, he's got golden pipes, and I always I call him the voice of the paranormal. He is the absolute very best, with a huge, dedicated audience and fan base out there. It's an honor and privilege to have somebody like Jim on the show. I've learned so much from him over the years, and so that's who's on the show tonight. Who do I have on tomorrow? Tomorrow is Christina. Who do I have on tomorrow?
I'll have to use Twitter.
Man, I can't remember.
But on Thursday, it will be Ryan Sprague instead of having him yesterday. And that means Fader Nights on Friday.
Oh, tomorrow night I have Daryl of Bashar. Yes, he's the director. He channels Bashar. And he's also the director of the movie Alienated that I keep talking about. Everybody needs to go and watch Alienated, and do it right now on Amazon. So that's tomorrow night, Daryl Anka. Tonight, Jim Harold. And then Thursday night is the return of Ryan Sprague. I'll talk to everybody. Thank you so much, Christina. Behave and be well.
Right back at you. And you can find Jimmy on YouTube and KGRA at Fade to Black. I'll catch you Jimmy, a little bit later today.
I'll talk to you, Christina. Thanks.
Bye. Oh my gosh. I always said I love having him on. I really do love having him on. And don't forget to jump over to the Singularity Lab on YouTube with Michael Mataluni now at 4 p.m. EST. So jump in, say hi. I'll be there and I'll say hi to you. And I want to thank everyone who joined me in the live chat today. All those who supported the show with super chats, with stickers, and even just writing a ton of comments in the live chat. I want to thank all my moderators and a big thank you to all of my Patreon supporters. Have an awesome week, everyone. Be safe, and remember, keep your eyes on the skies.
Love this podcast? Support this show through the Acast supporter feature. It's up to you how much you give, and there's no regular commitment. Just click the link in the show description to support now.
Hello and welcome to episode 19 of Paradigm. While this intro was playing, no one else can see but me, but my guest, dancing and jamming to the music. We're going to bring him in rather shortly. I am Christina Gomez, your hostess for this next hour of adventure and UFO shenanigans where we look and think outside the proverbial box, jump down rabbit holes, and where the red pill is actually a red. I would love to say hi to everyone in the live chat. Spaghetti Lee, Paul, Alien Girl, Zofa, how are all of you guys doing? Today I am so pumped to introduce my guest, my good friend and teammate from the D3, Chris Plain. Chris is a fantasy and science fiction novelist, a stand-up comedian, and currently works as the head science writer at the Across his 30-year writing career, Chris has written hundreds of comedy sketches.
You showed everybody how it's done. Matthew E. Maloney, everybody. All right, back to anything can happen here. Crowd we have. Your next speaker goes by the name of Austin O'Donnell, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go.
Let me introduce you, our special guest.
Here he comes.
How are you doing, Chris?
Christina, how are you? Great to be here. Super excited to be here. Before we start, I just want to do something for my mother, for Carol, and there you go. That was it, just for my mom.
You know, and gotta say hi to your mom when you're on anywhere.
Well, especially here. This is the one that she watches whenever I tell her, hey, there's a new video at the debris. She asks me, oh, is it a Christina video? And then she watches it. So since it's over here at Paradigm Shifts and it's got me and you both, she's definitely going to watch it. She's not watching live. My brother sent her the link. Are you there? Am I freezing?
Chris?
Yeah, I'm here.
Was that me or is that you?
I don't know. I hope it's not my internet. It's not. Usually it'll give me a low speed error on my screen if I freeze, but I'm seeing you freeze. Are you seeing me freeze?
Yeah. I guess we're having a freezing party. Well, let's
probably
see
Tim McMillan again out there messing with my internet connections so I don't give all the debris secrets out. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to go out and come back in, Christina.
Yes, sir. Hey, you're back. What happened last time we're on? I thought my minute was okay, and my interview was dog dick. Why do you think your interview was dog dick, Black? I like the other big stand taller than you right now. I was watching you hold it to your set. You look like a Mexican
Okay,
game.
I unplugged my Ethernet cable, so we're just gonna use the magic of the Wi-Fi and see how it goes from there.
Let's hope it works. Yeah, I backed out of my connection and came all the way back in. So it says my Wi-Fi is good right now.
Oh my gosh! I mean, you're always gonna have some kind of technical difficulty with any podcast you'll ever see or hear. So I remember before we even get into the questions, I remember as soon as I entered the debrief, we had Chris, and Christina, and I remember you saying, "If your name is started with the C, you better just get out of here. Get out of here."
And I think there was another, like, Christy female right at the beginning too that came and went. But yes, I think at one point there was 4 of us. So yes.
They're my two friends. They're strippers, and
I can't hear you anymore. Gabby, are you there? Oh, coming back out. I can, but I cannot see you.
Okay.
Well, there you are. Now you're back.
It's just getting worse and worse. Okay, but let's go ahead and continue. So before we even jump into a lot of the things that you write for the debrief, do you remember the very first article you ever wrote and you came out years ago?
Yeah, right. Well, the first article I wrote for the debrief was in December of last year. So MJ reached out to me and gave me an assignment. It was Purdue University was researching a new fabric called MXene fabric, and it was something. It's a two-dimensional material that can be used to block electromagnetic waves, like a Faraday cage, and could actually be built right into clothing or anything. So that was my very first article, December 8th of 2020.
So what's the very first article that you ever wrote?
So I was not really a story writer or an article writer. I've been writing, as you noted, I wrote stand-up starting back in the early 90s. I wrote sketch comedy. I wrote a few TV scripts, a couple of screenplays. My first article was a basketball article for a website called Inside Hoops back in 1998. And I got hired to write some articles for them because they were doing a solicitation online. It's a sport I follow. Seemed like something fun to do on the side. So I think that was my first article, 1990.
I always feel like out of everything to write, probably sports might have to be the hardest, at least for me.
Yeah, that was, it wasn't a recap of a game or a play-by-play or anything like that. It was writing about free agency and salary caps, and it was a very mathematical article, but it was the type of thing I would read people getting it wrong all the time, and it would frustrate me. So I said, you know what, I'm going to go in and give an article to these folks that is actually accurate to how all the math in the league works. So it was well received, and it was fun to do. And I've written a number of basketball articles over the years. I write a bunch for Silver Screen and Roll, which is a website here in Southern California. So.
And when you've been working for the debrief, you've written on all things to do with space technology, and the UAP topic. How did you get started in writing about this kind of topic?
So I think science in general, this is my first job writing about science. But I can tell you, UAPs and UFOs is something I've been following my whole life. I tell people all the time that In Search Of ran their first episode on UFOs in 1977. And I was a little 8-year-old boy, and I saw it, and my father watched it with me, and we were completely blown away. And we followed that show for years, and all through the 80s and 90s, I would go to even before there was an internet, I would go to the bookstore, I would go to the library, I would dig up anything I could on UFOs, as we call them UAPs nowadays. And so that's something I've been following, writing about. When the debrief found me, there was a website called UAP Research that was around all last year. And it went out of business when the founder got another job and closed it down. But he had reached out to me because I had blogged about it on my author site, plainfiction.com, where I promote my books and other writing. And I just thought, so much has happened since 2017, 2018, 2019. I mean, the last couple of years, Christina, as you know, are like nothing in the history of the topic. So for my own fun and for my book fans who are emailing me saying, hey, you know about this stuff. What's going on with all these UFOs and videos? I wrote a big, like
10,000 word, 4-part blog entry on my own website about UFOs. That led me to UAP Research. I wrote a bunch of articles for them. And because of that, I got reached out to by MJ Benias at the Debrief. And next thing I know, I was writing science articles over here. And he even told me at the time, I don't really need people to write about UAP. We have that pretty covered. But we can use someone to write about science. And that's what I was more interested in writing about. So I do cover UFOs for sure. And I've had a few doozies in the last few months of exciting articles. But yeah, writing about science is the main attraction. Poor Christina, you're cutting in and out there. Are you there again?
Yeah, I'm trying to cut down the programs I'm having on my laptop. Hopefully that'll stop.
Yeah, my clock is running clean and my own space is not jumping around, so I feel like my connection's okay.
Yeah, I think it's my side. And you mentioned the TV show is called UFO. Is that what you said? Is that what it's called?
TV.
The one that you had watched in the 70s.
Oh, in the 1970s, late 70s, there was a show called In Search of, and they did a later version of it where Zachary Quinto came back and hosted it. But it was basically the predecessor. The closest thing I would compare it to is Ancient Aliens. They had lost civilizations, Atlantis, mysteries of Egypt's pyramids. But they would do things like remote viewing and consciousness and shamans and ghosts. And they really did look into the things that people like you look into now. The things that are covered on Shifting the Paradigm are the type of things that you would see on In Search of. There just wasn't a Christina Gomez yet to host it, and there was only one version of it. But yeah, it was a prime time network show talking about, among other things, UFOs.
And at the time in the 70s, was this a popular TV show?
Yeah, it was really popular, and I can tell you, like I said, was very young, but there wasn't really anything else feeding it. Think about the interest you have in it. Think of this community you and I are part of that has all these people interested, and imagine there's no place to go for that information. That there's no internet, there's no slew of cable channels. You can't go, to an Ancient Aliens episode or a UFO episode on Discovery Plus. So when they came out covering Atlantis, Lemuria, and just all these hidden mysteries. I mean, it was the first time I had heard of the Loch Ness Monster. It was the first time I had heard of the Bermuda Triangle. A lot of these mysteries that still exist today.
That's so exciting. Talking about the Loch Ness Monster, when I used to live in Europe, I had visited Scotland, and my dad and I went to go to the infamous lake where the Loch Ness Monster was. And let me just tell you how disappointed I was when I was 6 and would never be able to see the Loch Ness Monster.
It was just a lake, you're saying, basically.
Just a very boring lake with nothing. There were no awesome creatures. Brought my camera and everything,
and was that your doing? You were like 6, and you're like, Dad, I want to go see the Loch Ness Monster.
Heck yeah!
Oh my God! So you've been this way forever?
Yeah. And there was a huge statue right next to the lake of the Loch Ness, and I was like, I'm pumped. I brought my snacks, my camera. I am ready to have a stakeout. And my dad was like, yeah, it's getting kind of late. We should probably just head back. We're not gonna today, sweetheart.
I can see 6-year-old Gomez with your little camera around your neck, your binoculars on your head. You've got a little map. You're like, okay, so the top 3 sightings are here, here, and here. So, yeah, I can see you totally. I love it. That was sweet your dad didn't tell you. My dad was the same way. My mother was very Catholic and didn't love the UFO stuff and thought I was reading about demons or joining a cult or something. But my father was totally opposite, loved the mystery stuff. He and I would sit around and talk about things like Roswell. That same show, In Search of, in 1980, was pretty much what broke that story. Roswell had been in the paper back when it happened, and it had kind of existed very much in the background.
And then researcher Stanton Friedman was able to interview Jesse Marcel, the first officer on the scene at Max Brazel's ranch in Corona. And that was this first, sometimes you see these famous clips of Jesse Marcel saying, we don't know what it was. And they sure know it wasn't a regular balloon. And this was the first guy on the scene. That was from that show. And my father and I, when the show would end, and we would discuss it in depth. Somehow in that living room, we were going to figure out if aliens were real or not right there.
I definitely feel when it comes to parents, they're some of the best foundations we have when we're children with our interests, our likes, and our dislikes. And I think it's amazing that you as a child and even other children are able to openly talk about these kinds of topics and have support on being able to talk about them and be like, you know what, I like that point, but I might disagree with this and this. And I think without parents, we wouldn't have these kinds of interests.
Absolutely. Like I said, it was a mixed bag. Because as far as my mother was concerned, she would prefer that I could never talk about UFOs or Atlantis or all of that stuff. Because she was raised very strict Catholic, and in her upbringing, that was not something that she was excited about. But she didn't stop me from doing it by any means. And she would still take me to the bookstore, and then I would go over to the occult section where they kept the UFO stuff. And so I still got that support. And it went through my whole life. My parents, as I mentioned when I was in the green room, I'm lucky enough as a 52-year-old man to have two parents that are still alive and kicking. And they supported me at the dawn of my comedy career, which led to this career in writing that I have now. And my father would come down to open mics with me at 1 o'clock in the morning in La Jolla or in LA. And he would sit. We would come home, and my mother would say, he's really good. He would tell my mother, he's really good. You don't understand. And, she'd rather I went to law school and became a lawyer and a senator, but we'll still have that support for sure.
But you love doing comedy. I mean, wouldn't you prefer that more than being a law student?
Look, I went to UCLA to become a lawyer. I started as a political science major. I really somehow thought, like, everyone had me convinced. I was a good debater and things like that. It wasn't debating. And I tell people now, in hindsight, when I look back, I knew before that first college quarter was over that political science and ultimately the law was just not true. And I didn't really feel at home at college. So I joined the UCLA Comedy Club. I tell people that story all the time, but basically it was a student-run organization where you could write about, learn how to do stand-up, learn how to perform, and I made a bunch of friends there, friends I still have to this day, and a handful of them who work in show business, writing and producing, the skills that they picked up in that little comedy club. So.
And skills that you will use for life. John has a question, and thank you so much. He says, he says, have you guys heard anything about what's going on behind the scenes with regards to any bug UAP news?
I think he means big UAP news. I'm going to go ahead and jump out on a limb there. I can tell you that, so I can't give anything specific away, but I can tell you this. I've been telling people this the last couple of weeks. The most exciting thing about working at the debris hearing behind the scenes what those three partners are working on. When MJ, Benias, Micah Hanks, and Tim McMillan are working on these sort of stories, I mean, sometimes it's just, they'll send it to me and say, hey, will you give it an editorial look over? And all of a sudden I'm reading an exclusive interview with Ryan Graves at 2 o'clock in the morning, So I can tell you that stuff is being worked on. I do think there is big news, and I do think there's exciting things. Christina, we have some events planned later in the year at the debris here.
And one coming up just on Sunday.
Yep, at Sunday we'll be at the UFO Congress. And although our talk at the UFO Congress is titled A Year in Review, I'm also referring to it as What Next, because I think that's what people want to hear. So yes, we will definitely review what's happened over this last year when appropriate. But yes, the answer to that question is
Things are happening. More is in motion now than has been in motion at any time. Just because that report came out in June doesn't mean we've hit a brick wall. If anything, stuff's happening.
Oh, and you know, Lou Elizondo said the exact same thing when I had him on last week. So
Great.
we can expect some interesting things that all of us might be rather shocked.
Facial hair from being Lou. If I would just narrow that down and put on the baseball cap, I would have like an Elizondo. Maybe I'll be Lou for Halloween.
I support it. I support it. And talking about a year in review, you've written a ton of articles that can definitely be used for the meeting that we're having on Sunday. And in one article titled, NASA just released one of the most detailed high-def videos on Mars and you need to see it. And it states that the Curiosity rover released high-definition pictures of Mars, and that was released to the public in August by NASA. However, this rover landed in a crater in 2012. So my question is, why does it take so long to get this specific panoramic photo that we just got in August? And what about the Perseverance rover that was just recently launched and that landed on Mars? And why do you think the Perseverance rover has been so quiet?
So they announced today that the Perseverance rover had gathered one of its first samples. And one of the big missions, and keeping in mind that this has not been funded or perfectly planned yet, but one of the things the Perseverance rover is doing is taking samples of material that looks really interesting. And they'll say, okay, this rock, and by interesting, I mean, between you and me, I think we all know they're searching for signs of life there. They're searching for signs of microbial life. So they will grab these samples, cache them is the term they use, but store them away for some future mission that NASA is planning. That, as the article I read yesterday pointed out, it needs new technology and new planning. So it's not done yet, but there will be a mission to go up, grab those samples, and bring them back for analysis in the lab on Earth. And that literally, I think, happened yesterday or today with the Perseverance rover. On your first question on the Curiosity rover, and it took so long to put that photo together, that's an excellent question. You know, I speak to people at NASA all the time, and it's a question I'll ask. I hadn't even thought about it. That rover has been up there doing a lot of stuff. I can tell you in that video I pointed out, I put out, and the little article around it, part of what was going on was they were showing where it was going next. And it had gotten to a nice little rise where it had a great shot of the valley. So I would suspect, without knowing for sure, that part of the motivation was, we just have a really great view here. Let's do a photo of it.
Might as well just take a selfie while you're at it.
Right? Yeah, I think it was just one of those, you know, yeah, you're standing at the edge of Grand Canyon. So, I mean, where's my fun?
But what shocked me about this Curiosity rover was it got into the crater in 2012, and it's only traveled 16 miles in almost 10 years. That's what I found really interesting.
Yeah, that's just lazy.
Just lazy.
It's just lazy. You know, hey, I'm trying to keep it loose here. So with these sort of missions, you know, obviously, aside from the obvious, no one's directly there controlling it. We send control messages. The radio signal takes, you know, many minutes to get there, and then the operation. They, when they plan a mission like this, they find an area that they think is the most tantalizing. They land there. I think that one's in Gusev Crater. I'm not sure. I don't remember for sure, but I think it's in Gusev Crater. And it lands there, and it really is just analyzing that little area that it is. You know, it's not designed to traverse miles and miles, but basically to be a little localized lab that has the ability to move around and look for interesting.
Maybe they should change the name from Curiosity rover to just like Chill rover or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Didn't go very far.
Somewhat interesting rover. Casually observant rover.
I don't see why not. We should write a petition and change it.
Right.
But you You've also written several articles about Mars, having to do with photos released to the public, missions that have been launched to reach Mars, and potential life that could be on Mars. With everything that you have learned and researched, what are your current thoughts on Mars? Do you believe that there once was or still is life? And do you believe that enough effort in research is being made on the planet Mars?
Yes, yes, and yes. So I do think there's a very good chance that microbial life will be found on Mars. I even think there's a chance that back when it was a very wet planet, that things more complex than microbial life, and we may find fossils of aquatic animals or small land animals. I don't think those things are off the table. In 1978, when I think it's the Viking mission went to Mars. They believe the scientists that worked on that mission, some of which are still alive today, believe they found life then. They scooped up some material, put it in a little oven on the rover, cooked it up, analyzed the gas, and said, yes, these are signs of life. Now, since then, there wasn't enough independent confirmation, and it was one simple test. But I can tell you that the NASA scientist who was in charge of the program, and I referenced him in one of those Mars articles, his name is not coming to me right now, but he believes to this day that that was the headline of the article he wrote for Scientific American about 3 years ago was, I believe we found life on Mars in 1978. And everything I have read has compelled me to feel that he's probably right. And all of these missions since, when you look at the rovers that Spirit and Opportunity, when they went up, they pretty much proved that wet path. The Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, they have pretty much proved full-size lakes, maybe even small oceans, and now these newest rovers are getting down to that nitty-gritty. I would not be the least bit surprised. As a matter of fact, I would go so far as to say I would be surprised if we don't find life on it. That would surprise.
How long, in your opinion, do you think it would take for us on Earth to know that there is life on Mars, to get evidence?
So I think the good news is it's going to happen soon. I think the bad news is that's soon from a scientific term. So I think 9 or 10 years from now is when they're planning on sending. That's the rough range NASA's using for the sample return, Mars sample return mission I was talking about, where they would go up, grab the samples that have been stored in Perseverance, and bring them back to a lab on Earth for more detailed study. I don't think any of the rovers we have there now, or any of the planned missions coming up, will be quite sophisticated enough to 100% confirm that. And I think that's why there is this focus on bringing that back here, where we can really analyze it in a laboratory setting and run hundreds of different tests. Because if we come, as I pointed out, in 1978, we said, okay, we found life, and people said, rightfully so, we probably need a little stronger confirmation of that. So I think that's where we are, Christine. I think 9, 10 years from now, I think we will have that answer. And based on the pace of the UAPTF and a lot of things that are happening with the Galileo project and NASA, we might find something interesting about life not on Earth before then.
What do you think the chances are of finding marine life on Europa and Ganymede?
Very high. I hear that a lot. Those were targets. You're talking about the moons of Jupiter and moons of Saturn that are icy moons, and yes, there's a lot of feeling. And this is something I tell people all the time. I say, 20 years ago, NASA didn't have astrobiologists. They did not have astrobiologists. They didn't even have a planetary protection officer, which they have now, which is essentially the person's job to make sure our missions going to other places don't pollute it with our microbes, as well as we don't bring back a killer virus or bacteria that wipes out a chunk of, if not all of our planet. So all of those people and all of those positions, that's what they do. There's now people within government, within universities, people within these organizations, their entire job is astrobiology.
looking at life on other planets. And yes, I would not be the least bit surprised that the better we get at surfing our own solar system and the better we get at searching those moons and other planets, that we might find all kinds of life across our own little solar.
I sure do hope so, especially in our lifetime.
I think there's a good shot in your lifetime, Christina. That's for sure.
Well, let's get it tomorrow. Should have gotten it yesterday. Should have gotten it yesterday.
I was on the Fearscape Paranormal podcast yesterday, and I told the guys, I said, you know, you do reach an age in this search for UFOs and some of these other things where you do start to ask yourself, will I be here to see the answer or not? But for the first time really in my life since 2017, I really feel like a lot of things are close. I feel like a lot of things are imminent.
And with that being said, we're going to jump into a very quick intermission.
Hi, I'm Micah Hanks, and let me tell you something. I support Christina Gomez as a Patreon subscriber. Here's why you should too. She brings all of her unique insights to a whole new generation, and all while she's also going through college.
Alright, maybe enough time to look at that.
You have to fix what?
The yellow, I just put a little yellow tint on stuff.
Yeah, and my whole room went like slightly darker, and my lights are right on me, so I don't know what's happening.
Probably just switched.
Yeah.
In August, you wrote an article called "The 7 Star Trek Technology May Soon Become a Reality." And let me just tell you, probably one of my favorite articles that you've written, because it all touches a little bit of our nerdy side when it comes to Star Trek, but like, it could be real life, so I loved reading it.
When MJ hired me, he said, Chris, you're my fiction writer. So I want you, when you can, I want you to tie that bridge between science fact and science fiction as often as you can. And that was a story I was working on for a while, but our friend Micah Hanks, who we just saw on the screen, wrote an article about a group of scientists who learned how to detect life remotely. So they were up in a helicopter and they could scan the ground and say, oh, there's signs of life there. There's signs of life over there. And of course, people who watch Star Trek go, yeah, they scan for signs of life all the time, whether it's with a little handheld tricorder or they do it from orbit. And that ticked something in my brain. And I said, you know, I think Mike is on to something. And I started digging through, looking for that. Like, where are we on transporters? Where are we on warp drives? Where are we on replicators? And I found we were a lot closer on the vast majority of things from Star Trek than I would have guessed. And a number of which, as people pointed out, I mean, tablet PC computers, they were carrying them around on Next Generation before we had iPads. Talking to your computer by voice was something they did in the original Star Trek. Now I talk to Alexa 100 times a day. So those things, a lot of things have just straight up become reality. And yes, it was a fun article to write, a fun article to research. It did get a lot of positive response. And I can tell you there are some sequels coming with Star Wars, Stargate, and some other sci-fi shows that, once again, shockingly, movies and shows predicted the future.
And out of the 7 pieces of technology that you talked about in that specific article, which one are you looking forward to most?
So, although I write about warp drive a lot, and I have a big one-on-one interview with Sonny White coming out, Harold White, Sonny White, who was the warp drive pioneer over at NASA and now has his own group. I feel like warp drive is probably 50 to 100 years away, and that's me not knowing anything, just the scientists I talk to. I think something like that is viable, and I think there is a real possibility that warp drive may be within our lifetime. Unfortunately, the one technology I touched on in there that I think we would all like the most, or at least is the one that everyone asked me about, is the transporter. And I really feel like the transporter is something that's not going to happen. That's my opinion. I can tell you the one I'm really looking forward to is the food replicator, because I'm tired of cooking.
I feel you on that one.
Yeah.
I'll just put stuff in the oven, letting it with something after it's been frozen. But I'm really happy that you brought up several that I genuinely wanted to talk about. Um, One of them being is the food replicator. You also mentioned in that specific article that there is something kind of already coming to us in present day. It actually came out in 2016 called Food Inc.
Yep.
Yeah, blew my mind. Can you talk a little bit about that?
So I just did a little research on them, but they were basically a pop-up restaurant, I believe popped up in New York, and they pop up from place to place, Food Inc., and they were the first what they call printed food. So just what you would think, like a 3D printer prints physical components. They had developed a machine that you could load up with all these different ingredients, and it could more or less print you a tray of food. And I think the first people to do it were in a hospital where they were doing it on a more like industrial scale, like here's your scoop of potatoes, here's your scoop of peas. But I believe Food Inc. is legitimately creating complex meals with a 3D printer.
That's what I was a little bit confused about as well, and like how it actually created 3D. I was a little bit, I didn't get how it worked. But it also shocked me how the restaurant, their utensils, and their plates were also made out of 3D printers as well. I was like, oh my gosh, that's insane.
Yeah, really? You could rent a store space, bring in a materials printer and a 3D food printer, and print up the tables, chairs, plates, right? Just print up everything and put it all together right there. But yeah, they're printing food. As far as getting to a replicator like in Star Trek, and I mentioned this at the end of that segment, to my understanding of the technology of Star Trek, the replicator works a lot like the transporter, where it essentially takes a programmed description of food by code and uses raw material to essentially manifest or create the food item. That's something that's probably, if it's a reality, again, it falls under that same issue with the transporter, which current technology has a hard time getting us there.
Yeah, absolutely. And there was another movie, like I think in the early 2000s, called Spy Kids, and they had something very similar, but they used water molecules to create food. But apparently, it didn't taste very good.
Very cool.
Jack Jack Frost has a question, and he says, and now I lost it. He says, oh yeah, so what do you think about the Alcubierre drive?
So that's a great question, and I can tell you this, and I mentioned it in that Star Trek article. Warp drive was just something that people dreamed of. It was just hey, it goes fast, and it goes faster than light. It was just this science fiction idea. And in 1994, Mexican physicist Miguel Alcubierre Moya, he basically sat down and said, is this viable in math? Is it mathematically viable to create something that can go faster than light speed without violating the laws of physics? And he did. He proved it. He laid out the basic math for how you would build a craft that someone could safely ride inside and go faster than the speed of light. Now, there were a bunch of limitations to his original design, and not the least of which he was using things called negative energy and exotic matter. And like multi dimensions or some other things in physics, they're theoretically. So he had to use theoretical solutions to get to his answer, but he could still make it consistent. And honestly, it's a great question because it is the basis pretty much for warp drive mechanics and warp drive theory that have come since, whether it's Sonny White or the people I reported on out of Chicago that were trying to patent warp drive, the group out of Switzerland who's building a not faster than light, but a nearly faster light warp drive, and a bunch of other, Dr. Eric Lentz has a warp drive concept. They all more or less fall back on the mathematics laid out by Miguel Alcubierre.
Right, but now presently they're trying to focus away from using exotic matter. Do you know what they're using instead, or what they're putting in their math equation?
That I don't know. I can tell you that the one that isn't going to go faster than the speed of light, the group, I can't think of their name. They are not using exotic matter, but at the same point, they're not proposing they can exceed light speed. I can tell you that Sonny White at NASA, or who was at NASA and is now at the Limitless Space Institute, and I have, like I said, some stories coming out on them. They are working on that, and they're working on one that still uses exotic matter, but uses significantly less. So Michel Alcubierre's needed about a Jupiter-sized amount of something highly theoretical, and Sonny White got it down to about, like a RV size amount of exotic matter. So although we're not creating exotic matter, although scientists did recently lay eyeballs on it, that's a story I have coming out. So it's not, it does exist. Exotic matter has moved into the feasible.
Yes,
Grabbing it, building a ship out of it, manufacturing with it, creating something out of it, that I don't know yet. And that's obviously, we're so new in this. But yes, there are a number of exciting concepts about faster than light. I have some, Christine, I have some coming on traversable wormholes. Scientists that have worked out the math on that they feel those are viable. I have a couple of other concepts on warp drive. So although Dr. Alcubierre laid the groundwork for everybody, it created the opportunity for scientists to look at it legitimately, and they are, a lot of them.
And Lou Elizondo said on the podcast last week that, in his opinion, he believes that the U.S. government is in possession of exotic matter. And I'm not really interested in the conversation we're having right here, right now.
Interesting.
Very, very.
Yeah,
so does that mean maybe we could see it in our lifetime on some warp drive?
Hopefully. That would be awesome.
Could you imagine? I can't even imagine how to do that.
Yeah. Hey, I'm still waiting for my anti-gravity skateboard for Back to the Future 2. So as soon as I get that, I'm good to go.
Tell me about it. There was one more thing I wanted to touch on that article, because this article is beautiful. I love every word that you wrote. And one that you mentioned as well were the transporters. Now, you said that it's not really possible, at least right here, right now, to create a transporter. Could you explain why that is?
So the idea of a transporter in Star Trek, and I actually, for each one of these technologies, along with researching the current science, I went ahead and went to StarTrek.com and to the fan sites to read what the interpretation of the actual Star Trek technology is. How are they describing that as being done? And the transporter is basically described as scanning you at atomic level to create a pattern, transfer that pattern to a new location, and then essentially use the same technology as the food replicator to manifest a new person with that exact material. So I think there's a couple of limitations. One I pointed out in the article is if that were exactly how it works, you would be dead, and the clone of you would believe they were you because they would have every single memory of yours right up to the moment you were scanned. And the minute they appear, go, oh no, I'm me, because they would have all your memories and everything. So there's just an inherent philosophical issue about that. As far as the technology, as far as actually doing it, I have read nothing and found nothing where matter, meaning the stuff we're made of, has been transported from one location to another. So there is something known as quantum teleportation, and it's in the literature. I mentioned it in that section in the article, and it's a proven thing. Transfer of information at the quantum level, what Einstein called spooky action at a distance, or what we call quantum entanglement, is basically this idea that subatomic particles that are entangled with each other can be separated by a great distance, and whatever effect, primarily the spin, but whatever effect you make on one is identical to the other one. So it is reflected in the other one. So there's this instantaneous, faster than light change. So the idea of quantum teleportation of information is not only theoretical, it's proven. It's something they are able to do in laboratories. Teleportation of matter,
still something that exists in science fiction. So, and I have yet to see any science working specifically towards something like a transport.
And while we're still talking about Star Trek, but away from the article that you wrote,
Sure.
have you watched the recent Star Trek Discovery and Star Trek Picard?
I have to plead guilty in not being as current on my Star Trek as I need to be. So I have not watched either. My wife has fallen in love with Patrick Stewart since he did a movie called Coda, and she's been encouraging me that she will sit down and watch Picard with me. So I finally have someone to watch it with me. So yes, I will watch Picard. Discovery I saw when it first premiered. I saw about 3 episodes, and then I started some work in a new company that moved my schedule all around, and it was just suddenly not an option for me. So I just fell out of the new Star Trek series. But you can ask me anything about Next Generation.
Well, when you get a chance, I recommend watching Discovery. The first several seasons are pretty darn good, and I know that Picard's going to have their second season rather soon. So that's my next question. Have you seen The Expanse? The rather new.
We were talking to MJ. So I had this conversation with our boss, MJ Benias, this morning. And
this morning.
Yeah, literally this morning because we were talking about this. This article, this Star Trek 7 Technologies, has shown up in a lot of different places. It's the article of all the UFO stuff we do, of all the things I've done. It's the one I've been asked the most about. It's the one that generates the most excitement because it's something we see. So he and I started talking about these follow-ups that we can do, these other science fiction theories, maybe even technologies of James Cameron from the Alien movies or Avatar movies. There's so much wealth in science fiction. And he said, well, I want to do something on The Expanse because that's just about the best show on television. So I have yet to watch it. I've been told by everyone I would love it. I have a creative issue. I'm in the middle of writing a science fiction novel. So when I'm writing in a field, I don't really watch entertainment in that field because I try not to be influenced. So although I read the first 4 Game of Thrones books, when my first fantasy novel came out in 2015, I haven't watched Game of Thrones. I haven't been able to watch the TV series or read the last couple of books because I just don't want that influence in my fiction. I want my stuff to be as fresh and as original as possible. So, The Expanse, MJ's going to do some things on the technology in The Expanse, though, for the debris. So, and he's an awesome writer, so I would look for that.
Well, you have to watch The Expanse. I hopefully season 6 will be coming out in December, or still not too sure, but it's such a great TV show. And I was pretty hesitant when I heard about it. Everyone's like, yeah, you should watch it, you're gonna love it. And I'm thinking, I can't be that good. I binge watched all 5 seasons.
Did you really?
I was like, this is actually really, really good.
And I think MJ is this close to making it like a job requirement for me. So something tells me I'll be watching it soon.
You really will like it. Talking about novels that you had just mentioned, how long does it usually take you to write a novel, and what are some of the biggest challenges you have when you write a novel?
I've written 3. I have my 4th one coming out, and I have a manuscript done for a 5th novel. So they've all been different. The first novel I started writing in 2010, and I didn't put it out until 2015. So it was literally a 5-year process. It literally took me 3 years to get what I would call a first draft manuscript. Then another year of editing myself over and over, rereading the same book over and over till it sounds right in my head, which is what I do with articles. I'm very proud of my debris stories. When you read that, that's something that I've reread 100 times to get it right. And so that's what happened with that first book. And then all of 2015, book came out at the end of that year. I spent the entire year working with an editor, a professional editor, to get it right. So that one took that long. book 2 in that fantasy series, I wrote the first draft manuscript in 59 days. So something that had taken 4 years in the first book took 59 days in the second book. Now they're not all going to be that fast, but yes, they're definitely. It's really comes down to time and rhythm and how much coffee, noodles and vanilla ice cream.
Coffee for you. What's your favorite food that you have to have when you're writing? What fuels you?
So my wife has this stuff. We call it turbo tea. Now it doesn't have caffeine in it because caffeine makes me insane and I can't sleep for 3 days. But this stuff, I can drink a glass of this in the morning and I get that like fresh, clear energy and it can go for 12 hours. I can write all day. Now the next day, I'm a total effing mess. But that day, so on long-term writing days, like if I'm writing a big feature, I had a big feature at the debrief about a guy who's developing an anti-gravity ship in his shop in New Jersey. And that feature took weeks of work and days of interactions and interviews. And then the actual day to write the story was about 10, 12 hours of work. So that turbo tea, whatever it is, I'll take a picture of it and I'll tweet it out. So if any of your followers are like, what is this turbo tea? We read about it. Like I said, she's a health maniac. My wife's a runner and a yoga enthusiast, super into nutrition. And I read about this, and to this day, she says, Chris, it's your greatest find, the turbo tea.
I have so many questions on it, but we're not going to get into it. Just send me a picture. Yeah. I will research it. Essence has a question, and it says, will the James Webb Space Telescope be able to look at exoplanets to find life, looking for biosignature and technosignatures? And what will the scientific community reaction look like if an exoplanet has proximate life?
The people that do this for a living at NASA, at various universities, people I've spoken to at international organizations that have time booked on the James Webb Telescope, I can't remember, and maybe it's because I'm reporting on it now, but maybe I can't remember in my lifetime this much anticipation for a scientific instrument.
Tell me about it.
Oh, let me tell you. We were talking earlier about a sample return from Mars and finding life on Mars maybe in 10 years. The James Webb Telescope may find signs of life on another planet next year. It's going up in December. A bunch of like for instance, there's a star system called, or the star itself is TRAPPIST-1, and the planets around it, I think there's 7 or 8 planets in that system, and at least 3 of them are Earth-sized rocky planets that sit more or less in the star's habitable zone. There's an entire team who booked time on the James Webb just to look at those planets. As a matter of fact, I spoke to 4 different groups, including a group from France, a group from Canada, and 2 American groups, all with time booked on the James Webb Telescope, all to look at planets in the TRAPPIST-1 system. That's how encouraging that is. And yes, do I think we will find biosignatures in the atmosphere? Yes. Will we debate them? Yes. Just like the potential biosignature we found in the atmosphere of Venus. But I think we may find some very robust ones. I think with the range of planets, with the ability, just think about it. Imagine the Hubble telescope is a pair of binoculars, right? You're standing on the mountain and you're looking for say you're looking for a buffalo in the distance, right? Or what? I don't know. I watched a Western last night. So, right. You're standing on a mountain, you got your binoculars, you're looking for buffalo. I see a bunch of little dots there. They might be buffalo. And then somebody pulls up with an actual, like, astronomical telescope that can take you right into, like, the face of that buffalo. That's the difference between Hubble and James Webb. Hubble is a visual spectrum telescope that can more or less kind of look around, and it's found tons of stuff by looking around. James Webb telescope is an infrared telescope that can look so much closer at such deeper distances
so much more accuracy. We're going to see and find things with that telescope. The same way Hubble. The same way Hubble opened up the window. I mean, we didn't even know exoplanets were existed. Before that
Till the
didn't really
90s.
come into play until the 90s. Yes. So, and Hubble opened that up. Well, now, woo, James Webb, it's going to change the game in my opinion.
I can't wait. And it's going to be launching so soon. Thank you so much, Essence. That was a really, really fun question. It got Chris all hyped up. You could tell he's getting a little excited.
James Webb is a big deal. That's a really exciting, I mean, that's as advanced a piece of astronomical equipment that's ever been put into space. Can't overstate how valuable that telescope is going to be.
I'm excited when they...
Specifically for finding signs of life and possible technology.
I'm excited. I'm really excited.
Me too. Imagine we look through that telescope, Christina. We spot a planet's atmosphere, and there's enough gases in that atmosphere, oxygen, methane, enough signatures that we say the only thing we can think of that would do that is light. And we say to ourselves, we found a planet that we don't know how complex the life is, but there's life there. Imagine what that does. Imagine what that does to this field. Every deep space mission we've ever talked about gets scrapped, and the whole budget gets poured into a probe to go there. That's my opinion. I don't know if it'll happen, but I think that changes everything.
It does. And, we've had the pleasure in talking to Jacob Hackmishra, who's also excited for the telescope, and he's also an astrobiologist. Because you've spoken to him several times through email, right?
Yes.
You've written several articles. And could you just kind of talk about what those articles were kind of covering over when it comes to astrobiology, Jacob Hackmishra, and possibly incorporating it with the telescope?
He has a group called the Blue Marble Institute, Dr. Hackmishra, and basically that's what they do. They're at the cutting edge of looking for signs of technology, exobiology, as well as technosignatures, and they've written a number of science papers. He partnered up with, oh boy, I'm forgetting the names because I speak to so many scientists every day, but yes, they are at the leading edge of that, the Blue Marble Institute, and they have NASA contracts and work in that same field as these people doing that. So I don't know that there's anything. I don't think that he's booked for time on James Webb. I don't know that there's an active project underway, but I can tell you what Jacob is indicative of to me. And I tell people this all the time. This is the biggest change. And you can quote me on this, Christina. I tell people all the time, people don't change their minds. Not in my opinion. I haven't seen the world many people change their minds in their life. What happens is old people with old ideas die and new people with new ideas are born. Okay? And that's my quote. I use it all the time. And Jacob Hackmeister to me is representative of an entire generation of scientists who grew up with the idea that they feel life on other planets is more likely, not less likely. And I can tell you, growing up in the 20th century when I did, and growing up in the 70s and 80s, again, I pointed out that we didn't know there were other planets. We didn't know so many things that we do now. We didn't know there were rocky planets. We didn't know we'd find any in the habitable zone. So much less the frequency. So the idea of life on other planets was just that in the 20th century for most of it. It was science fiction. It was, we had barely gotten a man to the moon. So the idea of other planets and other things. But I can tell you what, science and ufology, I think they're getting ready to meet the middle. I mean, what happens what happens if the James Webb telescope says, all right, we've looked at 20 planets that might have life and 19 of them seem to have life. What do we do then? What does the conversation do? But the idea is that UFOs, at least some of them, may either be probes from another planet sent here, or may actually contain biological entities inside them flying here to visit. I think that just continues to become more real as science moves forward. So I think guys like Jacob Mitra, these people I talk to, Sharon Title, Dr. Title, these people I talk to that are astrobiologists and looking for technosignatures, that's becoming the majority. If I talk to a scientist under 45, under 40, they are operating from, they believe there's life and they're looking for it, as opposed to, it might be there, we might as well look.
You can't avoid it anymore. There's no way. No, there's no way it can be a conversation that you can say, no, they're not real.
Imagine you live in the middle of a garden, 1,000 acres in every direction, and you're looking at your feet and there's a flower growing, and somebody tells you all around you the garden is exactly the same. What are the odds that that's the only place a flower would grow? And that's the thing I tell people all the time. When you look at these other Earth-like rocky planets, they're not made of something other than, there are only so many elements. There's only so much material. It's all made of the same stuff. So if that garden here on Earth are the right mix of dirt and water and radiation and all of these elements, created life that is so pervasive that it is everywhere on this planet, even places we never thought it would be. Extremophiles exist in places we never thought they would be. So the idea that there isn't other planets was the big argument. When that got put away, oh, they're not around. They're not going to be rocky. They're not going to be in the house. All of those things have gone away. All we're saying is that life only happened once here and is so pervasive, it's everywhere on this planet in all of these different forms. That almost seems like religious thinking to me. To me, the thing